We're live. Painkiller already, episode 259. Holy smokes, getting big numbers.
This episode is being brought to you by Squarespace.com. Start building your website today at Squarespace.com. Enter offer code PKA at checkout and get 10% off Squarespace. Build it beautiful. And our second sponsor of the night, I love these guys. We've got a few samples tonight we're going to get to later. They're 100% food, a nutritionally complete smoothie in a bottle. You just add water, shake, and enjoy.
I can't wait to do the mid-rolls.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. We were practicing.
Full already.
They really are good. How did you prepare yours? So I've got the chocolate one here. How did you prepare it? God, it's hot. How did you prepare yours?
Well, as per the instructions, I put water in it, and then I just shook and enjoyed. And as
now, did
promised,
you use cold water?
I used between tepid and cold. Yes.
See, that's your first mistake. You want to use hot water. Like, the faucet won't even get as hot as you need it to be. You need to kind of brew this stuff. Oh, God.
You want to brew that
when
stuff.
I blew in there, yeah. When I blew in there, like I got a big whiff of it. And I feel like I'm already getting part of the meal.
Jackie's downstairs preparing mine. I just heard the blender. I don't know what's coming. They have an app. See, we should save it for the mid-roll, but they have an app, so I gave her all these recipes to choose from. I don't know what I'm getting, but I heard the blender.
Ah, that app should have a second part in it that allows you to quickly access locations of bathrooms in public. Oh, having a 100% emergency.
All right. Mid-roll will come soon enough anyway. So where do we want to start? We could start with Trump.
All right, let's
talking
not
about
start with terrorism.
ISIS.
Let's
how
start
about
with
workplace
Can we
violence?
find something happy?
Yeah. Okay, Kyle, what's happy? Let's cheer
Oh,
me
go
up.
ahead. All right. Bring it.
Well,
You want a joke? I didn't do a
let's
joke
see.
on PKN. All right.
Oh, I'd love a joke.
Here's my
This would
joke.
be great.
We only go up from here.
I tried to be gay once. It sucked.
That's more of like a story from your life than a joke, it seems, with everything you've said in the past.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
you know,
Kyle, I wanted to hear about your Fallout character, because I've been seeing that a lot of people want to hear about Fallout talk, and you have been texting me quite a bit about, I'm asking if you want to come play zombies, and you'll text back, oh, I'm level 59, and my slaves need guidance, and then you're just offline, AFK for 2 days.
So I've gotten to a point where I've done the main story quests. I've done a ton of the side quests. I'm having to Google to find side quests to go do. I think I'm right at level 60, something like that. I got 5 days of total play time, not counting that I went back at one point and went an alternate storyline just to see what it would be like if you went with the Brotherhood of Steel instead of the Minutemen. I think I should have gone with the Railroad. And if I do a Let's Play or something like that where I do a new character, I definitely will go with the Railroad. But I started out like maxing out gun skills and stuff like that because that's what I traditionally do in Fallout, and I like using the VATS system a lot. Despite the fact this one's a lot like a first-person shooter, but this time around I put a lot of points into. I maxed out Ninja and another perk that expands the distance that you can be from the enemy before you can engage VATS on a melee. So my guy is ridiculous sneaky melee at this point, and I just sneak around, and it doesn't matter what it is. I'm playing on very hard, and like a super mutant behemoth, that giant thing that uses a fire hydrant as a melee weapon, I one-hit kill that thing with a switchblade. My switchblade does like 750 damage or something like that.
Is that almost
I'm
ruining the
ball.
fun? Is that you're just teleporting up and just poking a giant and winning?
A little bit, but oftentimes they'll be like I'll sneak into a base full of super mutants and I'll just go from one to the other. I'll go into VATS, select him, hit A, run up, stab, then I press B to cancel the animation, look around and just rapidly do it to more rather than just queuing them all up into VATS. So it feels like I'm John Wick or something and I'm just spinning around through the room fucking people up. It's a lot of fun. And then I got all the power armor. I've got maybe a dozen pairs of power armor. I've got pink Flame Job X Series power armor with a jetpack on it. And I've built my community of settlers up. I got like 20 population, and I've got a whole market built with armor workshops and everything maxed out. I'm running out of stuff to do, so it's almost time to make a new character. What I do want to do next time, because the character creation is so customizable, is pick like a celebrity or a character from fiction, and make the character look exactly like that individual, and play exactly like that individual would play. I think that'd be fun. So do like some big goofy dumb idiot, or like I saw someone do Christopher Walken. I thought that would be really fun. But,
I think you should consider a Let's Play. I mean, you've played through now.
Maybe.
You probably know what you're doing and how to do a thing.
It'd be fun.
I
Melissa
definitely
and
know
I
what
are
I'm
having a
doing
lot of
now.
fun. Like, or I guess she's the one playing, chose the Minutemen to go with, because I guess we didn't know that it was like mutually exclusive, unlike Skyrim, where you can be like the king of Wizard Hall and also, you know, the leader of the Assassin's Guild and all
Fighters
that.
Guild.
Yeah, but in this, I mean, the Minutemen sound so fucking stupid compared to the Brotherhood of Steel. Like, do you get way better shit with them?
I went back and did the Brotherhood of Steel one. All you get, besides them liking you and the ability to loot the Pridwin constantly, is the jetpack for maybe some T60 power armor, which is pretty cool. And they give you the rank of Sentinel. But there's this one jackass at the police station that like hates your character, and even when you get promoted to Sentinel, he goes, "I was wrong about you." And he like salutes you and says, you know, "Good day, Sentinel." And then like you try to hit him up again for a quest, and he's like, "What are you doing back here, scum?" And it's just like it completely ruins my immersion. But Brotherhood of Steel's pretty good. I went with Minutemen too.
Just old Benny Bipolar in there. Can't decide.
Yeah. It's like 1 minute like super esteemed, like tons of respect, and the next minute, try not to screw this up. It just doesn't make any sense. But the Railroad is the fun one to go with. That or the Institute. The Railroad, you get some pretty cool armor, and
what's the Institute?
I'm not sure what else. I know you get the armor. The Institute is, for me to explain that would be a bit of a spoiler, but the Institute runs the synths. That's where the synths are from, and that's a whole group of people that you can become intertwined with and do missions for, and it's very, very cool. If you follow the main mission a little bit further, past finding, you know, if you follow the main mission, you'll get there pretty quickly.
Taylor, what's your workflow like for the Let's Play that you're doing? Do you record it, and obviously you commentate it live, and then are you able to take that and direct upload it, or do you have to like re-render it? And
it depends. Like, so if I'm uploading something else, or if I'm doing something on my computer, we have to record and do everything on Melissa's laptop instead. And for some reason, fucking Elgato just loses its shit when we plug it into my computer versus her computer. And so we've had quite a few problems with that. Like, we've had to go back and redo a couple, because like it will have all the settings, and I'll sample it and make sure like, all right, our voices sound pretty on point. That's okay. And then I'll go back and listen to it afterward, and the characters will be like, "What brings you to the Commonwealth?" And then I'll be like, "Oh, you know, we're just tucked in here." It's so off balance, and it's annoying, but it's still fun. Like, I like the fact that I don't have to play and Melissa plays, and I just get to talk shit the whole time and make fun of characters. Like, that's my ideal Let's Play.
but if the settings are right, you don't have to re-render or anything.
Usually not. Yeah, there's a couple times where it'll like freeze or something. Like, I can't even explain what it's doing, and I'm not technically savvy enough to know what's happening. But 90% of the time I can just cut it and upload it right from there, and it usually works. Yeah, the Elgato is nice. I like it a lot more than the Hauppauge.
Well, yeah. It's funny. Tech has improved since 2010.
Can what?
What are the settings on it? Can you do 1080p with the Elgato? I've got one, but I don't know what it does.
Yeah, you can do 1080p with 60 frames a second. But if I record like a 35-minute HD clip of us playing and talking, and I try and upload it, like I've got like 40 down, 4 up, but it'll take like 5.5 hours. And so I just change it to like 1080p, 30 frames a second, and it looks pretty much exactly the same, and it takes like half the time. But yeah, there have been a couple times where I've accidentally recorded it for the PS4 instead of the Xbox One, and on like maximum, quality, and it's just been like a whole day of uploading. But for the most part, it's fine. We tried to get a face cam going, because people have been like, "Oh, show your faces." And it's like, well, all right, I'll try it. And it was just beyond the pale difficult, and it wouldn't work. Like, our faces would be up there talking out of sync with what we were actually saying, like not doing it quite right, and it would take 4 hours longer just to see us up in the top corner, like leaning together like a cute couple in a Viagra commercial, where it's like, is now the right time for you? Looking at each other. But I don't know. It wasn't worth it in the end.
I was only asking because it seems like with modern stuff, like an Elgato, a lot of Kyle's concerns aren't relevant anymore. Like, what it took to do a Let's Play a few years ago isn't what it takes now. You just record it and then drag that recording to YouTube and wait.
There's no batch rendering to do or anything like that. You make a strong point. All right, I'll consider it. I'm still not sure if I want to do a fresh character or just play with my character. That's super hardcore. Maybe I could make a new character and see how quickly I could just focus on melee, make my own. I'd like to change the build. Maybe I'll do that.
There's no level cap,
I
so
don't
you
even know
definitely want to get your current character up real high before you start a new one, right? Like, just make him just the titan of that world. Like, nobody can stand up to him.
Well, like, I kind of am already there. Like, it's been a while since I've lost a fight, it feels like. Especially if I go prepared. Like, I go back to my base and load up with the good stuff. Like, I usually don't bring, like, power weapons with me when I go places. Most of the time I'm walking around with a switchblade and a revolver and like a few grenades or something like that. But if I go and get like, I've got like a lucky Fat Man launcher that launches 2 nukes instead of 1 every time you shoot it.
That's what you need.
And I don't know, quad-barreled missile launcher with a bunch of upgrades and shit. So I'm pretty deadly. There's not too many situations that I lose. I've got the coolest weapon in the game that I've had, the most effective one that works with like against any enemy, whether it's a robot or a ghoul, is the Ripper. I've got an extended Ripper, like the most upgraded Ripper you can get, which is like a hand chainsaw.
You love that thing.
It hits. It's incredible. Like it immediately disarms your enemies. It's so fast. Like the melee weapons have a speed ranking on them, like whether it's very slow, medium, fast, or very fast. And the Ripper is very fast because it's a fucking chainsaw. It's just grinding. So the super mutant will be standing there trying to reload, and you're just like, and it just cuts the gun out of his hands, and then he's just like, wow, what the fuck? And he'll pull out a board or something and start whomping. I like the Ripper. But my instigating switchblade's the coolest thing in the game.
The only time I've seen a Ripper so far is like the loading screen. Where is that it? It kind of looks like a little loop-de-loop with the chainsaw there that you would
that's the upgraded version. Yeah.
Oh, well, that looks
neat.
neat.
What I got. I like
Other
that.
than that, Melissa's character, or I guess our character, is all long-range sniping, which, like, my favorite thing about this game is just, wedging yourself next to, like, a old Ford Pinto, and then just a monster's, like, 30 feet away from you, and you just kind of just keep shooting it, and it just can't figure it out. It can't find out where you are. It just walks around in a circle until you kill it. I love little shit like that.
I don't do a lot of that.
Probably not fun to watch.
I take a lot of drugs. I take tons and tons of jet. I take tons and tons of jet, and it slows the game down to super slow-mo mode. And I like to just do tons of that and just spin around and jump on and just cut the enemies apart. I'm just having a great time.
What's the thing with Fallout and substance addiction? Like all the people, like when you see your companion, it'll be like if you use jet, like Codsworth, that British fuck was following us around for a while until we ditched him. And if you used like jet or buff out or something, it would say like Codsworth disapproves, and he'd be all smarmy about it for a bit. Like what's
So there's no karma system in this game, but your companions will judge you. The dog won't judge you no matter what you do. So if you steal, do drugs, stuff like that, they might think negatively of you. McCready, I think, actually likes it when you steal stuff. They all have different opinions and their own whims. But the reason that's all important is when you earn the love of your companion, or their I can't remember what they call it, but whenever they like you enough, they give you you get a perk. And there's a different perk for each companion, and you keep it even if they're not with you. McCready's is completely game breaking, and I think might be a glitch. It gives you 95% VATS accuracy, regardless of range, with any weapon. But there's a different one for every character. Codsworth's lame though.
Who's Codsworth? Is he a partner? Companion?
He's
what I'm saying.
He's a companion, but he's this little robot that kind of hovers around, and he's got like multiple arms that have different gadgets on them, and he's got a very British accent, sir, where have you been? It has been 200 years, and he's pretty fun. He's cute. He's a cool guy, but like,
can you collect a horde with you? Like, there's a dog, there's a chick, there's Codsworth. Like, I want to do like enter battle as a flying V from the Mighty Ducks.
Unfortunately, So the only way to do that, if you're going on adventures and leaving your base of operations, then you can only take one follower with you. The dog counts as a follower, so you can't have really a big team up. But back at your base, which is where I send all my followers, I have like 6 or 8 followers there. So all of them, and they're each badass in their own way with their own specialized weapons and shit. Whenever our base is attacked, all of them just fall upon whatever dumbass enemy decided to stumble into that shit and just stomp them out real good. And that's always fun to watch. We're playing Sudoku, guys. Sorry, it's okay. That's what we're doing right now.
No, we're not. I was just, you know me in audio. I'm not. You know, it's on one hand.
I hate Sudoku.
When I fuss about people's audio, I feel like a giant dick. It's difficult. On the other hand,
you seem like you get some enjoyment out of it.
That's how audio gets better. You know, if I'm just like, everything is fine. No, it's cool. Are your kids banging pots and pans in the background? Whatever, no one cares. Nah, people care. Like it makes the audio better. Oh, Taylor got his pop filter. How many shows have you had that on?
Really?
At least 2.
You haven't... Oh, like 3. This is the 3rd one now.
I am just noticing now. Well, that's awesome.
See, there was a couple shows where for no reason I had it like like way up there. just hoping to get a comment from you. And I assumed it just passed by the wayside, but no.
Here it is. You got your long-awaited comment. I'm very excited.
I'll tell you the truth. I noticed it 2 shows ago, and I thought about saying something, but I noticed Woody hadn't, and I was going to see how long it took him to notice.
It could be ages with me. I am getting dumber by the day. I had a thought. I could tell a bad joke with every topic transition.
Oh,
what a feat.
That sounds smooth. Let's. Yeah.
Why does it seem like Caitlyn Jenner's kids see right through her now? Because she's transparent. This is a great idea. I should definitely keep this up.
Kyle's got a look on his face like you told him his dog died. That's what.
You guys can pretend you don't like the joke, but you like the joke. Everyone likes bad jokes.
You see, because she's both a transsexual and a parent. Together, you see right through her.
Comes full circle. Great. Why even have topics? Just keep it rolling, buddy.
Yeah, you got about 4 hours of those.
You pretend you don't like them, but here you are begging for more. You're all begging. All you listeners out there are like, "Oh, that joke was bad." Got any more where that came from?
I think you're disillusioned about how much they want these. Because there's so many. Someone just got in a car accident from rolling their eyes and like rolling
every time you tell a bad joke, you should have to take a sip of your 100% food.
I know they want a mid-roll. Mine smells great. Jackie put the chocolate in there and obviously water, and then in a blender with strawberries, and that's what I have awaiting me. And I smelled it.
Now you've thrown the whole delicately, scientifically balanced calorie count off.
This came right off of their. They've got an app where you can like get the smoothie recipes. It came right off of there. So
yeah, I didn't have it previously, but I installed the app and then I just gave it to Jackie, and she's like, what's your BMI right now? She's like putting in like height and body weight and all that. I'm like, baby, can't you just find a recipe? And she's scrolling around. I guess she eventually came up with stick strawberries in it. So it smells great.
Like strawberries,
chocolate
right?
And strawberry, yeah. It's it seems great, but I feel like the mid roll is supposed to be mid show, and it'll
we'll get to it. Just sip on it as you go, though.
Yeah,
see how much energy you have.
All right, so you want to talk about the terrorism now that we've made that smooth bad joke segue?
Yes, I'd love to. Right after I get 33% of my daily dose of iodine.
All right, so are any of us of the opinion that it's not terrorism, or that it might not be terrorism? Because I think it's just terrorism.
It's so obviously terrorism.
It's very clearly terrorism. If it were just 4 days ago when that guy shot up the Planned Parenthood thing, he was like, if they were Muslim, everybody'd be freaking out about how it's terrorists. But
I
this
think
is
that
clearly
was
terrorism too. Yeah, that was terrorism. A different, like on the way other side of it. But
Yeah,
this is clearly terrorism too. And now that it has happened, exactly what people were saying would happen isn't happening. They're like, well, maybe he just didn't get a slice of cake that day, and it just threw him for a loop. You know, it's probably not the person.
Meanwhile-
he
So
brought back
did he
Saudi
work
Arabia,
there?
Pakistan or whatever. Yeah, I think he did work there.
He was a civil servant. I know that. I think maybe he worked in the building or something like that. But the things that seem important to me are that they've seen that he was in contact with I'm trying to think of the correct terminology. The radicalized Islamics on the internet, whatever the fuck that means. He had went to Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, I think 3 trips in the last few years. His wife's from Pakistan. He was born here. He had a pretty big arsenal in his house. I heard them say that there was $25,000 to $30,000 worth of weaponry. I don't know if they mean at his home. I can only assume they do, though they haven't said that. And they haven't said that there were more weapons recovered at his home that I know of. But the weapons on the scene, he had 2 AR-15s with non-California legal magazines, so 30-round magazines. The weapons were bought legally, I believe, in California. He also had 2 9mm pistols. His wife was with him. She was part of the attack, or whatever you want to call it. They were both shot dead after a high-speed chase that happened a few hours after the initial shooting, I believe. I think they went back to I won't say their house because they're not sure about that yet, but they went back to a house, and I believe inside that residence they found what they're calling a bomb-making factory, which sounds like the media like blowing something out of proportion. What I would imagine they found is like a bag of ball bearings,
Some
10
fertilizer.
10 feet
Right.
of pipe, a bunch of caps,
A whole box of Ziploc bags, like
yeah. Well, and the explosives that they were using, the way they were triggering them is very similar. It's the exact same thing that we saw with the Boston bombing. And those guys, the Tsarnaev brothers, they got their instructions overseas somewhat, but also from Inspire magazine, which apparently is some sort of terror training magazine or something like that. But in there they explain.
Inspire magazine. It sounds like it's for like the pamphlet the Special Olympics would give you as you went.
Yeah.
I'm picturing it as a handout at a gym.
Yeah.
Like on the waiting room counter or something. But go on.
Yeah,
In there,
an
they-
Asian lady, like all the diversity on the front, smiling near the treadmills. It's fine.
In there they give a technique for making a detonator using a remote control car, and they saw that in the Boston bombings, and they're also seeing that in this case. I think they detonated a couple of devices, but I'm not sure about that. I know they found lots of pipe bombs, lots of weapons, lots of magazines, 1,400 rounds of ammunition, I believe, in the vehicle, 1,400 rounds of 223, which is what the AR-15 shoot, 200 rounds of 9mm, which is what their handguns were shooting, and then I think some more ammunition back at their home. They keep saying thousands of rounds, but it sounds to me like 1,800 rounds or something like that. And I don't know. I think that's about all I know about the thing. It seems like terrorism to me. It seems like, I mean, this. I don't. I wouldn't jump so far as to say, oh, this is an ISIS like hit. Like, no, I'm not saying that. I don't know that this guy had like is part of some terror cell or anything who has some boogeyman over in the Middle East pulling his strings. But I think this is a guy that was radicalized and was clearly intent on doing some serious harm, and he'd been planning it for a long time because he didn't acquire all these weapons recently.
Bringing
and
the wife in seems like a big part of it. Like if I'm going berserk at my workplace, I'm running solo on this.
Jackie, time to lock it low.
Right?
Pissed in my coffee for the last time.
But the
Drop
fact
little Davy off at Grandma's.
Bringing the wife in changes the whole dynamic to me. It makes it much more likely to be a terrorist thing, Like you guys are a radicalized partnership in this. It's not one guy going loony. Also, like Kyle mentioned, when I hear bomb making factory, a lot of times I'm disappointed when I find the details. But the fact is, this was some prep. It wasn't like he didn't get a cake at the party and then just came back with guns and stuff. No, didn't he have body armor too? Like they were on the body armor.
Yeah.
Oh well, I maybe mix it up with the baby
It was
one.
misreported.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is then. But what was that?
CNN.
Oh,
Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that he would prepare so heavily with all that shit back at home and then go off on this like relatively small. Like with all that shit that he had, he could have done a lot more damage. It's like spending months. It's like if Ocean's 12 at the last second, they were like, you know what? Let's just knock over a couple of hot dog carts and call it a day. Like all this planning for nothing. Like they probably thought they were gonna escape, get away with it.
Part of it, there's a lot. It's only speculation at this point, right? Until they dig apart their hard drives and maybe find some associates or question family members or whatever. But maybe they had a bigger terror attack planned. Maybe they were going to hit a baseball stadium, but something happened, and so they had to hit a target of opportunity. Which, what a terrible place! Wasn't this a place with special needs children or something? Like,
If so, that's exponentially worse. I had no idea.
Maybe I'm just reading Reddit comments and I'm confused about that little
I saw
part.
something about that too.
I've been trying to learn as much as I can about the guy because, I see that Obama came out immediately and made it an anti-gun thing and seemed to be taking a similar stance as he did with the Fort Hood incident, calling it sort of a workplace violence sort of thing, and certainly not leaning toward terrorism at all, it seemed initially especially. And now you see the White House sort of walking the line in between and saying they're kind of waiting for details. The FBI's been brought.
I think that's fair, by the way. I feel like people who are inclined to hate Obama already are like, oh my God, he's not clearly calling us what I think it is. But what he said was that it was terrorist related, workplace related, or both. We don't know. And I hear that and I think, well, that's a fair stance.
That's his updated statement, I think.
Yeah.
That's his updated. That's where he's being more centrist with his most recent statement. But initially, it was more anti-gun and like, here we are again, another one, that sort of thing. He's trying to lump some. See, and think of it from his point of view. It makes him look a lot better if he's proven right again, and there's a mass shooting from some nut job who's acquired guns illegally or something, than it would to say, oh, Obama, you let your guard down. You've allowed more terror attacks than George W. ever did.
Horseshit. Horseshit.
How many terror attacks did George W. allow?
They didn't even count them all. First of all, he allowed the big one in which thousands of people died. But then there's
one.
I'm not going to win this by naming them all, but do you know about the one on UNC where the guy took his SUV and tried to mow down as many students as he could while screaming Allah Akbar? Probably not. They're like,
that's a kegger going wrong to me.
Right? Right?
I don't know about that, so I choose to not believe it. I like Kyle's point.
So
that was the name of his frat, dude. The Allah Akbar.
AK right? For life.
and then, do you remember the Egyptian airport shooting where the guy came in there yelling Allah Akbar and
in Egypt?
No, it was Egyptian airline, but it was in L.A.
I remember that. Did he get anybody?
I don't know what the kill count was, but I'm sure it doesn't count either. And 9/11 doesn't count because, it should.
I don't know. I feel like Obama had.
If there's one thing, Bush kept us safe. Right?
I don't think Bush certainly hasn't had as many high-profile terror attacks. Would you say like those things you described sound like real little incidents where like how many people died in UNC?
That's I don't know. What was 2 the maybe?
This guy killed 12 and went on a shooting rampage and a high-speed chase where 2 LAPD or 2 police officers were injured. There was a big shootout. But that
Planned Parenthood shooting was 2 deaths. 2 deaths, right? So in 2001, hold on. In 2001, shark attacks were the fucking news story. It was on the cover of Time magazine, the year of the shark attack. It was literally on the cover. Yeah, and they just every fucking shark attack, like oh my god, these sharks are taking over, like Sharknado's rolling in and causing all this trouble. In reality, shark attacks were down. But there was this like feedback cycle where every time anything happened, it was like, oh my God, here we go again. Shark attack central. The sharks were spotted in Florida. They would make news stories out of sharks that didn't bite people, as if that's a fucking new story.
That's true. It ruined my whole Florida vacation when I was like 12 years old because I went there and I was too afraid to get in the water. Because
seriously?
Yeah, I saw like on Newsweek and everything. It was like, will your child be eaten? And it's like, oh God, like I'm not even gonna go in. So that was just a weekend of sand.
Literally, really shark attacks were down that year. It was a below average year, and it was the major news story. Now, like that Planned Parenthood shooting where 2 people died, like look, that's a tragedy. You hate it, etc., etc. But 2 people dying that's not even a mass shooting. I had to look up the definition today. 4 people. You had to get 4 kills for it to be a mass shooting. 2 kills is a is good weather in Philly. 2 kills. That's not even a story.
No one was killed in North Carolina.
It's a story
in the
because
UNC
of where
thing?
it was, though.
Yeah.
You looked it up?
Like,
Because it was Planned Parenthood?
Yeah.
I guess so, but I feel like it's also a story because it plays into the narrative that makes this the shark attack, right? Now we're doing mass shootings of 2015. Every time 2 people die, it's a mass shooting now. It's a major story. CNN, breaking news, Fox News all over the place. Obama comes on by and says, oh my God, we lost 2 more. Now we're down to 335 million people or whatever we are. Every time there's 2 people who die, it's another mass shooting, and it leads the news.
It was
There
2
were
in the Los Angeles airport shooting. It was 2 deaths.
Not a mass shooting.
that was
Right.
14 yesterday, right?
That's a mass shooting, right? Yeah, that's a mass
So
shooting.
I'm thinking I'm counting this one as a pretty serious terrorist attack with as far
is a
as like
serious
bodies on the ground, and the Boston bombing is another one. I feel like Obama has had 2 medium-sized ones, and Bush has had 1 large one. Maybe I just stick with Obama's had 2 medium-sized terror attacks under his watch, at least, right? A few like extra smalls that we won't even count because I don't really count them in the same regard. Terrible tragedies, awful things, but not counted in the same regard. But Bush just had the extra large one with 9/11, and then the UNC thing, nobody got hurt. Sounded to me like that guy got a little rowdy and started doing some donuts, and I'm not gonna lump him as a terrorist. I bet he's in Gitmo right now getting waterboarded because he got too wild at a kegger.
So
and then
we'll call this recent one with 14 kills the San Bernardino shooting, right? Bush's counts for 235 San Bernardino shootings.
did the math.
I did the math.
I prefer the Bernie Sandersino shooting.
So, like the San Bernardino, I don't know if now it's all mixed up in my head. That shooting, 235 to equal a World Trade Center thing, and we've had like 1. So,
Well, I mean, if you could do the dollar amounts too, but I mean that's not fair.
oh god, the dollar amounts get even wackier. I bet it's like
especially when you account for like the
Stock
drops in the
market
stock market,
crashes.
global loss. It might have cost $1 trillion by the time it was over.
it might have been. Yeah, it could have been. It could have been outrageous.
globally, and futures like it reshaped the whole world. So there's really no way.
If
to
you
wrap
had
your
said
head around
several trillion, I'd think, yeah, maybe like impact and like it's hard to separate the stock market collapse of 2001 from the stock market collapse of 2008 because the only thing that happened in the middle was the real estate thing. It was kind of a down period for years, and it's not a science where you tie, this is all like opinion and confidence based stuff. So if you made an argument for connected or not connected, I could line up with that, but I don't think
So what's the solution to all this? Like, what
more guns
can be done?
Clearly we need more guns.
Well, that's a given. And I think everyone watching.
Wasn't there a special needs school in there or something? If those kids were armed, none of this would have happened.
It would have been a disaster long. I'm not even touching that. I just thought of like 3 things that I don't want to say.
Yeah. If we had given Timmy from South Park some high-powered rifles, then they'd be able to shoot back at Saiz Razan Farouk here.
Timmy.
You know
When I
what's,
heard,
like
look,
the worst
you
thing
call-
about this whole thing is like the fear was like, oh, if all these Syrian immigrants come in, they're gonna bring all that culture with them, and that percentage of extremists among them, like however small it may be, a couple are gonna get in and they're gonna wreak havoc. Like this is even worse because it's some dude who's lived here for a long time, was
Whole life.
supposedly assimilated, had a job, not like
on his
poor or anything,
on his old
and he
dating
still
profile, he described
that
himself
mindset.
as on his old dating profile. He described himself as like a mix between Eastern and Western philosophies, and a calm, calculated person, and it was, a couple little things like that stood out. But he was looking for, at the time, he's found it since because it's an older profile. He was looking for a wife and wanting children, et cetera,
not
et
good
cetera.
at first impressions.
That's not funny. That's awful. But they I noticed no one complaining about how many bullets were used to take these 2 down. Like no one minded a bit.
Yeah.
I heard Fox News described it as a hail of gunfire that went on and on.
Now, I will say,
I,
Smell like Bill O'Reilly's beating off under the table. Oh, how many bullets?
Reload. Reload.
How long did it take for them to respond?
The response seems like it was really fast. They said that the officers were running in with their handguns only initially, so I think it was like local police responded to it at first, but they got away. There was nobody there. Like they'd already done it and left, from what I understand. I could be wrong about that, but it seems that they got back to the house that they they're calling the building the bombs and storing the weapons in, maybe. And I think it was like 4 to 5 hours after the initial shooting that authorities tracked them down to there, and I think they were sitting in the car in the driveway. Maybe that's the way I took it from the way it was described. And then maybe they sped off. The chase started, and they were firing shots from inside the vehicle at the cops. And at some point, the cops just shot the shit out of them. I saw the pictures of the one. I couldn't tell if it was the man or the woman, but out in the street with blood, in a big pool of blood with an AR-15 next to him.
As they should be. I would just. I don't know about this one. Something about the last two, the Planned Parenthood and this one, and I'm really sketchy on the details. But I had this impression that the response time wasn't what I want it to be. Like, in Columbine...
It's never what you want it to be.
It was in Columbine. In Columbine, it was like the first trigger pull, it took like 2 minutes to call the police, 911. And then...
Wasn't there a precinct incredibly close to that?
There must have been, because let me finish this. In 2 minutes, someone called 911. 3 minutes after that call, so 5 minutes total, the police were already returning fire. I like that. I'm not like, 5 could have been 4. No. If you're literally returning gunfire in 5 minutes, one, excellent response time, right? They had somebody nearby who could respond within 3 minutes. Two, no freight. I was really unhappy, and some people will be mad about this, but the French sat outside that building for like over an hour while 84 people were killed inside with AKs and shotguns. That is a slow response, and a lot of people died while they were developing their game plan. Columbine, the guy just ran in there to fire back. And in both cases, we're talking about 2 shooters.
Different scenarios, though.
For sure, right. I mean, one, they're more armed, and one's a school shooting, so you figure the shooters are jackasses, and the other, they're trained terrorists. But still, an hour of letting them murder hostages while they
I can't
develop
sign
a
off on
game
that
plan.
timeline. I don't know the exact timeline.
I won't let it go.
I need sources.
Just check Twitter, Kyle.
We were watching it live, and if you search on the web, I'm not the only person to criticize that timeline either. They're just like, I don't know what the fuck. I have
We were watching like a live feed of like 300 yards away on the street. Like I couldn't see where any cops were or where the doors to that place were, or and it seemed like everybody was dead.
My family with military experience was the same way. They were like, "Oh my God, I cannot believe it took them an hour to secure that building. Like they should have been fucking kicking in doors like men." So that's
maybe so. I mean, I just don't know the timeline. I'm not saying like the timeline you described sounds like a bad thing. I'll agree with you there. Like I don't like what you said if that's true, but I'm not sure that that's what happened. I'm not sure how long it was before they went in, or like what the situation was, or any of that.
Just like an hour is so bad, it's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it was more like 90 minutes.
Even more so. It's like you think they sat down and watched National Treasure 2 and then decided, all right, we better wrap this up again. There's no way.
That 5 minutes thing, I feel like if something had ever happened at my high school that I went to growing up, I think they'd have been there within 5 minutes. Like I think like from the time they get the call to the time that they're at the door and in the school, 3 minutes sounds about right, because they're just close. And there's lots of them, they're dispersed, and chances are, like, even if they're going from the station to the school, 3 minutes, if you're hauling ass, is very, very doable.
Yeah, in my high school, I think that someone who's fit could have ran it in under 3 minutes.
Oh, not that.
Yeah, like they're really close. They'd be there too. They'd be all over it.
Oh, they'd hear the shots.
The police department in Ocean City, New Jersey, when I was there, I look back, they seemed pretty good, really. Like all their decision making was pretty sound. I remember one of them said that cops were racist, and that's a bad thing. But in terms of the actions that they took, I didn't see any problems, and they always seemed on top of it. They weren't getting outsmarted by kids ever, and they seemed to apply the right level of punishment. Like, oh, are you a delinquent teenager? You're not going to jail. You're not going to juvie, but you're washing police cars. You're cleaning the beach. That was a thing. They called it service. You had to do service, and you literally went out there and cleaned the beach all the time and washed police cars and stuff like that.
Is that legal? They just, hey, quit loitering. My car's dirty. Like, get over here.
It was a little more like they sentence you to it, and
Community service.
Yeah. And there was a time that you had to show up, and you didn't know what you were doing at the time. The time was the biggest part of the punishment was the time. It was like they start at 5 a.m. and if you're not there in time, it just gets a lot worse for you. And washing police cars, cleaning the beach, and then disposing of beer was actually a big one. Like all the beer they take from previous parties, literally teenagers would like open them and pour them, like, and just dispose beer.
Oh, how sad is that?
Oh, you want one worse than that?
Go on.
We were our senior trip. You know, we I don't want to tell the whole story, but
can I interrupt real quick because I feel like I missed a
you can.
topic change. Why did the chicken cross the road?
God. Why?
Because he was going to visit the dummy. Knock, knock.
who's there?
The chicken.
What do you want?
No, you're the dummy in this
I
scenario.
get it.
Well, I'm helping you. Yeah. So that.
Oh, that's a knee slapper. Yeah. I'm 2 in, and I'm already not a fan of this.
Two's the number.
Hey, let's start this new thing we do where we take all the momentum we had and we just cram it in the toilet and flush it down, and then we build up from there, and then once we got it, just fuck you.
So Kyle, you were not telling your story about public service.
I wasn't going to make it incredibly long. So what happened was, we were on our senior trip. We went out partying one night, threw a luggage rack off like the 22nd floor. It fell all the way to the bottom and crushed a big concrete picnic table thing with these concrete benches around and stuff, and just destroyed them. And the next morning, the police and the hotel management showed up at our hotel room, and there was a bunch of us in there. There were like 4 or 5 bedrooms in this one room, so we're all in there. And so long story short, they made us pour out all of our alcohol, and we had a shitload of alcohol. It was like 8 or 9 full bottles of liquor, like probably 300 beers or something like that. We just had gotten there. It was the second day. We were loaded for this trip. And so my buddy Boone, he had to take the rap for throwing the luggage cart because he fucking did it. And so they made him work as a janitor at the hotel until his parents drove all the way from Northeast Georgia down to Panama to pick him up. He said they didn't say a word to him the whole ride back.
That's worse than any punishment. Just to sit there.
It was really sad. Like me, his girlfriend, and the girl I was with were all coming back from having ice cream and hanging out on the beach. I think I bought a skim board, and we're all just really happy and everything. And there's Boone. He's got work gloves on. He's in his shorts, but he's got this grimy T-shirt on. I look, and he's got this huge bag of garbage. He's just hauling out to the dumpsters because he's working for the hotel. They're making him be like their janitor until his parents get there. It took him a long time to pay that off because it seems like they charged several $1,000s for the damage that he did.
I got a good senior trip one. So what they did is they would have they rented out a YMCA kind of thing. It wasn't a YMCA, but you get the idea, like a community center, and the whole senior class would it was like a lock-in, and you just kind of go wild in there or whatever. They had parents and teachers to make sure you didn't get too out of hand, weren't vandalizing. And that same guy, the fucking poop bandit, didn't do any poop related things on this trip, but he first of all, he kept sneaking out of the lockout to sell cocaine to people in the parking lot of this YMCA. He was a reasonably big drug dealer. So Senior kept sneaking out to sell cocaine to people. He was doing a ton of coke. while he was there, just like hyped up, like somehow.
That's
the
why he
teacher
was
didn't
shitting
get.
so much.
Yeah, he was just shitting. He was constipated. He was suddenly shitting. He couldn't control himself. A lot of cocaine, and they had this big bouncy castle, and people were like enjoying it. Like, of course, people showed up drunk and whatnot, and they're just in there doing whatever. And he just for no reason at all, just like went up to like behind the bouncy castle, no one could see, and then just stabbed it with a knife, ruined the fun for everyone for that thing. Then he would like run around, and they had like all these like games and things where like
This guy's horrible.
I know. And there was this thing where it was this big, another balloon kind of game, and it was 2 lanes, big lanes that you could run through, and you would strap on this vest, and it had almost like that thing that heroin users used to tie off, attached to your back, and the balloon in the back. And the vest was made of Velcro, and you'd try and run as far as you could, and then when you stopped, it would shoot you back, and you'd stick to the Velcro thing. And I guess, like, after people had, like, got a little bored of that and went on and be like, oh, we'll come back to this later, he just went over and just cut those 2 things for no reason. Just all he did, the entire lock-in, was go around and cut and break things. And they had like prize baskets, and they're like, how did this prize basket end up in the toilet in the men's room?
Did everybody know it was him? How many people knew he was guilty?
At this point, we'd already graduated, and so he just went balls out. Just, I'm wrecking stuff, and it doesn't matter. And this, I mean, it was either this kid or another kid that. Another kind of like goofy fuck up, but when we all got diplomas where it was like you graduated and blah 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 and like great for you, his said thank you for participating at X school, like just thanks for coming. Like, he didn't actually graduate, but he just went around and
did they say that on stage? Please tell me they're like, and congratulations to Jackass for participating.
No, they didn't do that, but, you know, it was in like that pamphlet that they give you, and you kind of open it up, and he showed it to us like, oh guys, check it out, thanks for participating. Yeah, right. And it was like, dude, you're so high on coke, I can like see myself in your pupils right now. But
and everyone else just says like congratulations on graduating or something.
Yeah. You know that they had to like talk to Kinkos or whoever, and like, yeah, we need all of them like this, and then we need 2 like this. Like, just put a big middle finger on there. Just trace mine and put that in the background. Watermark it.
That's embarrassing. That was. There were a few people I think that didn't graduate whenever it was graduation time. I almost missed a credit. Actually, I think I technically did miss that credit and probably technically didn't graduate high school if you're really going to be to the letter of the law. But you know, my teacher fudged some numbers and made it happen. But I was I couldn't miss another credit because I missed the exact amount of credits that you could miss and still graduate because I liked skipping morning classes if I didn't need them. You know, if it was an elective or something like that, and you don't need another elective to graduate, why go? It's horticulture. I'm not going to be making flower bouquets. Fuck that shit.
I was sketchy too. Of course, everyone knows about my bad grades, and I had some Fs and stuff. So we had my senior year. We had to like, most people were cruising through. Like it took 4 years of English, so obviously they needed that. But most of the people I knew in my friend group, it was such a lock. Like all they had to do was pass 3 of their senior courses, and they were golden. Me, I had to pass all of them. And on top of that, there was some question about whether I had the right kind of credits, you know, like not the important ones like English or science, but like my father never wanted me to take like wood shop and stuff like that. And it turned out some of it was mandatory. So senior year, I'm taking like photography and that other like life skills type stuff.
Home ec maybe?
It was not home ec in particular, but there's photography and another one. And I had to pass those and there was just some tension. Like, I think that I was arranged right, but I wasn't 100% sure. And then when I got my diploma, there was no diploma in it. So that was fucked up. And it turned out I had like $1.68 in overdue library fees. So I had to like pay that. And in my head, I'm paying this and getting my diploma before they realize their mistake. Like that was the scenario between my ears. So it just played out like that. I paid them, I got the diploma, and it's like they can't take this back now, right? Like it's just for keepsies, you know.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
You run off the
Yeah,
you know, that's such bullshit that they can hold your diploma if you owe like overdue book money or something like that. Because what if you couldn't afford it? Like it seems like, all right, first of all, it seems like you earned that thing, right? Like whether or not they want to give it to you seems immaterial. right? Like they're just there to provide the education. They're not the distributors of documentation. They shouldn't be anyway. They shouldn't be able to. Yeah, you did everything required, but you owe me. Give me some fucking money. It seems like bullshit. I feel like you could fight that, right?
Oh,
hear
you
you.
like the whole library thing like was horseshit, and that reminded me of another thing that some of my other friends did to our school library, where the way the library was set up is that you could actually like break into it pretty easily. Like you just get a friend to boost you up. You just open the window and crawl in. And a bunch of my friends, they were a bit younger than me, but their senior year, they broke into the library at like 2 a.m. and first of all took all the chairs and tables in the library, and there's only one entrance to the library, and they barricaded the entrance so that when the librarian showed up the next day, they wouldn't be able to get in. So they just barricaded the whole thing, and then spent like 2 hours disorganizing the entire library, just changing every book, just the whole, no book was in the right place. And then they one of them, no, they didn't poop in there. Then they left. And the old lady librarian showed up the next day and couldn't get in. They finally worked the door open enough that like a lanky janitor had to like move his arm in and like kind of push chairs over, push tables out of the way. It took so long. So many people had to miss the library that day. And they finally get in, and she thinks this horror is over. And she's that her life, this library, every book is out of place, and she and the other librarian just broke down and wept, just on the floor of the library, mean. Just wept like their child had been killed in an accident.
So awful.
No, it was so they caught them like immediately and made them spend like 5 times as much time finding the right place with the Dewey Decimal System to put all these books back, and like with like that they those cards that you pull out old they guess Dewey Decimal System. They fucked with all that, and they had to fix all of that. And it was like a master's thesis how long it took them to put that shit back together.
I would have been awful about it. I'd have like not just like this book here and that book there. Like no. I'd have grabbed like armfuls of books, taken them to the far end of the library, and then dispersed them. Like you'd really want it. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
I feel like
such a good prank.
15-year-old me would have loved that. Stick it to the librarian. I hated my librarian, etc.
Yeah, especially if you knew the librarian and you didn't like them. I really can get behind it then.
40-year-old me feels so bad for those librarians that are just trying to earn a goddamn living, that have to put up with these little shits sabotaging their efforts.
I think it's less funny now, but I still get a kick out of it. Knowing, because it's better knowing that like the funny part was them weeping, like sitting on the floor because the chairs are still in shambles, crying in their own library, but they didn't have to put it back. So all's well that ends well.
We had some guys break in one time, and to the classrooms there'd be like a door, and then right next to the door there'd be like a double window separated by a steel beam, and it had like that mesh in it, like it was like steel reinforced glass. It's got like the steel wires in it. And they kicked that all in and like crawled into the tech lab and stole a few computers. Like couldn't have been worth anything. They stole a few computers. They went into the gym and sprayed fire extinguishers like everywhere. So the whole gym is coated with like this white powder that has to be swept up. And then they went into the lunchroom. They shit in a pot and cooked it and left it on.
That's a fire hazard.
They turned the oven up. Put a turd-filled like baking tray in there where our French fries are supposed to be, and fucking baked a turd until it was discovered the next day.
That's like a self prank where it's like you can't eat any baked goods for the rest of your life. Like,
well, I'm sure
a lot of people got E. coli, but anything for the lulz,
I mean, they discovered it, and they caught those guys too. Yeah.
What else happened? God.
My prison seemed like, my high school seemed like a prison. That's where I was headed with that. I've talked about it before.
Like a high school, so you loved it.
I think our lunch was 12 minutes long, and it was a little longer because you had 6 minutes to get to class. So if you ran, you could kind of steal a few minutes on either side of it that was supposed to be for getting to class. But there were too many fights, so they pretty much took out recess. You couldn't leave the building during the whole day. Like there was no outside or anything. It was all pretty rough, but hearing your stories, it's like that's justified. You almost have to treat these animals like animals if they're going to shit in the cafeteria.
What were your lunch ladies like?
Standard fare, like unattractive, overweight, 50.
Like were they? What was the food like?
Prison food, I guess. You know, like
Really?
mass-produced tater tots.
Would you have the rectangular slices of pizza?
Yep.
Oh, we
What
had
is that
Pizza
shit?
Hut once a week. We had a kid who, they were like the way our cafeteria was set up. You could go through the line, back into the back area, then out the front, like the salad bar and shit. And the food wasn't great, but if you spent a little bit of money, it wasn't awful. And this dumb fucking kid like had a racket going for a week where he would like just go in the back and like pull out everything of fries. Like $20 worth of fries, fill a whole tray with it, walk over to the salad bar thing, leave them by the salad bar, then just leave and be like, I'm not getting anything today, lunch ladies, and then just go pick up his fries. And then like a fucking retard, he would just go right out to the lunchroom and start selling fries at a discounted price. And he lasted, I think, like 3 days maybe, which is already remarkable. Until they came up and it's like, did you pay for these? Yeah. So you're losing money on this right now. Yeah. I'm like, trying to make friends, you know, like. No. It was so stupid. But yeah, our food was. You could
Just imagine walking around, French fries, get them while they're hot. French fries, get them while they're hot.
It's awful.
Derek's selling fries now? Yeah, he's a fry salesman.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Derek. I don't trust you. I don't want,
I don't want fries from you.
Yeah. But our food was not that bad. Like you could. You know, get the shitty little burger or spring for like a spicy chicken sandwich. Like,
Nah, man. Our food was quite bad, and like now that I think about it, like I wouldn't want my kids eating that food. I feel like it's shitty that food is that bad. I can't imagine why. I think we're paying $1.25 for it. So
Did everybody buy it at your school?
not everybody, of course.
Well,
I think all schools have kids that don't have to buy it.
At Hope School, it seems like the overwhelming majority of people bring their food. At my school, it was the opposite.
I think that's just a trendy thing that comes and goes with, you know, I don't think that, like, I remember a time when that was really lame if you brought your own lunch, and then a time
that's how
when
it was.
Yeah. Like I just remember, like, it was always the most like antisocial, like Jim Gaffigan looking high schooler guy, like sitting by himself with his big, like, cooler that you know, getting his sandwich out with the crust cut off and reading his note from his mom.
With
It's
a
just
few
like
exceptions.
That
Like
was
if I brought lunch, I feel like that's how it would have been treated, right? Like, oh, Woody and his stupid brown bag or whatever. But then every so often there's like a wrestler who has some measured amount of butterless pasta and like celery sticks that he's eating for lunch. And in that case, it was like, ooh, look at him. He's, really serious about varsity sports.
Cool lunch for
bothered
us
me
was
too.
when somehow you arranged to get fast food brought to you. Like if you had like some Wendy's, or like someone had went to like Arby's and gotten you a sandwich and French fries. Like maybe you had a boyfriend or girlfriend who was, out of high school or something like that, and they could hook you up. Like I think that was the cool lunch.
The best hookup guy was the guy that was like a year or two older than you, but also that guy who never quite got over high school. I guess like didn't make friends in college, so still always hung around the high school with those kids. And if you could get that guy to show up, like, oh yeah, you can sit with us at lunch, you fucking weirdo. Just bring us like 6 McDoubles and a bunch of fries. He shows up, you'd be his friend for 50 minutes, and then you're.
There was no contact with the outside world in my high school. Like if a pizza delivery guy came, and like maybe you'd get it for lunch, like you could manage it. But when the school found out you had pizza delivered, you'd be suspended or something. Like that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like no, it was really locked down. Like you couldn't go outside or have any outside world contact or anything.
We pretty regularly had like pizza parties and shit. And, like, we had this one class that was one of those required ones. It was called Life Connections. I'm a grown man now, and I still don't know what we were learning in Life Connections. Like, we just hung out in this double wide trailer, like 50 of us, with Miss Irwin and Miss Aspinwall, and did crazy shit. Like I don't know what we were doing out there. We just broke off into groups and talked about stuff. I think they were trying to weed out the psychos. I think that was right around the time of a few school shootings, and I think they were trying to, figure out what Bobby Mercer was doing over there by himself all day. I think
They were
that's
just
what was
observing you. That was the whole
going- I think
class.
so. Yeah, it was a social experiment to see what was going on
Yeah.
with some
All
of these
right,
kids.
Kyle's talking to Betsy. That's normal. Jacob is drawing pictures of dead cats again. That's a little upsetting,
I for the life of me, I still don't, but like we went on tons of like field trips and had pizza parties every week. Like they didn't even molest us. I don't know what they were getting out of it.
Yeah, I'm a little insulted. You know, I would have at least like one pass at me to molest me, like make me feel a little attractive. Like,
Yeah.
You know, think of my self-esteem. How do you think I?
That's my. I like. Have you seen that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where
where
Mac?
Mac does that.
Yeah, he
something
feels
right
like
up here.
slighted because he finds out that his former gym coach might be a child molester. He's like over there, like you know when you get sore, like right up in. He's like grabbing his groin. You know when you get sore in there, it's real bad. You know. He's like, yeah, I guess, yeah. And he's like trying to put his hand on it and stuff. Yeah, I love that show. When does the new season start? Is it January?
I think.
Fuck, so long.
Well, F is for Family comes out before that. Bill Burr's show, December 19th, I believe. I'm excited for that.
I have a show I'm excited for.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the Hateful Eight roadshow stuff?
Roadshow? That's a movie, right?
Oh, okay. So apparently, like even before my day, like in the 60s, they would do movies, but they'd kick them off with a roadshow. So you know how now they do premieres, maybe like, one or two theaters. This would be like a semi-broad scale, not a full release, but it would be a roadshow. And the Hateful Eight, they're doing it only in places that have 70 millimeter film projectors.
Ah, safe.
Safe?
That's a huge fire hazard to have a bunch of people doing that who have been using digital projection, and then you tell the 17-year-old up there, hey, use this. Like,
I didn't even think of that, but you might be onto something. And so they want 70 millimeter film projectors to do this thing. It's over 3 hours long. There's there's an intermission where they play music, and you're supposed to like go out and talk about the first half of the movie with the other moviegoers, and then
really
you go
cool.
I don't
back.
understand the.
Yeah.
So I know. What's the roadshow aspect of this movie?
I don't know. To me, it seems like a premiere, but broader. Like you know how now they'll do a premiere and it's sort of an invite-only type thing. It's like a semi-rollout, if I understand it right. I don't know. Roadshows were ended 10 years before I was born.
So this is before it comes out.
I think it's Christmas Day.
No, the roadshow.
Is this the release of the movie, or is that what you're
I
talking
wish I
about?
understood it. There was an 8-minute video about.
All right, so here's what I know. Definitely, like the 70 millimeter version is 3 hours long plus or something like that, and it's like 8 minutes longer or something than the digital cut.
I heard
and the
6,
reason
but
for that, yeah, 6. And the reason for that is because the shots, these big wide panoramic shots that are shot in 70 millimeter don't convert over to film. It doesn't look as good. I lost my fucking train of thought. But yeah. So that version has the intermission in the middle because it's longer, and
so I'm not sure.
6 minutes.
I thought they all had the intermission. I'm not sure. I need to learn. I'm not sure either. It's 3 hours long, and what I'm told is that the 6 minutes or possibly 8 minutes is just some earth porn. Like like I heard
Panoramic
it
shot.
at first. I was like, I don't want to lose 6 minutes. But if it's literally 6 minutes of earth porn, I could do with or without it. Like, I don't give a fuck about your. I know.
You'd probably get tired of it with an extra 6 minutes.
It seemed like The Hobbit did it. Like they had like an extended version, and it was just tons of like steady cam from helicopter shots where they're like, look how good this looks in 48 frames. Look how good it looks. Look how. But if you're a movie watcher, you're like, oh my god, it's already a fucking movie about walking. Now it's just more aerial shots of walking.
I want to see it. I want to see the extra
definitely.
shots.
I do too, but
it'll be in Buford, in Georgia, in 70 millimeter. So I'll go.
is that the
I guess
Super
I need
IMAX
to start-
place near you?
Yeah. So I need to. It's at the Mall of Georgia. It's the biggest mall in Georgia, and they've got I got a 70 millimeter IMAX. You were talking about the changing from film to digital. I think the projectionists nowadays know what they're doing. In particular with a movie like this, like. Don't imagine one reel of film this movie probably weighs 600 or 700 pounds. Just the film that it's going to take to run this thing. They're still switching those reels out like in the old days.
I'm hearing the opposite, actually. Like I'm reading these stories about how the filmings are fucked up. The people who see it are unhappy. It turns out there used to be a projectionist union with like skilled projectionists doing it. Now it's like pimple-faced jackasses who've never done anything but hit play on a DVD player, and they don't operate. This guy who went to an early filming, the first half of it was blurry, and they just couldn't fucking like get it in focus and all that stuff. And then the second half of it they played in digital, and it was way better. Not because digital is better. It's probably a preference at this point. I don't think one's definitively better than the other. But
come on, we went through that.
yeah, and you were fucking wrong. Like you're just like
I was right. No, I was right.
Yeah, you thought they didn't even put it on digital.
So some of the stuff they don't. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't do that middle process where they convert it to digital and convert it back, in which they lose like 2 or 3K and go from like whatever 14K down to 11 or 12K, which is still higher than the 9K that you get from digital. It's better no matter how you add it up. Even with that middle process where you lose some of the resolution, it's still better than the digital no matter how you slice it. And sometimes they don't do that. In Interstellar in particular, there were a couple segments where just straight up put the film up there. It hadn't been digitized, nothing like that. So
how do they make the extra film to send it to everyone? Like they just like, is it like a photocopy? How do they not go in digital
I don't
at
know
all and then make all those copies of the films to send out to theaters?
I know that Tarantino's made a big thing of this. Like I know when Interstellar came out, Nolan was doing a similar thing where they made sure that lots of theaters had the projectors and got what it took to do it. So they're making a big deal out of making this thing happen. I don't know. It does, like, I remember Interstellar, it weighed 500 or 600 pounds. This movie's longer than Interstellar. It has to weigh 600 or 700 or 800 pounds. Like, that's a huge shitload of film that has to be up there.
Yeah.
It's a lot more complicated than
doing the 70 millimeter thing. Like, it's not. I'm not driving all the way to fucking Chicago to watch a slightly different movie.
What?
But
how far away is Chicago?
From me, it's a little less than 5 hours.
When I was a
I wouldn't do
kid,
that
the I guess the projector used to fuck up all the time. Like, that was a thing that happened every 10th movie or something. Like, it'd be out of focus. And, everyone would be sitting here like, is anyone going to say anything about this out of focus movie? You see one guy get up and walk back to talk to the, complain to the staff or the projectionist or something and be like, you got to focus it. If the film stuck, because this projector, and by the way, it's making noise back there. If the projector stuck, the light would burn the film. And they would have to
Oh, that is old school. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that in movies, like when you see the projection kind of melt.
Yeah.
I've seen it in theaters.
Oh, you old.
Yeah, and like, I don't know. Like, I like digital. I feel like they could do better with resolution. The best of theaters are like 4K right now, and that's a big screen to be only 4K. If they went to 8K or something,
I think it's higher than that,
Do you?
even in digital. Yeah, 9K's in my head. I felt like digital was coming out at 9K, and I could be wrong about that. I went through that all those numbers so many times and looked at so many different sources that I just know like certain numbers going down, because there's the highest resolution that it goes up to, and then there's the amount of degradation you get when you go over to digital to add the effects, and then back to film again. And then there's the actual digital resolution where it's been digital from start to finish.
So I've looked into this a bunch recently. I'm told that 70 millimeter is the equivalent, and this is what I heard, the equivalent of 18K, but really 12K. I don't know what to make of that, like where they get from 18 to 12, but that's what I'm told. 70.
Can you give me a conversion rate between like 1080p and K? Like, sorry if that's a really dumb question.
1080p is roughly 2K.
Well, then why do you need more?
Well, but all right, but the relationship between the numbers isn't directly proportionate, because
4K is like 4 times 2.
No, that's not true. No, so like the difference between like 4K and 8K isn't just double. It's much more.
Yeah, but I
don't
think from
remember
2 to 4 it is quad. Am I
That
wrong
makes
about
sense.
that? Yeah. And
I
then,
thought you were just using that as an example
Right.
for how to do the math
And
between
then-
18K and 4K and
yeah,
and stuff.
so from 4 to 8, I don't even know. Is it 4 times? Is it 16 times more? Like, I
Might
need
be
to think it
16
through,
times.
right? Yeah, something like that. Just like if you guys can picture it on your monitor, right? When you go from like a 24 to a 27, even though it's 3 inches more, it's the outside 3 inches. Like it's like a third more screen space. And when you go from 4K to 8K, it's not just, it might be 4 times bigger. Like, it's twice as wide, but then you go twice this way too. And And
My-
I don't
My
know.
thing is like I like whenever I like making events out of things like this is gonna be an event. Star Wars will be an event for me. Hateful Eight will definitely be one too. Where like I want everything to be as good as it can be. So if there's a way to squeeze, just a few more pixels out somewhere or get better, like I'm always comparing like. There's 2 or 3 brands of like digital 3D. There's the Real D 3D, and there's a handful of them. And I'm always like comparing the theaters and what they've got as far as digital sound and what the actual screen size is, because I want like the biggest and the best I can possibly get. What I don't want is fake IMAX, that like digital IMAX, that's been like upscaled or whatever. I know they do that a lot.
Let me go. I was still talking. So
Yeah, go ahead.
Apparently 70 millimeter is 18K, but really 12. And I don't know where that arrives, and it's pretty.
I think it's that degradation we were talking about, going from digital and then back.
I don't know, but it also, there's not a strict way to make like an analog into a digital conversion. Like there might be some situations where film shines more so than others or whatever. So, and then that's 35 millimeter. I'm getting mixed up now. I'm forgotten, but 4K is the most commonly shot stuff now. The highest camera I know of is 8K, but there could be more. But in terms of projection, like what's distributed out there, I think it's mostly 1080p with a few 4Ks in there. So even if you shoot in 8K on like a high-end camera, it's probably being displayed at 1080p or 4K. And I Hatefully in particular, I want to make like an experience out of, but I don't think there's any place anywhere near me that's that good.
Atlanta is the only one near me. Texas has a handful of them, the 70 millimeter projectors. There's a list somewhere online, and you want an updated list because Tarantino has made an effort to get projectors in theaters out there that weren't before. The projectors are expensive apparently.
Yeah, I was having a hard time. Like if you go to the IMAX website, it'll show you where the IMAX theaters are. But as you alluded to earlier, IMAX has taken that brand name and expanded it to mean a lot of bullshit, right? Like there's IMAX, like sort of the older stuff that has 70 millimeter screens, and they're like 70 feet tall, and they're just gigantic, super screens. That sounds like
IMAX.
what you have. Yeah, that's what people think of as real IMAX, and it's amazing.
I think it's 90 feet. It's huge. I'll look it up. Keep
Okay.
going.
And then they've taken it and they're like, well, this is an IMAX digital screen. And it's literally like 15% bigger than your non-IMAX screen. And the way that they judge whether it's IMAX or not is if they sit down and does it wow me. Really? Wow me? If I slip you $3,000 when you call my shitty theater IMAX, is that wowing enough? Is
I'd
it
be
13?
wowed.
Right? Like I have no idea how you get classified as wowed or not. But a lot of things that are IMAX or branded as IMAX now are just bullshit IMAX. So apparently in Goldsboro there seems to be a better than usual IMAX. Raleigh has the shitty kind, I think. I don't know where I'll watch this thing.
I've got a great thing for you.
Go on.
This.
It's a
I'm
link
linking it.
incoming, I think. All right. Oh.
I never really go see IMAX. Like, that's never even really a priority for me.
So, if for people on the audio version, on screen here it shows the scope of a 35 millimeter, and then there's IMAX digital, as I described, slightly taller. I don't understand the size
What's
of
all
the
this
35.
white space?
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing.
It's
So
the
you've got,
IMAX.
it says average IMAX digital screen. So that's one big rectangle in which the size of the 35 millimeter scope image, that green region, that's where the film would be projected across that larger rectangle that's the average IMAX digital screen. So they're showing you how it would fit onto the screen and the margins above and below. And then the overall, the biggest square is the size of the IMAX screen, and then the light blue section is where the image would be projected onto that screen if it's 35 millimeter. But if you're going to 70 millimeter, you fill that thing on up.
I don't get why the 35 millimeter scope is on there twice. Is the other one just projected bigger, I guess? That's what it would look like if it were shot in 35?
Well, you're also seeing like you're seeing what the scope image looks like on a digital screen versus what it looks like on an IMAX screen.
I see.
In relation to the
So it'd probably be a little fuzzy if you blew it up that big.
I guess it would
So is that
depend
blue part
on
the
a
IMAX
variety
screen?
of factors.
No,
Yeah.
so we're looking at two screens
The
on
blue
there,
part is
right? And the green is what a normal movie looks like on an IMAX digital screen. The blue is what a normal movie looks like on a classic IMAX screen. And you can see the screen is further away and larger, and it's a gigantic image. But of course, it's a projector type thing. You know what projectors are like when they get pushed out further. But if you have a super movie filmed in 70 millimeter, like Tarantino's doing for Hateful Eight, it will fill, I suppose, that entire white screen, and it will be an incredible experience. I don't even know.
I
I'm
loved
more
Interstellar.
excited for the plot. I can get over a little bit.
Yeah.
of
Oh yeah. Like it can look as beautiful as anything, but if it isn't good, I'm gonna be very disappointed, right? Like if this isn't good,
The
it's gonna be
trailer
a real
turned me
downer.
off a bit, and I've since turned myself back on. I don't want them to do what the Superman versus Batman trailer did and really ruin the movie.
I didn't watch that shit. I knew it was gonna be like that. I didn't watch it.
I watched it, and I won't spoil it for anyone like the trailer does. But it shows.
Are you less excited for the movie now? than
No,
you were
I'm
before?
still going to see it. I think it doesn't
Okay.
change anything for me, but it shows what one would expect. Like, you know, 2/3 into the movie, the other shoe drops, and sometimes there's a pivot in the plot. It shows that, and you're like, oh, well, I guess for me now, the first 2/3 of the movie are just running through the motions because we know
Yeah.
the conclusion.
So what happened?
Don't say-
I'm sure everybody who's going to see it already watched that trailer anyway.
I feel like, I'm the spoiler guy. I want not to be the spoiler guy, so I can type
haven't
to
watched
you
the new,
somehow.
I haven't watched the new Star Wars trailer. I don't watch any. I watch the teasers, and that's all I watch nowadays. I used to love movie trailers. It used to be one of my favorite things to do was to get on YouTube and watch all the new movie trailers from the upcoming movies that I was interested in. But now they just spoil way too much. I heard, what's his name that's making the new Star Wars? J.J. Abrams. He was on Stern, and Stern was questioning him. He said, "Hey, why is Luke Skywalker not in the fucking trailer? Why haven't we seen him in any of the posters, or they've seen him on the posters, but the advertisements? Why aren't you using him?" And he brought this whole thing up. He said that he didn't like it either, how movies give everything away, and he's like, we're not showing all our cards. We want fans to learn things when they're watching the movie. So I like that. But I'm still not watching any more of the Star Wars trailers because I don't know if J.J. Abrams has complete control over the
I haven't seen the
advertising
first
for that
Star
movie.
Wars trailer. You know, I
good.
can't seem to avoid posters. You know, they're on Reddit, and I have this thing where if I mouse over an image, I get the full-sized one. So I've seen some posters, but I haven't seen any trailers.
There's a new Game of Thrones trailer as well that I haven't watched yet.
I
Not
saw
out
that.
of avoiding it, just because I.
Can we watch it?
Yeah.
That I will watch.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, there's a well-known spoiler in it.
You know,
Jack
I bet
John's
there are
coming
groups.
back. They already spoiled that with the poster.
Right.
Yeah, there are parts of our audience that probably have like become fans or listeners maybe since Game of Thrones has been off the air recently, and they don't know what's coming. The Game of Thrones talk is coming again soon. I can't wait.
I can't wait either. So much better than Civ talk.
I think, everything is. I think,
More doubloons than either one of you.
Yes, you do. All
What are
right.
you doing with doubloons? The doubloons to rupee.
You know, it was a couple weeks ago. I cut off Fallout talk using the exact same technique that Taylor cut off Civ talk, and everyone got so mad. I guess they're more passionate about their Fallout talk.
Bigger fan base.
It could
I
be.
don't blame it. It's more interesting to listen to Fallout talk.
I'm queued up at 0. Are we all?
I'm good to go.
Ready, set, play.
We watch, we listen, and we remember. The past is already written. The ink is dry.
They have no idea what's going to happen.
Oh, shit. Fuck, that's awesome.
It was
it's
good.
really
Yeah. I
Almost stressful.
They
So
have
much
no
shit going
idea what is going to happen. I like that because the books haven't been written yet. I really don't know. It's the first time in like 2 years, maybe, I forget. Maybe 1 year.
Who does it know? The writers.
Yeah, like it. Suddenly, Game of Thrones is like an unwritten book. It's new ground. It's not, I turned into one of those asshole Game of Thrones watchers who says, you know what? This isn't good because it deviates from the book. And now, no one is that guy. Now it's all brand new territory.
JR,
I don't even think it's
Martin
as
might
much
be.
that people were pissed that it deviated from the book, more just that there was so much stuff in the book that they could have filled time with instead of making things up, like the sand snakes in Dorne or whatever the hell, stuff that just was just full on bad, like not similar to the rest of the series at all. Like, just that was the first plot line that I would stop paying attention when it was on screen.
It was like
and
an
it was a
episode of-
struggle.
It was like an episode of Xena Warrior Princess.
The
It was.
actresses were truly shitty too. Shitty actresses.
And nice tits though. The one chick that got naked in the jail cell, CGI titties. They were CGI titties. Did you know that? Those weren't even fucking real.
That's horse shit.
They're real to me, Kyle. They're real to me.
Bullshit.
Well, they were real to me.
I always, you have to be able to touch them for them to be real.
It's a fair
But that whole
point.
fight scene when they were dancing around with knives and like doing that ribbon dancing, that made my teeth hurt. I was
Oh
so
my
uncomfortable.
God! So I swear this is related. Ronda Rousey is going for the part of Captain Marvel. Now, I'm not a comic book guy, so I didn't even know Captain Marvel. I had to Google him. Turns out it's a her. And it's this blonde-haired Marvel Universe superhero. And Ronda Rousey wants that part. Now, Ronda can't act. She's been in Entourage, which I guess was her own life story. I didn't see it, but I'm told it's horrible. And I think I did see her in Expendables.
She's kind of playing herself.
She was in Expendables. Yeah.
Yeah, and not awesome. So she's not an actress. She's not. She's just a regular person. And people might be surprised if you turn a camera on a regular person, just how bad they can be. And that's kind of where she is. You disagree?
I disagree with that.
No,
Yeah,
not me.
because like modern movies aren't filmed like a podcast. Like there's no, like every second of this is going out on the air. If we have a fuzzy moment, like it's not there anymore. But like they got Amy Schumer to act really fucking well in this movie that just and the train wreck. I thought she was great. She did a really good job. So like I'm sure if they wanted to, they could make Ronda Rousey be a decent actress. She would be perfect for it. She's got the look. She really should be.
That's where I was headed. I'm not, even though she sucks at acting, I don't think she's a terrible choice because the other choice she might have, shit.
I think Captain
Name
Marvel's
a pretty
the most
blonde
powerful
right
character.
now. Name a pretty blonde actress somewhere.
Scarlett Johansson? Is she blonde?
Yeah,
not
I don't know.
blonde.
They did. Let's just
don't
make her blonde. Who's the chick I like? Emma Watson, right? If you give Emma Watson that role, you have, that's her name, right? The Harry Potter chick? You guys,
Oh, yeah, that's
you
her.
guys are all looking. If you give her that role, yes, she can act, but I don't really want some noodle-armed female superhero who's going to look like a sand snake in this thing, which is where this came from. Those girls were pretty. They were hot. They were probably models. But you put them in an action scene, and they look so shitty we're talking about it a year later on just how fucking horrific that 15 seconds of Game of Thrones was when they had the big conflict, right?
But that was a combination of bad acting and bad casting for it. This, like, I would think that
those people
someone-
can outact Ronda Rousey, I bet.
They absolutely can. That's what my point was going to be, is that they shouldn't get Ronda Rousey to play this because she's not an actress, and it's just going to be poorly delivered lines and like just not good, unless she really has learned how to act a lot better since like the last, I guess, Expendables trailer I saw her in so long ago. But that's possible, but I just don't think that's a weird transition to make.
I just don't want Michael Cera to play in an action role. right? You know, but that never happens for guys. You know, the least athletic guys are like Jason Stratham or Matt Damon in an action role, and they're still pretty athletic. Girls, you know, it seems like they just grab the hottest chick they can sometimes, and I'm not buying it. And they don't move like athletes oftentimes. And whoever they cast for Captain Marvel, I hope it's an athlete. And circling back to Game of Thrones talk, to me, one of the biggest problems in that whole sand snake fight scene was that they grabbed girls who were ribbon dancing. And the choreography was shit, too. That doesn't help. The fact that it's like, whatever, a 3-on-1, and then the other two were like fucking doing the Macarena? Macarena, that's what I'm going for. When when they're not attacking.
Braun is fighting a girl with daggers with a fucking longsword, and Braun is so goddamn hardcore. Like he's already been established as like one of our top tier sword fighting motherfuckers. Like if there's one guy that that you can go get to fight for you, it'd be Braun, right? Like if you gotta pay somebody,
he's
like you can't always get
right.
like
short list.
Yeah, you can't always just get a guy to fight for you. You could pay Braun to fight for you. He's the guy you'd go get. But he's got a long sword, things like 3.5 feet long. She's got knives. He should just cut her in half.
And he would
cut her in half, and he would have.
The problem was the precedent had already been set for like what he could accomplish in battle when like he was like getting out of the water or whatever. And I'm pretty sure it was him. And then like there's horse riders coming up. And he was just like, oh, now it's time for me to fuck these guys up. I'm going to give him that little half-mouth smile and smarmy comment and then beat the fuck out of them. Like, that was already established. It was grown men with armor on horses when he's just exhausted and you know, sopping wet. He'll kill all them. But then a couple of burlesque dancers stumble their way into a courtyard and somehow there was no cohesion there with the story, you know? That's what was aggravating. And
it was terrible.
Choreography was embarrassingly bad.
Every bit of that was bad. And then there were CGI titties. Big letdown. Like I feel like that's a different team of people making that than the group of people who like. I heard that they're getting some sort of like super championship sword fighting kind of guy to play one of the characters this next time around, and I'm all for that. Sort of, I guess that goes right along with what you're saying, with getting a female athlete to play Captain Marvel or Marvel or whichever iteration of this thing it's gonna be. There's been like 8 Captain Marvels. The one I know is the one that I watched in the cartoons where she gets her powers from the alien, and then she was like the most powerful superhero in the Marvel universe.
Are they all girls? Is Captain Marvel always a woman?
I don't think so. I think there was a version. It seems like, I think Stan Lee came up with the first one, and then like DC sued him because Captain Marvel was so much like Superman, and they had to like stop doing Captain Marvel. And I think Captain Marvel then became Shazam. It's kind
of Shazam. But was this Shazam goofy? I'm going by Saturday morning cartoons now.
Yeah, I don't think Shazam's goofy. Shazam's a kid who yells Shazam and becomes this super incredible. I think it's magic. Shazam is magical, if I remember correctly. I thought that Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel got the powers from some sort of alien encounter.
Shaq in that movie?
No.
I know the movie you're talking about.
That was Steel.
But dude,
remember Steel when he had that big armored suit and he's just running around like fighting crime? Like that would never work.
No. I didn't know that you could trademark Superman's abilities. Like, what a douchey way to start off and be like, all right, we got to be able to trademark this, give him laser vision, super sight, super strength, super speed, super intellect. Come on, just write them all down. We need to do this before those other guys get their fucking guy on the books. Like
ice cold
Superman
breath, warm breath,
boring superhero.
He doesn't have hot breath. It's only the ice breath.
Super speed. I was
You can clap and do crazy stuff. Yeah,
Super
anything
boring.
he does is anything Superman does, technically speaking, could be a superpower. He could piss on you and cut you in half like one of those high pressure water cutting saws.
Hydraulic brake.
He could totally do that. He could just cut you. I always see those comics where like the police show up and the woman's like brains are blown out the top of her head. It's like Lois Lane, and he's like, and Clark's over there like, I can't imagine what happened. Like he came in and blew. They're like, just like all the others. We have no idea. Like,
there's a streak.
I feel like, I feel like it would be really complicated being a real Superman, because Superman's thing is because of our son. Everything he does is just like his molecular density, he's super dense. His whole body is, but he's also got all those fucking powers that make no sense that they can't even explain in a Superman movie why the dude can fly, or I guess something about gravity. But why is he shooting laser beams out of his eyes? That's not amplified. It's not like I can shoot a laser pointer out of my eye and like direct you on a presentation. Like no. But he can cut a building in half with his it's just not proportional.
Ice breath doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, it does. He's blowing so much wind at such a high velocity that he's wind chilling stuff.
No,
that's not what happens when
kind
wind
of
blows at a high
nonsense
velocity.
1830s science was that. Just man cannot.
I'm
travel
telling
at
you
more than
what
30 miles an
Superman's
hour.
ice breath is caused by. Superman's ice breath is caused by the wind chill created by the large volume of high, fast-moving air that he's creating. That's
That
just what's
explains
happening.
why hurricanes are not at all cold.
No,
They're
he
only
chatters his
blowing-
teeth as he's blowing to cool
Hurricanes are only blowing like 100. They're only blowing like 100 miles an hour, though.
If
He's
you were to
blowing, like,
move air that much faster, it would warm up.
So he's like a big computer duster, is what you're saying. Like,
That's
it.
I can't dispute what you're saying, but you do realize we're talking about Superman, right? The fictional
Oh, please!
character.
Just a
Well, I
second
wasn't
ago,
the one
you
that
said
tried
it
to
was
make
founded in science. Yeah,
I
you
never
can't.
said it was founded in science.
You did.
I know that aircraft heat up. I know they make some of them loose so that when they
Everyone
heat up,
listens to this knows that you just got out debated. You
No,
got lawyered.
no, there's no debate. I'm telling you why. I'm telling you how Superman's breath works in a cartoon, a comic, and you're like, well, that's not. You're pulling a Wings of Redemption on me. You're like, there's not enough carbon for that to make sense. I don't think so.
You're pulling a Wings Redemption. You're
No.
saying that it's you're making a science-based argument. You were, and Taylor
I
said
think
it too.
what Kyle's
We
saying
all
is that
saw
it's
it.
more of a rule of science, not a law of science.
I'm telling you how it works in the cartoon. Like, what do you think? How else do you explain the ice ray? He's not
Magic.
Godzilla with some rate. Yeah, there's no magic to Superman. It's high velocity, large volume, lots of air
No, that's
moving
what I'm
over
saying
things.
is that
wind
it
chill.
is magic. That is like there's no explanation for he
Well,
super
you have to
fools
go-
the air.
Well, it's a made-up guy, so you have to go by the made-up rules, right? Like, you can't, like, apply real rules to it. You just have to say, well, in the comics, he blows real hard and everything freezes. Like, so it's got to be wind chilling it, because that's what some comic writer thought would happen. Now, I know that's not probably what would happen, because aircraft heat up real fucking hot when they go fast, like lots of things do. I know that. And, like, with the, what was the SR-71 Blackbird, how they made the parts loose because it would heat up at high speeds and they'd swell together and all, like. But that's how Superman works. He blows real hard. He wind chills. Remember when he wind chilled that whole pond? Then he picked it up and dropped it on the chemical fire.
Oh no, I never saw that. But have you ever used a hair dryer? Fast moving air,
Yes.
really hot.
It's got a
Debunk.
heating element in it. That's not a good.
Or
example.
even if you turn it on and you don't turn the heat on, it doesn't like geez, getting frosty in here. Like it's still
But if you stick your hand out the window, it gets cold.
maybe if it's wet or if it's already cold out.
If it's already cold out, sure. Well, I mean, on a hot day, doesn't it feel good to roll the windows down?
Yeah, this
That's-
is the most
I
ridiculous.
rest my case.
I've been stumped.
Yeah.
If
That's-
it's the Exhibit A, a guy putting his hand out
I think
the
that's
window.
evaporation doing its thing. That's why it feels a little cold when you blow, because there's more moist air that's evaporating, and of course, evaporating is a process that chills. And
So that's how Superman freezes the things. He evaporates them.
he doesn't have enough body mass to freeze a lake. You know, like he just can't produce
That
that
is
much.
part of the problem. Like the volume in his lungs. That really didn't make any sense. Like he could. It's like what's he super inflating his lungs in there?
And obviously,
that doesn't make any sense.
This is a
That's what he's
superhero
doing.
world.
Think about it, Woody. This is how it works. So
Here
he
we
just
go.
keeps. So he's got super lungs, right? And you're thinking, well, a lung can only get this big. You can only put such a volume in the air inside of a lung under such pressure, or your lung will rupture. But they're super lungs. So he just keeps inhaling. He's got like an air compressor inside of his chest. He's got two of them. Each lung is like thousands of psi. So there's no way to know how much volume he's got in there. It could
Yes,
be.
there
it could
is,
be,
and I can explain why. Because you need a liquid in there for the evaporation to work. It's not just the amount of air that he's blowing, and the liquid doesn't compress. So
Yep.
he just
What do you
can't.
mean? No, there's liquid
he
present
gives
in the pond he's freezing.
So as
He's
he's
blowing the
inhaling,
air
he's giving
onto the
himself like self-induced pneumonia, and he just dies from fluid in his lungs.
Yeah,
Just-
no. I mean, like, just say hypothetically he was trying to cool off. Like, I've seen him freeze people in place, right?
Yes.
Um,
That makes no sense. The person would blow away. They just blow away.
There's
Maybe
that
dead.
too. Yeah, but I mean, he just if it somehow worked on the evaporative process, water doesn't compress. He doesn't have that much
He doesn't
water.
need to be blowing water. I don't know why you think he needs to blow water.
Because otherwise, it's just warming up the air around. I mean, you had this idea that he was introducing the evaporative process, and it's not the case.
No, that's not. You're wrong, and you're talking slow, like you think you think I'm wrong here.
You are totally wrong here.
No,
Everyone knows it.
No, you're not paying attention. Here's what I'm saying. I'm explaining how he could get such a large volume of air into his lungs because it makes no sense for him to go and like a hurricane wind's going.
And I'm trying to tell you
his
that
lungs
a large
so
quantity of
big.
dry air doesn't do what you say it does.
What am I saying? A large quantity of dry air does.
It collects moisture from the external air and makes it
I'm not
cool.
saying that. That's
on.
what it does in a cartoon. I know that it doesn't do that. I'm talking about how he gets so much fucking air in his lungs, so he can blow so much. He can blow a forest down or something like that.
If
I'm
he sucks
aware
that
that he
much
can't-
air into his lungs, wouldn't it create a vacuum all around him, and all the people in that vacuum would get like sucked into his lips, like when there's a hole in an airplane, and then just gooify?
Yes, that's a Superman ability he hasn't taken advantage of. He could suck people to death. He could just force their entire body mass through like his mouth and just
It's a
inhale
silly
it like.
straw. Points at the bad guy.
Remember in like Alien 4 when the alien there's a hole in the spacecraft and the alien gets sucked against it and it just slowly sucks all the innards out of the alien out into space?
Mhm.
Yeah,
That happens to kids at the bottom of pools sometimes.
I've heard that. They get their assholes stuck on the thing and it just sucks their guts out, just unwinds them.
I don't know if that's a Fox News beating your asshole up against
Geraldo
the bottom of a
told me.
pool, or if that's actually happened. But
Geraldo
either way,
told me
pretty
that
scary.
happened. That sounds like the worst way to die, right? Like get your asshole sucked out into a pool filter.
And it wouldn't kill you immediately. You'd be like swimming up, and then like see like a bunch of ropey, because your innards, like you could like poke your intestine and you wouldn't feel it, like there's no nerves there for it, and so you'd just be swimming around with a big ropey, bunch of sinewy mass of nastiness behind you,
And it's
ruining
long,
everybody
right?
else's day at the pool.
Like you ever do that thing in I don't remember the exact feet that your intestines are small and large, but we did that thing in school where we stretched out the rope and they showed how long it was. Like it's a couple dozen feet or something like
It's
that.
really long. That's one of those things in school that when they taught me that, like, even though they had evidence, I'm like, that's bullshit. No way. how you wrapping all that shit up in there? But anyway, sorry for interrupting. just coiling about.
Yeah, that and getting degloved in any way are two awful things that could happen. There's a lot of injuries. Yeah. I heard about another guy recently who got degloved with his wedding ring. Jumped off a train or something like that. Like sounds like an action movie, right? Like, but that's what happened or whatever. Jumped off a train and got hooked and degloved, and then they had to take the whole finger.
How old was he? Sounds like he was in his 20s or something. That's pretty old to be jumping on train. I think of that more as a kid's activity.
It was. I heard this but J.J. Abrams was telling a story about a makeup artist that he worked with and he saw him one time and he recognized him because he had 4 fingers and he knew that this event had happened to him and it came up that way. So I don't really know the relevant details. Just that wedding ring degloved the man's finger and it was just bone left, so they had to just take it.
I really
You're about to get married. You're too old to be jumping around on trains.
Yeah, right? You need to be
Maybe
12
he
or
worked on the
13 like
train.
I was.
Oh, he worked in the movie business, so
10.
maybe that had something to do with it. He did the makeup on The Exorcist. J.J. Abrams was telling the story about how, like, as a kid a fan of The Exorcist, he wrote that guy a letter, and the guy mailed him back one of the fake tongues from The Exorcist that the little girl had. And then eventually, like when J.J. Abrams became a director, he hired that guy to work on him. And like the guy comes out of retirement because obviously like 20, 30 years have passed or something like that. It's pretty cool. I love those Stern interviews where he's able to pick like random shit out of him like that.
He's a brilliant interviewer.
He had his wife on the other day. I'm still convinced that they've got some kind of weird fake marriage. Like it's so bizarre that he fucks her with a condom.
That
And the
doesn't
way-
make sense.
And the way they talk about their sex life in general, and like he's got 16 cats in his house right now. like because she's all into animal rescue. So he's got 16 fucking a guy like the biggest germaphobe in the world has 16 cats living in his house, and like they're doing like a 20-minute segment about the North Shore Animal League and raising money for all that. I guess maybe he just really loves that
How long
woman.
have they
and
been
I'm just-
married?
The North Shore, that's Hawaii, right?
No, North Shore, New Jersey. I thought.
I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know. I certainly don't know. But I know that like that's their animal league, that charity that they do. I think it's Beth's charity, and they're always raising money for that thing. I think Rachel Ray gave them $1 million, and they've raised a lot of money. They do a lot of good for animals, especially cats and stuff. They've got feral cats in their house that they're domesticating. She sounds like such a big pile of baggage to deal with.
He sounds kind of pathetic for dealing with it, almost. Where it's like he's worth $1 billion. He's got 16 cats in his house, even though apparently he really hates it. His wife of like a decade or whatever, using a condom still. Is that because he's like so afraid of kids or germs? Or...
Does he just not talk about his open relationship?
He doesn't have an open relationship.
So the thought process, and you watched the show more than me, was maybe he has an open relationship that he doesn't talk about. You don't think so?
Definitely not. No, definitely not.
That would make sense.
Definitely not.
It just would explain the condom thing. Also, it would tie into your sham of marriage theory.
I think it's just that like I don't know what it is. I couldn't say. But she is an incredibly beautiful woman. I don't know if you've ever seen her, but like she's like perfect.
How old is she?
20 years younger than I don't know. She's at least 20 years younger than him. 30, 40, somewhere in there. 30s. Fuck, I don't know. She looks
60?
young. 60. Yeah.
Wow.
61 or 62, I'm not sure. He had his like big birthday bash last year. I thought that was 60.
I listened to Stern a long time ago, and it was interesting because he was talking about radio legends and where they were at the moment. And he was like, this business sucks because you can't finish on top. No one finishes on top in radio. Instead, you just become like a broken down, out of date, out of touch version of what you used to be, who gets hired for sympathy jobs. And I want to say the people were like 64 that he was talking about. I can't think of any other successful 60-plus-year-old radio personalities. They kind of get a little out of touch and boring and conservative. And
how long did Casey Kasem keep that thing up? Seems like he was old, right?
I think that's yeah.
He did the weekly top 40 or whatever.
But
Stern made fun of that for the longest time. You know, that guy died overseas, and there was this whole debacle with who got the body, and so the body like sat in holding or in some sort of middleman position for like literally 40 days or something till it was decomposed. So every day they would have Casey Kasem's dead corpse call in, and he'd do the Casey Kasem accent. He's like, and coming in at number 1, but it was always like where he is at that moment and who's defiling his dead corpse or doing something. He was, one week he's with ICE. 1 week he's with ISIS and they're using him as a chemical weapon, and 1 week he's somewhere and they're like using his bones for like bowling pins or something ridiculous. It's always just some joke, and it went on for weeks. They made fun of that.
Well, hopefully they got his body back.
Yeah. I think they eventually buried it and all.
If like someone, like a parent or someone, like if they died overseas and they made me wait like 40 days to get the body back, like there's a critical mass there. Like 1 week, I'll take it back. Just like put it in a bag and I'm not going to open it, close casket. 40 days, it's like, you know what? Just fucking keep it at this point. Like just send me back like an ear I can cremate or something just to like have something.
It's like Game of Thrones. You just get the bones back at that point. Like just send the bones. We don't want the rest.
Just send the bones. Yeah.
I think the dispute was between like family members. I think maybe like an ex-wife or a wife versus like, other family members, and something about where he should be buried. One wanted him buried like maybe in the U.S. and the other overseas. There was a bunch of bullshit. It's been months ago, but that's what was going on. I don't think it was necessarily like a foreign state department holding up the process or anything. But yeah, that was awful. 40 days.
He must have had like a Frank Reynolds style will where it's, when I die, just throw me in the trash. Like
yeah, just throw me away.
Yeah, just throw me in the trash. I don't care. I'm dead.
What do you want to be done with your body when you're dead?
I don't give a shit. Like maybe burn it, or I don't know. Like if it weren't really illegal to do like pranks with it, I would want to have an order done, like a court order that my grandkids or
I was
whoever
wrong.
had to reenact like a Weekend at Bernie's style thing, where they have to like bring me to their frat or whatever they're doing at the time, and have old great grandpa Taylor, great grandpa, like I'm gonna live that long, Grandpa Taylor going around like hanging out. I'm smelling gross, rotted old man teeth, something like that, or maybe like throw me off a building.
I was wrong. It wasn't 2 months.
How long was it?
6 months.
So too long, definitely.
Too long.
Way too long. I don't care what happens to my body. I will say this. I used to say I literally didn't care. And then I saw this thing where these people, they were using, I guess these people had donated their bodies to science, and they were putting them in like a hot van and leaving it in the sun to see how bodies decomposed in that environment. Like
As
they
you
were
do.
using, yeah, that's what, because then they can go and like later maybe they find a body from, they can judge by, oh yeah, see how his ears are turning green and the yellow stuff's leaking out? That's day 12. Yeah, that's day 12. So they were doing that with these people, and I was like, I don't know if I want you to literally like put me in like a moist car and decompose me and then like photograph my dick and show that like, hey, see how the balls just came out this asshole there? That's nuts. Yeah.
They're
Like,
on
I don't know
the
if I want
floorboard
that.
now. Yeah.
like throw me away, but don't like just defile me. Don't defile me like that. That sounds awful. I'd rather you fucked me. You could
You know
fuck
what?
me.
Yeah, you could fuck
Woody?
me, do whatever you want, but you know what? If the Blues don't win a Stanley Cup by the time I die, I want my body to be just hacked into grotesque pieces, left around for a while, and then just notes written on all of them that are like nailed to like my hand. That'll be like found in some player's locker, and I'll be like, "You did this to me," and then it'll be like in the coach's car, like a forearm, something nailed into it, like you couldn't win one. Like, and then it'll be like they'll find a thigh, and it'll be like, "There's a lot more where this came from, losers," and then just continuing on and on.
Now they've lost
The
a cup
torment.
not too long ago, right?
1968 and 1969.
Oh, longer than I
1970.
thought. Okay, I thought they almost won. No.
No, they made it to the finals their first like 2 or 3 years when they made it into the league, and were swept every time, and they've never made it back. So it's really depressing. They're the oldest team to have never won.
Philly's lost a couple finals not too long ago.
Yeah,
You have to go
Philadelphia
back a
won
little.
74 and 75, I think. When it
Yeah,
was
I know
the
they've
Broad
won,
Street
but the-
Boys.
I was one. Like that's, I don't really remember that. I just know of it.
At least you know. And New Jersey's won even more recently.
Fuck them.
They had
Pieces
3
of
wins
shit.
with Roder. Well, why? You're from Jersey.
No,
Like,
not that part of Jersey. I'm from the good part. Yeah, no, they're awful, and they won with like the worst kind of hockey ruining style, that like
Trap.
left wing trap bullshit. We're going to win and make it so that even our fans can hardly watch us play because it's such boring bullshit. We will try not to score. If we can get 1-0 grinding out like soccer like scores in hockey, overtime 0-0. Scott Stevens, all those hits would be illegal by today's standards.
Oh,
he's,
yeah.
He's just a head-hunting pussy who looked for guys who weren't looking in the right direction and did headshots on them.
If you go back and
Fuck the
watch like
Devils.
Scott Stevens hit compilation, it's like beyond the pale, just dangerous what he's doing to players, and everybody's like cheering because it's not against the rules yet, but he's like throwing shoulders directly into a guy's temple, like takes him out for the count for the whole season.
Yeah, ending careers like Lindros.
Yeah.
I know
not
Lindros.
Is that how he went out?
Technically, he missed like a year or two, and then was played for New York as a shadow of himself.
Never the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people would say that he ended his career.
Yeah, he's a headhunter, and it's only because he got out of the league when he did that he's remembered as like, oh god, what a great player, what a team leader that guy was. He was rough around the edges, but in reality he was a goon, like
a piece of
just
shit
as bad
goon.
as Todd Bertuzzi.
Like, yeah. I feel like McSorley was a better guy than people remember him to be. I always felt like he was a little villainized in that thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's harder to be an enforcer in the NHL now. Like,
you think?
they're so much more adamant about. Like, I don't even keep track. I guess you don't keep track of the Hurricanes either. I don't even know if they have an enforcer. But our guy Ryan Reeves, like, even he's hesitant to get into fights now because he knows like if he beats a guy up too bad or if he even lays into him with a hit, like with Bufflin for the Jets, the Winnipeg Jets. That guy's just like 6'6", 240 or something, coming at you fast on skates. And when he hits you, like even if it's a legal hit, you just like explode like into the boards, and you're hurt. And the refs have to be like, well, that was legal, but Jesus fuck, like, you gotta go in the box, man. You're just too fucking big, going too fast. Go play football. Like, and you see, there's so many clips of like Bufflin's, like he'll be skating into the zone, like forechecking, and because he's a defenseman, and like a player on their team will be like, I'm gonna be that guy that takes him down. I'm gonna plant my feet and I'm gonna knock over Big Buff. And it's like he doesn't even notice that guy's in his way. He just hits him like a train, and the other guy's like limping off, holding his ankle. Like it's incredibly dangerous having that man on the ice. Like the Department of Player Safety needs to remove him.
The teams I pull for are Philly and Carolina, and I guess if I was forced to choose Carolina, not because I like them more, but because I have this thing about being a homer. Oops, I moved my everything. But like a homer is a person who roots for the home team no matter what. And I feel like every team deserves home ice advantage. To go to someone's home stadium and root against them, I hate that. And there's so many transplants in this area that it's not uncommon. I mean, especially from the Northeast. So if a team like the Penguins or the Flyers or the Rangers comes here, a lot of people have moved from that area to here, like I have. And it just doesn't even feel like a home game, you know?
It's awful when Chicago comes here to play, because there's so many people from Chicago that live in this area, and they all show up. You know, there's a bunch of fans now that they're successful. They all wear their brand new, crisp, clean jerseys, you know, never been worn. You know, who's the captain? You know, half of them. And they just take over the whole rink. And there's, like, honestly, for every like 4 Blues fans, there's at least 1 Blackhawks fan. Like, it's ludicrous how many of them. They just overrun it.
In this area, if it's the right team, Penguins in particular, but you know, Flyers too, there literally might be more away fans. You know, more people who still root from their, you know, for the other team. It's awful. So
well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But then again, it's a really small market for hockey and the Carolinas.
Yeah, right. You know, it sucks. I hate to see it. I feel like every team, when they're playing at home, should have that home ice advantage. So that's why I pull for Carolina. But it's
almost better for those like Russian players who come over. Like if there's a guy who's born in like Minnesota and he just loves hockey so much and he finally makes it to the NHL, and they're like, you know, Tim Tiddlywinks, you've been selected first round by the Carolina Hurricanes. Just oh no, and then he goes and has to play there. At least like Igor comes over and he's, you know, like, oh, I play a big league, you know, I do not care where I am. Like, just he doesn't really get it, you know, until he goes to a big market like New York, Chicago, LA. But yeah, that must be kind of disheartening to have to play for like the Florida
Unless
Panthers.
they're good. It seems like a while ago now, but it was like what, 2005 or 6 when they won the cup.
It was the year after the lockout, or maybe 2 years after the lockout. It was either, I think, Tampa. Nobody cares about this. I'm not going to. Kyle is looking.
I used to be really into hockey, like a lot. So I lived in the North, and I could name every player for the Flyers. I could name every lineup that they were on. I could tell you every minor league player that had been pulled up for a game that season, and probably their position that they played. Like, I was totally into hockey, but I don't have TV anymore, and all I do is like sort of keep tabs on how they're doing. And
I just follow goalies really closely, like where they're well. I mean, I follow everything about it, but mostly the goalies, like who's playing where. I think isn't Cam Ward still playing?
Yeah, he's the starter for the Canes.
Jesus Christ, that dude had like, how old is that guy now? Like late 30s. He won the cup with them in 2005.
Yeah,
so
but that just make him early 30s, right? He was like a rookie when he had that first thing, and you know, he was. When a rookie plays that well, like head and shoulders above what you would expect from a rookie, and he didn't give a fuck. Like, that was the coolest part about him. Just everyone said the same thing: ice water in his veins, ice water in his veins. Right? This guy's playing. I think they kicked Jersey's ass that year, which was glorious. And you know, he was just casually doing it. Jersey was acting like the Carolina stadium wasn't loud enough. So they started like breaking volume records. The ownership got into it and handed out like noise making big
kazoos,
inflatable clappers and kazoos and shit like that. And the place was electric. Some of the best hockey I've ever witnessed. And I used to like the Phantoms too. That's the Philadelphia minor league team. They had a neat crowd there. And they had this guy, I can't remember his name. It was like Barboza or something. His nickname was the Animal. That's all anyone ever called him. And whenever he hit the ice, he just went to fuck people up constantly. That's all he did. He was like a shark out there. The puck, everyone's like playing the puck and looking at their position, and they're like, all right, we're on the breakout or whatever. This guy, he wasn't really a hockey player. Like he was a fighter.
That's the best thing about minor league games, is because the whole thing is, there's a few, like a decent handful of guys who are really skilled, and they might have a chance. So they're doing their best to kind of point horror, or like you'd kill horror and zombies. Like they're just trying to show that like when the coach of the whoever the fucks is like, we need a left wing, they'll look and see, well, this guy's got 8 points in the last 5 games. But then the other half are just guys like, I'm 34. If this was gonna happen, it would have happened. But I can throw a mean right hook, and that guy's giving me the stink eye. And so hopefully one of them's in the stands, and they'll be like, well, we can at least throw that guy out against, Lucic or some guy next time we play. I guess he doesn't even play for Boston anymore.
This guy became wildly popular in Philly, even as a minor league player. Like he was as popular as the NHL players, and you have to see it in person, right? When you can follow not just what the cameras are pointing at. Everywhere he went, the other team would just spread because he was just looking for fights, and they didn't want to be in a fight with him. He ended up having like cokehead issues or something and barbiturates. I saw his wedding photo. His face is all busted up. He's got a big black eye. He's smiling, getting married. He was fantastic. I love that guy. But
I'd like there to be more fighting in hockey. Like that seems like it's almost unpopular now, where people are like, oh well, the game's getting more finesse based. Which yeah, it is. Like the thing is, it's not that like players right now are so much faster than players 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's that the fourth lines now are way faster than the fourth lines 10, 15 years ago. And so the whole game is at a higher pace than it was 15 years ago, just because every line is getting to the point where they can skate that quickly.
When you watch old school hockey, and I'm sure you have, like we used to have ESPN Classics or something, it looks slow-mo. Like the way that they went from blue line to blue line, like the neutral zone, they just crossed it so slow. Now they dart across. And on TV, if you don't play hockey, you might miss it. But on TV, it's like, all right, yeah, they're zipping across. But then I start looking at it. Like from blue line to blue line, I don't know how many strides I take, but I'll say 12, right? These guys take 3. They're just...
Oh, yeah.
And they close that distance. And I'm like, oh my God, they are so much different than normal people. Did you ever watch Pros versus Joes?
Is that show even on anymore?
Probably not. It's an old show, yeah. And they would just take people who were like, yeah, this guy was a varsity player in high school, and now we're going to put him up against Ricky Williams and see if he can block him. No, he can't block him. And the pros would often be dicks about it. Like Ricky Williams is like, yeah, my plan is to lower my head and smash my helmet into his and make him want to quit. And the first block, the guy's like, go, right? He's practically concussed. Every other time, he just half-heartedly like put his arm out and let him go by because he didn't want to be hit again. And the difference between pros and Joes is so much greater than some would realize. It's huge. Do we need a new topic? Maybe move on from sports talk?
As long as
I was
you
hoping
don't
I could
joke
get some
around.
more hockey talk in.
All right.
Were you, Kyle?
Yeah.
All right. What do they call Miley Cyrus in Europe?
Oh, I hate these because there's an obvious answer, and I feel like you're telling a bad joke, but it's also like passively condescending to say this to us, and then we're supposed to guess. You know what I mean, Kyle?
I have no ill intent in this joke. I promise you.
I know.
What do they call her?
Kilometry Cyrus.
Kilometry?
As opposed to Miley. Get it? In Europe? Kilometer? No mile?
Oh, that's just a poor joke. That's not even a joke. Like, that sounds like a child wrote it.
Did you get that off a popsicle stick?
Those words just kind of sound alike. That's not even wordplay. That's just that's the worst.
I think
yet.
this is
I think that's what you're going for. So keep it up. But like that is one of the that's like not even like a.
I can't laugh ironically at that.
No, thank you. That's it. Like that doesn't even that's like knock knock. Who's there? Jim. That's it. Jim. He's here. Like that doesn't make any
He's
sense.
here. Can I borrow
he's
some
here.
milk?
I think these jokes are
Deal with
secretly
it.
better than you're saying they are.
There has to be another
Do
angle on
you want to know? I can give you a different joke. You want a double?
Yeesh. Okay, fine.
I knew you did. Okay. My wife caught me cheating. My wife, Lorraine, had just found out I was cheating her with Clara next door. Last night, she packed her things and she was on her way. I can see Clara now. Lorraine is gone.
That requires him to sing a song.
I knew that there was going to be something that had to do with their weird names because
Yeah, I was like,
the inclusion.
Lorraine, I'm leaving you for Clara.
Like they sound like old timey, like antebellum folk.
No, Edgar,
Moving
don't
to
go.
Savannah. I'm moving into the textile industry. Businesses are booming.
Like just,
Lorraine,
Don't go, Elmer.
so I guess that'll be our segue
What
into
yeah. Let's do the ad.
the
roll.
ad read. Which would you like first? I think we'll do one and maybe do an intro
with-
topic
with,
and then go into another one.
With the one that's not this.
Well,
Squarespace.
we just want everyone to remember that this episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by Squarespace. When you use Squarespace, you always know that you always know your final product is going to look professionally designed regardless of skill level. There's no coding required, of course, and the tools are easy to use and intuitive. Trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world, Squarespace uses state-of-the-art technology to power your website and to ensure security and stability. It starts at only $8 per month. That's cheap enough. And you get a free domain if you sign up for 1 year. So, start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com/PKA, and be sure to use offer code PKA to get a extra 10% off your first purchase. So whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA. Squarespace, build it beautiful.
Click on the link. Make them see that the PKA fan base is interested in this sort of thing. This is how you build a website. You go to a place like Squarespace. If you do it on your own and just rent some server or whatever, and you either way overpay for capacity, or you buy an appropriate capacity, and the day you hit it big, the day you're linked on Reddit or something like that, your site goes down because you bought some shitty little thing that isn't prepared. When you have a shared infrastructure like this, one person hitting it big is scaled for, and they have DDoS protection built into it, and it's the way you go. So squarespace.com/PKA, do it right.
Yeah, I used to work with people all the time, and they'd want me to promote like whatever website they had, wherever the thing was, and I'd be like, you better work on your infrastructure before we do that, before we promote you on Facebook or Twitter or what have you. I was like, because we're going to send like 10 or 20,000 people like now there, and that's going to crash your thing. They're like, no, I got a guy. Go ahead. And we'd fuck their website up, and they'd have some weird tech issue that actually kept it down for a while. But yeah, go with Squarespace. Get some professionals behind your business.
All right. And now,
So what'd you do today, Woody?
So
Let's talk current events talk. Let's do it. Let's do that segment. Let's talk about what we all did today.
Oh, my day was shit. So I've been working.
Right.
Yeah. I've been working really hard on Woodycraft lately. I was saying before the show too. I was up till like 5 or 6 the night before working on some sort of compilation continuous integration issue, and that meant I got up late today. So like, I like it better when I have some sunlight in my life, and I'm getting up like afternoon now. And then I implemented a new band management system at Woodycraft. So we're gonna actually unban everybody soon. It's weird. So
About time. I control your server again.
it's it's an interesting business decision to make. Like, you have to ask yourself, is that collection of people that you banned like an important piece of business intelligence where you want to like get rid of all these people and make sure they can't come back? Or is it something holding you back on someone who just, cheated and isn't like that anymore? Or, like we have some game modes where people play as teams. So, let's say that you and your 4 friends play factions all the time, and that's it, and that's your group, and you have this nostalgia and you love it, and the 4 of you against the world, etc. And then we ban one of your friends, you might say, fuck it, we'll go to some server where he didn't get banned. So we're going to unban everybody except for the chargeback thieves.
Good.
Yeah, so Heather has been like going through all the people that are that have ever charged back, and then making sure they stay banned because fuck them, they're thieves. We don't want them coming around anyway. And then there are some people who are banned from Buycraft who aren't banned from the server. So new ban management system. Go on.
What kind of crimes are being absolved here? Let's
Trash talk.
Give me a thing that somebody did that's just going to be stripped away now. We'll forgive that.
Sometimes people would use a client that would let them win PvP. It's sword fights or axe fights.
Okay, so premeditated cheating. We're letting those
premeditated cheating. Sometimes they would move, like they'd be able to fly or something. That's much harder to do nowadays. We banned for crimes that you pretty much can't commit. There was a bug where one guy, like Spider-Man, like held onto the side of a wall. And it's like, what the fuck is that? That's cheat
just
claim.
creative.
And the thing is, now what happens is a lot of people do stuff. Not a lot, but there are some people who do things out of game, right? Like, let's say that you're in factions and I want to raid you. What we might do is like DDoS your house so that you're offline and I can attack you while you can't get on your computer. Shit, like
a lot of effort for Minecraft.
You know, but
it's a serious game, dude.
If you take a step back, it's kind of part of the game in its own way, right? Like that's like fuck throwing like TNT at your base. I'm gonna throw a few million packets of information at your base. How you like that?
So now it makes it hard for you to defend your base. I mean, there are some people who play through VPNs all the time, but we can't prove exactly who did it. It might be someone on that attacking team. There might be 6 people involved in that raid, and it's probably one of those 6, although we can't prove it. And it might be that 5 of those 6 don't even know that it was their friend. Like I remember we did game battles, and people on my team would get booted, and then it seemed like some of the people on the other team didn't even know which one was the asshole on their team. Or I'm a sucker for believing it. But anyway, yeah, we've had people, and I don't know who, but I'm told that people literally call that guy's house and have the power shut off to facilitate their attacks and shit. We have game modes, Taylor, where people set the sound of TNT exploding to be like an alarm clock, that bow, 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 so that when they're under attack, their computer wakes them up at night and they can defend themselves. It's like a 4-month-long thing. People will pretend to be your friend for 6 weeks until you trust them, and then you let them in your base and they steal all your shit. That's called inside raiding, and it's not highly respected, but people do it. And
So it's just catfishing for Minecraft loot.
Yeah, and anyway, it like
I'm a cute girl.
the Spider-Man guy hanging on the wall seems like such a petty offense for a permanent ban compared to some of the shit that happens outside game now. And because it happens outside game, it's much more difficult. Like, I don't have all your logs and IP addresses and stuff. It's totally happening outside of Woodycraft. It's harder for us to catch you with the kind of proof and evidence that we like to have when we ban someone. So today I implemented the new ban system. It even has a web-based component to help us track history. And I'll be rolling that out probably tomorrow when I get up. It's on 2 of our servers today.
Nice.
That's what I did.
I worked on my buggy today, my Chenoweth. I tore the axle out last time. I like where the axle bolts, not to the
A rear axle?
Yeah, not where it bolts to the wheel, but the other end. Just what we determined had happened is the bolts had worked themselves loose, and it just came loose and twisted out. And luckily, it only messed up the threads in one of the holes. So I got some new bolts and bolted it up today. And
so the axle wasn't broken; it just slid out of place.
Yeah. I have broken axles before though.
Yeah,
I've shattered the whole joint assembly thing before, like bearings everywhere and.
Oh, it's a CV axle. It's not a solid rear.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh.
What's a CV axle?
A CV axle is kind of like an independent front suspension on a truck. It has like a bell housing. It has like a bell housing with a bunch of bearings, little spheres in there, and it can pivot around. As opposed to like the rear axle on your truck, for example, is just like a pipe with a disc on it.
Mm-hmm. This one has 2 axles, one going to each side, and they're attached in the middle to the whatever
So that happens on both
transaxle
kinds.
or whatever.
Yeah, I think you have a CV axle in there, and then it busts apart typically where that bell housing is around all the spheres. That's
where it bolts to the thing.
I can't be sure.
Yeah. I don't know the names for each individual part, but in any case, fixed that. Got some new bolts for that. Rethreaded the hole, and then started working on the engine. I'll work on it some more tomorrow. It had gotten water in the system, so I ran it. I flushed it, and we got a new battery in it. And I think tomorrow we're gonna clean the fuel filters, and I think it's not getting enough fuel to the carburetor right now. Got some kind of issues there, but I think it's gonna be working good. I got to use it for a video coming up soon. I gotta put some shielding on the front of it too, because there's one part where I'm driving the car through some picket fences, and when I pitched this to the company, I was like, "Yeah, it'll be awesome. I'll burst through the fucking fence, and shit goes flying everywhere, and it's gonna be a great segue." And then I'm just like, what about those chunks of shit that are flying everywhere? This thing doesn't even have a windshield, so I'm gonna have to rig some kind of a metal grate, Mad Max style windshield for this thing, so that a chunk of picket fence doesn't hit me in the jugular or something when I hit this thing going 40 miles an hour. So yeah, I did that today, and
how do you get water out of a fuel system?
We opened it up and turned the crankshaft, I guess, just turned it over and filled it up with we bled all the fuel out. We ran the oil out of it twice, just turning the engine over, making it spit it out the side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to decompress the angular track bolt.
That's it. It was the angular track bolt. So we got that all in good working order.
I've had that problem so many times. Don't even get me started. Just constant.
I'll be glad. The problem with that thing is the engine has so much power, and then everything else attached to it not so much. I don't know if they make special Volkswagen transmissions that are better than the one that's in there, but I think
I'm looking forward to seeing you drive through that thing Mad Max style. That sounds like an exciting.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I'm thinking about actually just welding some steel bars there legitimately and just knocking them off when I'm done.
The theme of the video or the sponsor's secret.
Yeah, I think I'm on an NDA on that. I don't think I'm supposed to say anything.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, that's gonna be cool. That's what I was doing today, working on that car all day.
Taylor, what'd you do today?
So today, been working with the Spreadshirt fella, talking to him quite a bit, working on new PKA merchandise for all of you fellows, trying to get that new store up and running, thinking of wonderful ideas for shirts, and I'm trying to toe that line between boring and just so ludicrous that you'd be like, wow, that's funny, but I would never wear a shirt with a cock and balls on it, where it's you're at Christmas dinner and you're having to talk to your grandma, and she's like, oh, what's that on your shirt? And it's like, oh, this podcast I listened to, this one guy said that he would fuck animals, and so there's a picture of someone fucking an animal on the shirt.
That's him there pictured, the large man.
Yeah, he's the girthy fellow. And, yeah,
no, Grandma. That's the cow, the other one.
No, I don't need to go to therapy, Grandma. So you have to find that medium ground of funny, but not so ludicrous that you wouldn't wear it. But I'm coming up with a few good ideas, and hopefully I'll be able to get some more things hammered down with him tomorrow if he gets back to me about getting on a Skype call where I can get some more questions.
We should get some... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a break. We should get some samples. I'm big on the sample thing. I am
about the samples. I can get not a lot, and after a certain number, we have to pay for them at a discounted rate.
Because
unless you guys have some finagling you can do.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if they sell well, they'll change the rules on that sort of thing. But I definitely want this stuff to be good. People should grab it, touch it in their hand, not see through it, and say oh, yeah, PKA is selling the high end of the product line.
Yeah.
I would much rather sell stuff a few dollars more and never have anyone think that we're selling shit. And
they do. They have options for the qualities you can go for. And yeah, it's a few bucks more if you go for the American Apparel or the premium or whatever. But I've gotten shirts before that are on the regular stock, not from Spreadshirt, from other very similar venues, and I could tell that it was the lowest option, which is why it was so cheap. And it just looks boxy on you.
Yep.
It's not fitted very well. It's just two washes and it's fading, and that's not what we want. We want it to look good.
Yeah, I definitely think it should be. And Yeah, I don't know. I'm big
wish
on
we
the
had
quality
bobbleheads.
aspect. I want
I
all
was-
the customers to be happy. That's the thing.
I wish we had bobbleheads of us all. I think that would be cool.
I want
was-
that just so a bobblehead exists of me.
Yeah. Kitty's up there. She's like this. So
would buy
you
a
can get your own made for like $180, and they do like a really perfect job of doing you. So I feel like that's like an awesome Christmas gift if anybody wants one. I'm not gonna give the website or I'll give the website, but the I wish that we could do like mass produced ones like you know, but they're so expensive. $180 is just prohibitively expensive for something like what
Yeah.
we're talking about. But yeah, it's
Other shit. Hey, if you guys can think of something like keychains or whatever the hell that you would actually purchase and enjoy, PKA themed or anything like that, let us know
Yeah,
So we can at
knife
least
would be
be
interesting to me too.
on the ball, because it's hard to know what's going to be successful. Like something that I
A
think is
knife, you say?
hilarious might be just a complete flop. So
Yeah, like if I don't know, if I had a PKA themed knife like that, it was in my everyday carry. I think that'd be kind of cool.
a PKA knife, you say. So if we could find a knife company that would do a short run of them, that'd be cool. Like maybe 100 knives or something.
Yeah. Oh, a limited run stuff seems like an interesting concept too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that would
knives
be
would
cool.
But yeah, hey, so you're working on the merch. Very cool.
from the merch, and then went to Walmart, got a huge amount of shit there. We were gonna go to Whole Foods, but that's just fucking ridiculous to go there and spend 3 times as much for the same shit. You know that they've got on the Cheez-It line, you know, 1 box of Cheez-Its goes in, gets filled up for $2, and then 1 box of, you know, Whole Foods, no children were harmed in the making of this product box shows up, fills it up, and it's $8. But yeah, that to say, I did relapse and buy Cheez-Its at the store today, and so that,
With
you
who?
know, it's not good for me. With who? Melissa.
He might be
he's
talking to Kitty. I thought he was talking to you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I've discovered, I feel like I eat better when my sleep schedule's on target. Like I saw an article online saying that like when your sleep schedule's right, you're less tempted to like cheat on diet and you're just more. I need to get my sleep schedule right. Fucked up.
I did get the normal size box though. I didn't go for the 5-pound super box.
Well, good.
That was readily available.
You don't have a whole family.
No, it's,
there are no teenagers gobbling down your Cheez-Its at home.
no, I got the single serve, you know, 1 sit down size of the regular box, which I know Kyle can tear through those too.
Let me tell you what I've been
argue
doing
a
lately.
Box is not a 1 sit-down size. I
Yeah, it
mean,
is. So
Yeah.
I've been going and getting these Ritz. So Ritz makes these miniature cheese sandwiches. So it's like a little mini Ritz, you know, round cracker, and there's 2 of them and cheese in the middle. It's a little cheese sandwich type thing, a little cheese cracker sandwich. I eat the whole fucking box in one sitting. Like a box like this, it's got to be like 2/3 of a pound at least of cheese crackers. I'll do it though. I'll sit there and play Fallout and drink like cherry Coke
Nuka-Cola.
after cherry Coke. And yeah, I wish I had Nuka-Cola. Dude, so what is it? Jones Cola partnered up with whoever the hell. I don't know if it would go all the way up to the ladder, but they partnered with Fallout and made Nuka-Cola. They made them, and they were like a limited quantity. Did your girlfriend ever go get them? I know she was going to try to like rush to Target and like get some early because they were going
They
for
didn't have any.
Yeah. They're going for like $100-$150 online now because everybody went and grabbed them all and they're, you know, they stockpiled them. So now like the rest of us normal folk don't get a Nuka-Cola.
We've
I
got
don't
to
even
do
like
that.
regular soda, but if I had like that aesthetic, like the Nuka-Cola, I'd
Yes.
definitely drink it just to have it.
I could
There's-
make one.
Is it like a regular 12-ounce bottle kind of soda, or is it bigger?
Yeah, see, that's what I don't know. Their normal bottles are look like beer bottles. It's like
Yeah.
a long neck. But like Nuka-Cola bottles look kind of like a rocket. Like they're a really wide base and they come up, and I think they might even have fins on the bottom or something like that. I've always thought it'd be really easy to like mimic the look of like the Nuka-Cola Quantum. Just take like some sort of small battery LED thing and have it in the cap, and you know, blue water in there, and it'd shine down and it'd be glowing all the time. But you can't get the shape of the bottle.
That's a
right.
$1 million idea, though. Like, if we
Thanks.
could just partner with Skyrim and build whatever it is, like, I don't know. I wish they had a Nuka-Cola. Or, wait, is Nuka-Cola? That's Fallout. What's
Fallout.
Isn't there a cola in Zombies too?
Yeah,
Perk
there's
Cola.
drinks. There's Juggernog.
Right.
There's
How did I not
Speed
know that?
Cola.
It seems like you got to sell those things and, you know, partner up, get them in every Target, and do it right.
I think you're right about that. If I would buy some Juggernog
Yeah,
soda,
I bet
or
you'd buy
something
the
like
collection.
that. Probably.
If there was a
I've seen
six
people
pack,
make
I
them.
guarantee you'd buy the 6-pack version. You know, with
I'd
the,
absolutely
one of
buy
each.
that.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And there was this thing that Melissa and I are looking at, maybe not getting like each other for Christmas, but this kit, it's like a glass cutting kit, and so you can take things like cool bottled beer or like weird shaped like glass bottles, and it'll cut the whole top off, and you can like make a mug out of it. Like just the glass itself becomes the cup after you shave it down and sand it and everything.
yeah.
So that'd be really neat.
You can take, so I may get like the steps wrong with this, but I think you take like yarn and wrap it around it, around the bottle where you want the cut to be, and maybe the yarn soaked in like lighter fluid or something, or alcohol. You light it on fire, let it burn for a couple seconds, and then you dip it in water, and you know the quick temperature change will crack it where the fire was, and you can do the same thing.
I've heard of
seen
that,
it.
but I've also, like, when I was thinking about doing it, I was like just picturing myself 20 years down the road having to explain to another person how I was blind in my left eye.
Yeah,
I
right.
wouldn't be able to rationalize it.
I thought I've done similar stuff like shattering stuff by cooling it really fast because I think that's fun. I don't know. We like to tinker, but I've never done that particular thing with the beer bottle. But I've seen it done a bunch, and then you take it. I think they had like sand in a pan, and they turned the bottle upside down and twisted it to sort of sand out the rough edges. Well, I think it's almost time to talk about.
I'm so excited about this.
So let me read a little bit about 100% food, because I guess some people are wondering. So basically, it's I'll read through the ad read, and then I'll add a little bit to it. So our bodies need nutrients. Food can provide what's needed, but cooking takes time and effort to meet your individual daily nutrient needs. That's why we came out with 100% food, nutritionally complete smoothie in a bottle. That easy, eat like an astronaut approach resulted in 500,000 meals served 1 year later. 100% food bottles remove the guesswork by delivering balanced meals. I'm sorry, I'm watching you eat it out of the corner of my eye, and it's just hilarious. With all needed nutrients as specified in the FDA Daily 2000 recommended calorie diet. But saving time is just the beginning. Learning how to best leverage nutritionally. But saving time is just the beginning. Learning how to best leverage nutritionally complete meals for ourselves is the key. With 100% food, you can reach your personal goals. Frequent users of their site at random currently hold the record for losing over 60 pounds since he. Frequent user of their site. Oh, that's his username.
Stop eating all together.
Yeah, frequent user of their site at random, I guess that's his username, currently holds the record for losing over 60 pounds since he started using 100% food, 2 bottles a day to replace his existing meals, and Chiz lost 12 pounds since starting with 1 bottle a day back in October. If you love to cook, just download the 100% food app for iPhone and check out plenty of recipes designed by our chief mixologist. Pick yours and adjust to your intake. So, head on over to 100percentfood.com. That's 100 the numerals. There's a link down in the description below. And choose a 100% food blend that best suits you and get started eating healthy and eating quickly today.
I've lost 13 pounds over the duration of our sponsorship.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
That's great.
Yep.
And I know for a fact you've had the 100% food there at your house pretty much the whole time. So that's good.
So Kyle, let's not bottoms up. Let's not be ridiculous. But, have a good shake.
I just it's thickened because it's been sitting here and it formed.
It has thickened. You know what? This is like Quickcrete that you use to fill in potholes. See, I shook this up. How long have we been doing the show? 2 hours?
Look at that
2
fag.
hours ago.
Got a strawberry in there. This is
And
bullshit.
This bottom part, see, they intentionally make it so this part doesn't get absorbed, and so it's like a snack for later, a nice healthy snack. And see, and the thing is, at any point, one quick shake, still there, just in case I want that snack later. Like
That way you don't lose it. Like,
yeah, that way I don't lose it. I don't want 98% food. I want 100% of my food, and I like to do it that way. So the good thing about it, the texture's like, it's like, have you ever held a newborn and they do that spit up on your shoulder? It's a little bit like that. Let me take a nice.
It's
Or you know what? It's like drinking raw dough.
Oh, dough's delicious. This is not dough.
This is not. And the thing about it is, like, I don't know if you guys can see those. That's not like a textured speckling on the side of the bottle. That's a bunch of stuff.
there are seeds in it.
On the plus side, I do have a third of the phosphorus I need for the day, and a third of the chromium. I didn't know I need any chromium, so the more you know.
That's what they put in stainless steel.
Yeah, let's see what else they have here. So this has 670 calories in it that you just have to muscle down. My flavor.
But you'll be able
Kyle's,
to muscle it down with all the protein.
That's true. Yeah, you got a lot of protein in here. Kyle's is chocolate flavored, ostensibly, and mine is
Technically
raw,
speaking, it's
which means they
chocolate.
just gave up. Just
Mine
throw-
mine smells of chocolate and strawberry because Jackie put it in a blender and mixed in the strawberries. So it smells good.
Did the blender make it smoother? Like, did it whack up some of those seeds?
It did. So while yours might be kind of
Chunkier?
like Slim Fast on the top and something that you would chew at the bottom, mine is somewhere in between the whole way.
Oh,
Yeah, mine definitely doesn't. Maybe it does pour like that. I don't know if I can.
You know what it looks like? It looks like you ate a whole bag of bird seed and then shat in a bottle.
that's what it looks. You know, Kyle, yours looks like what I would imagine like Jonah Hill's colon to look like. Just impacted, full of just something that's ready to go at any moment.
All right, Mr. Hill, we're just gonna go around. Yeah, we're going up through the large intestine. Oh dear God! Oh dear God! We
It takes.
told you not to
I
eat.
think
Mr.
that might
Hill.
be too far. It takes a big commitment to drink this because it's so solid. I tip it back at a rate where like a lesser liquid would just pour all over me. But
Yeah, a lesser liquid. But it's,
but
and
this
then you have
is
to do that difficult balancing act of
It's
once
the-
it gets momentum, you know, it's not stopping. It's like a car. You gotta quickly tip it back.
Viscosity is like it's almost like a non-Newtonian fluid. You know, sometimes it's hard to
like a
predict.
custard. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those that like if you filled a whole bucket with it, not recommended, and you just like stepped on it and like you did like quick pitter patter steps, you could stand on 100% food easily. Like
think so.
it's full of protein, chromium, birdseed, all sorts of shit. And the important thing to note is that no matter how hard I try, it's not fucking going away. It's there for
that
keeps.
GIF is gonna look like the most furious masturbation of all time.
Now, did you put enough water in it? Did you like how much water did you put in it?
It said fill with water and enjoy, and it when you fill it up with water, it after it's absorbed, it's only like up to here. And I went back, refilled it more because I saw this little rebellious alcove of powder down here, and decided to try it again. And there's no dice, like it's not absorbing that much. So I guess this is only like a 640 calorie drink, not the 670. But
Well, you think all the calories are still present.
I think he's saying that he won't be able to eat the powdered part.
Oh, that's definitely.
No.
Well, no, you'll fish that out with something. Right? Cut the bottle in half, whatever you got to do. You know, get to that powder.
true.
This last bit.
A handy trick that I like to do with this is I dump out all of the powder in the beginning, just right in the garbage, and then fill the thing with water, and you lose even more weight. Like 10 times as much weight if you just dump all this straight into the garbage. Don't pour it in your toilet and try and flush it down because it turned into a weird sewage. I have to get a plumber out there. It's a whole thing.
You
But
guys are going too far. Listen, viewers, you want to see what this shit is like in real life. Click on the link on the side. Get some. It is a meal replacement, and people are losing weight.
It's very healthy.
it
in
really
many
does
places.
fill you up, though. Like, when you drink this, eating is the last thing.
You won't be able to eat anything for at least 4 to 6 hours after you
No.
enjoy one of these.
No, just the sight of food will make you visibly ill.
And you'll quickly want to brush your teeth. You know, so that's going to help out with your dental hygiene too. So you'll be brushing your teeth for at least 2 or 3 times after you have one of these. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I
Great.
hope that some of these
I get
quotes
little
make it to the
flecks of
front
it in
of their
my mustache.
website.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, it seems to me like it's much healthier than something like Slim Fast, which seems to have a lot
undoubtedly it is. Yeah.
of bullshit in it. And like I feel like that stuff floating around in there. I feel like that's got to be good for you, right? Like I feel like anything like that, like that's legit fiber. Like I got some high fiber bread upstairs. It don't have shit like that in it. Like this is some legit fiber. I feel like this is really going to help with your bowel movements. You're gonna be happier, healthier. It's gonna be great.
If it were more like I keep mentioning Slim Fast, right? But that's pretty much if it were like a chocolate latte from Starbucks, then it wouldn't be good for you. The fact that this is seeds and other crispy, chunky things, that's how you know it's good.
No, I'm being serious with that. The fact that it's not good and it's not palatable, like that you'd want, like you're not going to be like, oh my god, I can't wait for this next choco sludge. Like you're never going to be like that. And so that means that it's healthy. They're not playing that horse shit that Slim Fast does, where they're like, oh, this tastes so good, you won't be able to wait till your next Slim Fast shake. You're going to gain weight on Slim Fast. That's an intentional thing they've done, is they've made it so that even the process of eating, it's training your brain to think, I don't want to do this. I don't want to. I regret this. I regret this. I wish I hadn't. You'll want to take, long hot showers after you finish this. But 100% food. Check the link. It is healthy. It says a lot of things in the back. A lot of words I don't know. I trust them.
Yeah, there's lots of chemicals in there.
Now this part's good.
Oh,
80% food at best.
Yeah, there are some big chunks in there. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Woody got a whole strawberry in his.
Yeah, he did get a whole strawberry. It's like oh God, what the fuck are those boxes where you get prizes?
Cracker Jacks.
Yeah, Cracker Jacks. Like 1 in 6 of these, you shake it up, you get a blueberry, something like that. Just a little spice in your life. But
do you like popcorn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody likes popcorn.
I don't like popcorn, like the regular kind, like the butter and salted kind. It gets all stuck in my teeth. It's nasty. But what I do like is like the specialty popcorns. Like whenever I go to, I think it's Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I don't remember which. I get the two confused. But they have like this touristy section where they have there's this store and they have tons of different kinds of popcorn, and it'll be like peanut butter and banana popcorn. It'll be like coffee popcorn, chocolate popcorn, strawberry milkshake popcorn, and there's like dozens of them. There's Dr. Pepper popcorn, and I like that shit. That shit's delicious.
Was it called Johnson's popcorn by chance?
No.
My 7th grade teacher owned Johnson's popcorn in Ocean City, which turned out to be like a really big business. The guy was a millionaire many times over and taught 7th grade for fun.
For fun?
Yeah. Taught me for fun, believe it or not. And it was a pretty neat thing. Like, you didn't know. It was called Johnson's popcorn, but he was Mr. Stauffer, and he liked it that way. And like, the boardwalk business was a big one, but he also had like a huge mail order business, and like every Valentine's Day, Christmas, etc., he was just shipping it everywhere. It was like Cheryl's Berries or whatever back in the day.
Yeah, and popcorn doesn't cost shit.
Yeah,
No,
that's a
to
thing
make-
too. You'd buy it for like $18, and you'd think it was a decent bargain since it was a really big tin and stuff, but that's like 30 cents worth of popcorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've all seen the repost. It posted over and over on Reddit how it's more expensive by the ounce than filet mignon. Like it's like movie popcorn and I always get one. My girlfriend eats popcorn. Whenever I buy snacks and drinks at the movies, I'm always still surprised by how much it is when it's time to pay them. I'm just like I'll be like, well, we won't get candy this time. I'm not gonna get a chicken sandwich at the movies. No, we'll eat later. Give me a medium popcorn, a small water, and a medium Coke. That couldn't be more than $10, right? Like, even in Bizarro world, no, that shit's like $20 fucking.
That'll be $14.75.
Yeah,
Do you want
yeah,
an ice cube in your water? 5 cents a piece. Like, just
He's like, you just want the bottled water, and I'm in my head, I'm like, yeah, sure, just give me a Dasani there. It was $5 just for the bottle of water. It was.
I made a big deal out of movie theater money like a year and a half ago or something. So now when I go to the movie theaters, I actually feel like I have to live up to that. Like, I just go in here and buy anything I want. And it's literally like $28 and $32 bills. I'm like, yeah, did I need 2 like boxes of chocolate bullshit? Like, no, I didn't.
You know what?
I get fooled into it. They have a theater like close to where I am where it's like a third as many seats in the theater, but it's all giant like recliners. like electric recliners, and you can pull a table in front of you and you can order.
Sounds nice.
And the entire act of going in there, sitting down, reclining, and like seeing the menu, you feel like you have to get something, because otherwise it's like, well, I'm not even here for the experience. It's like, oh, I'll take a beer. And they bring it out in this giant thing, and it's like, well, at least I'm getting my money's worth. And you check, and it's like $10.50. Are you fucking shitting me? How much was that popcorn I ordered? Like, it just, you end up blowing 5 times the cost of the ticket.
Is the theater called Alamo by chance?
No.
No. Okay.
The next time I go, I think I won't do it for Star Wars or Hateful Eight because I think they're going to be jam packed. And I want to talk about. I went to the new Hunger Games movie 2 weeks ago. I want to talk about that too. But I think next time I'm going to sneak food in. I've been saying I'm going to do it forever, but my girlfriend doesn't carry a big enough purse. But I'm going to like buy her a purse, and then we're going to go to fucking Five Guys, and I'm going to get 2 fucking cheeseburgers and 2 orders of fries, and I'm sneaking that shit into the movies. I'm going to eat my favorite meal watching my movie. Then I've got the perfect experience. I'm not eating that nasty, spicy chicken sandwich you've got up there. That's not real food. I'm going to sneak some food in. That's the way to go.
You should sneak in 100% food.
Oh, it'd be so easy, right? Like, now that's a good idea. I'd love to enjoy a movie.
And then you
while
just need
What I do
$30
is I
worth of
swallow all of-
DeSantes to.
I pour
Yeah,
the dry powder
bucket.
into a condom, and I swallow that. And then I get a cup of water for free, and then I throw it up the condom in the theater, crack that open. Quick snack while I watch the show.
I hope that quote makes it on the front page. the 100% food front page. If you go to their website,
I like to swallow a condom full of
Yeah.
100% food. Wait
Rooster
for my
Teeth did
stomach
it.
acid to dissolve away the latex, and then down a big cup of water. Get straight into the system that way.
This is like if you go to the 100% food front page, they have these like dubious endorsements. Like Rooster Teeth said, I was able to power through the Choco flavor, and I could see myself having one. I think I'd get tired of the same thing. And another guy's like, they're like, as seen on alternate, give better instructions on how to mix. Right? Someone else said, useful product, but tastes awful. That's on the, they took that quote.
I made fun of that review of teach you how to mix, but apparently I'm retarded because I can't get this corner to. This is the rebellious
All right, so-
little fuck.
Have you seen the new Hunger Games by any chance?
No, I've only seen the first one, and I really lost interest. But catch me up to what's going on.
Wow. Oh, it was so bad. I thought this last movie was terrible. So there's 3 books, and movie 1 was book 1, movie 2 was book 2, and then book 3 comes around, and it's time to make the movie for that, and they decided to make 2 movies like they did with Harry Potter in the last one, and it's so bad. Like, first of all, the first one was, I didn't like it. I didn't love it, but it was okay, and it had this kind of cliffhanger ending, and so I go to watch the movie, and first of all, somehow they had assigned seating at this theater, and I didn't realize it. So, like, I had to get up out of my seat and move all the way across the auditorium at some point during, like, the previews. Also, I always get the 3D movie, so but this wasn't a 3D movie, and I forgot, but I grabbed the glasses anyway. So when they tell me that like I'm in the wrong seat, I'm wearing me and my girlfriend are both wearing the stupid fucking glasses, not the big yellow ones. That would have been super embarrassing, but like the small like real 3D ones that look like hipster douchebag thick rimmed glasses. We're both rocking those, and it wasn't until the movie started that I was like, we don't need those.
You should have made her keep them on.
Yeah, I felt so stupid. All right, but the movie itself was bad. It really was bad. It didn't make sense. Like, there were big holes in the plot. I felt like big storytelling holes. Like whoa, what's going on here? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. So. The entire army that's like defending District 1, you know, where snow is and everything, they've stationed at some sort of mountain defense base in District 2, and so all of the districts are fighting together against District 2, and then they decide, well, shit, let's just bomb the mountain, and then the avalanche will bury them all alive. So they do that. So then the District 1 doesn't have much of an army anymore. They just got those peacekeeper douchebags that are always beating up civilians. So they decide, well, all right, we're just going to invade. And so Snow like pulls all of the people out of the outskirts of District 1 and hires game makers to turn the abandoned city into a giant series of traps to be broadcast on television instead of bombing them. or like sending troops or tanks in, or some sort of space gun that he should in all likelihood have access to. So eventually, and then they send Katniss on her own little secret squad move to like sneak in, but it's supposed to be all for like propaganda, but she just takes it upon herself to like try to sneak in and kill Snow. And it just doesn't make any sense how this army is able to get through these booby traps that are so dense that like they set off one booby trap and there's literally 2 more right next to it. Like,
What's going on with Billy Baker, that guy who like painted his face?
oh,
like,
he's fucking... He was so annoying the whole thing. So they brainwashed him in the first one, and he's all crazy. And so when they finally rescue him and get him back, like he thinks Katniss is the enemy, and he tries to kill her multiple times throughout the movie, and she keeps being like, "Oh, we'll just take the bullets out of his gun," or "Oh no, we'll," and then he tries to like smash her with the gun. He's always trying to kill her. He's out of his fucking gourd.
At least he has skills now, like killing. I was thinking he'd try and like poison her with a gluten-free cake.
In the book, it's so.
You read it?
If you count audiobook.
I count it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sucks. Like I really hate Katniss's character because she cheats constantly, or emotionally cheats. She's always leading one of them on. Even when Peeta is like fucked up in the head in the book, if I remember right, she's sending these like mixed signals, like I still kind of dig you if you just stop trying to kill me. And meanwhile, like the other guy, she's leading on 2 guys at the same
right
time.
there. Both dudes and Katniss are sitting like Katniss will have these long talks with the Baker boy Peeta. These long like talks about how she appreciates like emotional like romantic talks, and like the camera pans and there's the other fucking dude right there. If I'm that dude, I'm coming over there and slapping your ass, Peeta, and you, Katniss, you cheating whore, like both of you. And I'm getting out of this war. I'm going to work with Snow. Fuck you.
Like,
fuck all of you. Like that dude was watching your family and got him to safety when the peacekeepers came to burn everybody alive. But you're over here trying to fuck this Baker boy who's trying to murder you. That's bullshit.
She returns from the first book and says, Peeta, that was all just a show. I don't really dig you, right? But then she and Peeta are forced to be in these situations where publicly they're still a couple.
Yep.
And for that, I can forgive her. She's under some real pressure. She needs to, whatever. But at night, she's like, I'm still a little traumatized from that thing we did together. Would you snuggle me all night long under the covers? No, you fucking whore. You have a boyfriend. You don't snuggle with other dudes under the cover. You don't. You don't snuggle with other dudes.
I was okay
Well,
with
you
that.
don't.
Here's why I'm okay with the snuggling. Here's the situation.
Because Peeta's gay.
Here, well,
Isn't
maybe.
he?
No, definitely not.
Peeta very much digs Katniss. I don't know if you're
Very
joking,
much.
but he wants to fuck Katniss.
So here's why their scenario is a little bit different. Katniss and Peeta were comforting each other and like snuggling during the whole Hunger Games thing when he was hurt and then she's hurt. They're always comforting each other, and so she's having these flashback nightmares of when they like killed all those people together and almost died themselves in that huge traumatic thing, and she's having nightmares and like there's nothing like sexual about that for her, but I'm there wasn't. Her character isn't motivated that way. The character just isn't. She's just stupid. She's bad at this. Like at some point she should have like cut ties with one of these dudes.
If I understand the book right, she very much sort of switched back and forth as to which one she really liked, and she would definitely tell A that I've decided on you, and then go fuck around with B. And I think she was kissing him too. And it's like, I don't know. I think I hyper-focus on that.
Yeah, but she wasn't making like a conscious decision. She wasn't being like, well, yeah, I'm with Peeta, but I don't even remember the other guy's name. I'm with Bill, but I really like Dave. Like, it was like, I'm with Bill, and oh no, now the world is turned upside down, and I'm forced to hang out with Dave every day and pretend like we're a couple. And like things just developed. Like, I don't feel like she was ever trying to be a bad person. She was just put in situations where her heart went its own way. It is a teenage girl's novel that we're all arguing over here. But in any case, like, that movie sucked. The ending was bad. The middle was bad. Like, the traps were stupid. The premise was unrealistic. That was the big part. Like, there were constantly situations where like she should have died and she didn't. And I mean, like, it's just inconceivable that she wouldn't die. It's like, okay, well, there the army is and there you are, and You're the most famous fucking pro person in the world. I'm sure they'll recognize. No one
She's
recognizes.
very good with the bow and arrow.
Oh my god, she
Have
has
they
become.
drilled that into the ground enough?
She's Legolas now. If you watch this shit, there's a scene where
gonna
like
watch.
there's a scene where she's in a sewer and she's being attacked by like multiple enemies. Like there's maybe 20 of them total, and like 6 of them are coming from her, and she goes full on Legolas. I mean, zoom, 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 like at close range, like within 1 to 2 meters of range between her and the bad guys. And then of course she stabs one with the arrow and puts it on the bow
Wouldn't
and
be
shoots
complete
somebody.
without that.
Right?
Yeah.
It was
So is
it
it
was
is it
so
just
lame.
frustratingly unrealistic? Isn't this like
Yeah.
the last one, like the
It's over.
the
There's
humming
one
quail
guy-
part 6?
On their like special forces mission to like infiltrate the Capitol and kill the president, she brings her bow, and another guy has a melee weapon. I'll just leave it. It's like a spear shaft type thing. They have like a little like pistol on their hip, but like they're taking like Hunger Games weapons into a war. it,
With guns,
just-
with real weapons.
everybody else got fucking real guns. Like especially the peacekeepers have FN 2000s, like 5.56 machine guns.
Oh, those
I
ones.
have that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I got one too.
Mine's
Those are cool
semi-auto,
guns.
but yeah.
I kind of want mine to be white like theirs. In the movie, they're like completely white. Looks pretty cool. But yeah, I hated it, and I had a terrible movie watching experience. Like I had some dumb cunt sitting like 3 seats to my right with her boyfriend, and like just talking the whole fucking movie. And of course, there's like kids in there.
Did you give her bad looks?
No, no.
No.
Oh, you
None?
gotta throw a stink eye every now and then. Just at least to the man she's with, just like control.
No, they're both over there talking. No, they're just bad movie people. They're just gonna end up in a fight in a movie theater. You do that. Like that's all that's gonna happen. We're gonna have to roll here in the movie theater and get arrested and not get to see if Katniss makes it. That's what's gonna happen if I complain about the loud.
You
cunt
could
to my
be a worse cunt, right? You could start texting, play music.
She was texting. She
Was
was
she?
texting. Yeah, she answered her phone at one point.
Was she playing music? Because you can
It
still
rang.
top testing.
The ringer was on. Like they had already shown that big thing. Like, hey, don't be a cunt. Turn off your phone.
That
And she's
helps
just like-
me. Sometimes I don't
That
remember
helps me, too.
until that happens.
And she's really like, oh no, nothing. Sorry, this movie's really loud in here. It's hard to talk. It's just like,
You know what
Real
else?
cunt.
Here's what I don't like. Like, let's say somebody else's phone goes off, and
Mm-hmm.
then that reminds me, so I turn mine off. People think it was me. It wasn't me. No, I'm just trying to make sure it's not me.
yeah, I've never considered that. That's never happened. Like I always make sure because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to. I like dead silence. I care about the dialogue. Like we were watching. I'm rewatching Breaking Bad right now with my girlfriend who's never seen it, and that's really fun because it gets to the scene with Tuco when he's got the bag of what they think is crystal meth, but really it's fulminated mercury or something like that. The explosive, and I'm loving watching it with her, but she doesn't care about the little minutia in the show. Oh, I picked this out. So you watch something, you see a show, you pick up more stuff. I almost posted this on the television subreddit because I bet many people never caught it. So there's this scene where Walt and Jesse have they go out and do their first cook, and then those Emilio and the other gangster come up, beat up Jesse, try to make Walt cook for him. And then Walt gasses them, and they end up with with one guy tied up in the basement and the body that needs dissolving. Right? They're all hanging out back at Jesse's house. Well, Jesse's eye, if you remember, is just swollen shut. He's got a really big black eye, and he needs a baggie of ice to put on his eye. So he's multitasking when this happens. So if you don't look at what his hands are doing, you don't even realize it. The only Ziploc bag this guy had in his house was full of weed. He has to dump the weed out and then put ice in the bag, and then he zips it back up and then puts it on his eye. I thought that was hilarious, that the only Ziploc bag the man is in possession of is the one he keeps his weed in.
I never caught that.
Yeah. I love that show. I don't know if this is my second or third time.
I've watched it all the way through twice. Excellent show. You know what? If you guys haven't jumped on it yet, I know Woody has, I think, is Fargo Season 2.
I keep hearing that, yeah.
Excellent. Woody, you're watching it, right?
No, I watched the first 2 episodes maybe, and it didn't pull me in. I loved season 1. I thought it was amazing. And then just recently I caught that whatever episode just aired of Fargo, I didn't see it, was like the best piece of television so far this
It
year.
was excellent. Yeah, it gets like from the start. Like I wasn't as into it as the first season, just because I don't like anybody in this season as much as I like Billy Bob from the first season. I think that's the big reason why.
Yep.
But it escalates better and better and better. Every single episode is better than the last for this. Like it's hilarious. I half the funniness of it is just their like Fargo, like Minnesota accents, and they just are so unnoticing, and they just like, going about their day, like just they're so ridiculous, and they're getting into these like quarrels of life and death with gangsters, and the whole time just we're just simple folk from Fargo, like
They're not dumb, but they sound dumb.
they sound real dumb,
and
yeah,
it's
and people
it's
sound like that, so I feel bad. Sorry for people out there.
but yeah, they're meant to sound like they wouldn't figure out complicated things.
Yeah,
But-
Kirsten Dunst's character, like it's no spoiler, but like you can tell from like episode 1 and 2 that she's gonna progressively get more and more like crazy as it goes on, and her character is like comes off as a legitimately retarded person sometimes, and that voice does not help. Like she sounds like a real waterhead.
Neither do her teeth.
I haven't noticed that. Are they bad?
Yeah.
Oh, well, now I'm gonna not be able to not notice. But then the main guy, or one of the main guys, is also in Breaking Bad. He's in the episode where Bill Burr is like cutting off the train with them, where they're gonna steal the methylamine or whatever. It's been out long enough that I'm not spoiling it for anyone. But the redhead guy, Colin, or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he's gotten real fat, and now he looks like a poor man's Matt Damon. So look at like they got poor Matt Damon.
Yeah.
show. He does.
He's got that forehead.
He's got quite a forehead on him. Yeah, 5 or 6 head at least.
He's got a really prominent wrinkle, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I remember that guy. He was the one who, it's like he had the white supremacist uncle or whatever that got all mixed up in things later in the series.
Yeah.
It's a great
Yes.
show.
Picture. Yeah, it looks like he's got some of that like Ray Liotta face going on, which is unfortunate.
By the way, I can't get into this Jessica Jones show. I think I'm checked out. I don't
Really?
Think it's
I just don't like superhero shows. Like I just can't get into any of them.
I don't like her. I don't like her in particular. I don't care for it.
Chiz said that he just didn't like. I think he didn't like the actress that played Jessica Jones.
I don't like the actress that plays her. I don't like. I don't know. I don't like the things she does. I feel like she, when she needs to be, she's some sort of genius, and when the plot requires it, she's a fucking retard. And I'm just.
Chiz
not.
had a similar criticism. It didn't bother me as much. I think part of the difference might be that I watched it while multitasking. You know, I'd either be working on the world's greatest Minecraft server or reading Reddit or something. Like it was always kind of on in the background, and it like that. I felt like the show really excelled. You know, something good is happening. Fold the laptop screen down, pay attention to that instead, and then flip it back up when they're slowly moving around.
Yeah.
From plot point to plot point.
I can't get into it. I need
Well,
a new
then start
show.
Fargo.
Yeah, that's what
Start
I was
Fargo.
about to say.
Like, season 2. You've already watched season 1, right?
No.
Oh,
Season
Jesus,
1 is good. I'm hearing 2's better, but I can
haven't seen
endorse
Better
1.
Call. I haven't seen Better Call Saul either.
That was good.
Better Call
Yeah,
Saul.
I like
It
to
was
watch shows
good,
with my
but
girlfriend,
short. Like
but how many episodes was it? Like
I think there
8 or-
were 10 episodes. I'm not positive on that, but they're TV episodes. So like when you watch an hour-long Netflix show, it's an hour long. The TV episode's 40 minutes. So it's 10 40-some minute long episodes, and then it's
Yeah, it wasn't
done.
nearly long enough, but it was. I don't know. I liked it. I didn't like it as much as Fargo, but that's just the nature of different shows. But yeah, Kyle, start Fargo. You're gonna love that. You love Billy
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah, you look like him when you do that.
Dude,
Yeah.
there's a... I'm trying not to spoil anything. There's a scene, I'll just say it. I don't think it's going to ruin anything.
Simpleton.
Yeah, well, he's talking to somebody. I'll keep it vague. And he's like, your problem is you think there are rules in this world. There's no rules in this world. And you're just like, holy fuck. Like, this is a guy who's not intimidated, who makes his own rules, who like, and more
That was
dangerous
Fargo,
than
wasn't
I
it?
realized. That was Fargo season 1 I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was it shook me. That's when I realized that the show was great. He delivers
His hair
the lines.
makes it like he says really intense things and is clearly a badass, but he has the hair of like someone with Down syndrome in the late 1970s. Like he looks, if you were just to look at him and not listen to him, it looks like he just finished polishing off a bowl of paint chips. Like he's like a complete and utter retard. But then he starts talking, and it's like, okay, so he's not completely retarded. Like,
Are you
but
talking
his
about Billy
hair-
Bob?
Yeah, Billy Bob. He looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
a complete.
Yeah,
just
that's right. He's got like the
on the
Dumb
line.
and Dumber haircut almost, right?
Oh,
Like
that's great.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it
I've
is
seen
dumb.
pictures of that. Yeah. Someone said it looked like me. Oh, that's funny.
No,
Yeah, I
no.
have to. What
the
network
way
is
you
that on?
used to do your hair, it looked more similar to it. But
That-
now that you
yeah.
do the sweeping, it doesn't
Yeah,
look
you got
like
it. You got to do the sweeping.
I like
my
it-
Hair just grows, my hair just goes straight forward and like a Chinaman.
There are a couple old school FPS Russia videos with bad hair. They're,
Oh, a couple? Yeah, there's dozens of them. Yeah, like I had the. So there's two things. Like it'd either be long and Justin Bieber like, and then I shaved it, or then it was like shaved and I look like a fucking convict and I'm fat, or or it goes straight down and it looks like a fucking bowl cut, which
That's
is
the
not
one.
intentional. It's just like it just grows straight down and it makes a straight line. And it's like I comb it to the side. But by like noon, like it's like that again. That's just what it does. I hadn't mastered the use of product yet. And then there's some where I don't know what I was doing. It's just like crazy and everywhere because I didn't know what to do with it. But I think I figured it out now. It's too long right now. I usually
Mine
like
too.
it. I like it like that short, but then to part it anyway. So it's like got some shape and
all right.
direction to it.
Lady fucked up my hair when I went in last week and cut it way too short for me to put it all the way over. So now when I try and put product in, there's like a bunch of like sprigs, that won't lay down.
Yeah.
Everybody's loving this topic. Enjoy your ride to work.
Yeah. Haircut talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Nothing wrong with that.
I want to show Conor McGregor now. His hair is looking awesome. I just want to get like a proper. Oh, I know. We'll look at him on Jimmy Kimmel. Okay.
I saw
His
Jimmy
hair-
Fallon. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was
gonna say Jimmy Fallon is leading the ratings with the late night host. I guess Colbert is doing poorly. His polarizing comedy is not playing well on late night.
Yeah, I've read the same thing. So Kimmel's in second, right? And then the guy that has
Jimmy
all
Fallon.
the drunken, Jimmy Fallon. Whatever. He's got a bunch of drunken injuries. I'm not saying he drinks every day. I'm saying he's got a couple drunken injuries.
who hasn't?
Dude, how many drunken injuries do we have on the show? Zero?
We sit in chairs.
But
The guy's going out drinking and getting hurt. Maybe he only did drink 3 or 4 times and got hurt every time.
I know he likes to drink. Like he talks about drinking, but like I don't know. I feel like you're on your moral high horse when you say that. I think you're thinking about those classless ladies who might enjoy a beer.
I think you're assigning intent that's not there. He's the guy with the drunken injuries.
But why is that his most defining characteristic in your eyes?
I don't think that's a big deal at all.
He was on SNL for all those years. He's written tons of comedy. He had a late night show for like 6 years, like the late show thing.
What was the nature of the injuries?
He had a ring on, and from what Woody said, he virtually degloved a finger. Right?
That was one. He had another one where I guess he fell on some broken glass or broke glass while he fell, and that was an injury too.
Or wasn't a liquor bottle incident?
That might be the same one I'm thinking of.
Ah.
And then there was another one that involved his ankle, I think. Another falling type thing.
That's way more than any of us, but also that's not, like crazy out there.
No,
Like,
and he's not driving, so it's up to him. But whatever, the drunken injury guy. That's who he is.
Drunken injury guy.
really boil them down to his best qualities there.
The
To
other
me, he's
thing
the guy that. Go ahead.
To me, if you wanted to remove that descriptor, the next one that pops into my head is the friend of Justin Timberlake guy. The friend of Justin Timberlake guy.
Well, they did a lot of stuff together on Saturday Night Live. I know. I don't know.
Yeah, and well, I base that on. I know that they've been to more than one baseball game together, like outside of show business. So that tells me they're probably friends.
The only one of those guys that I like and watch like via YouTube is Conan, because he seems to get the guests that I care more about, and I like his interviewing style because he's just kind of a goofy fuck.
Well,
So-
you're in luck.
If you queue up at 0.
Is this?
Let me see.
Oh, what luck for me.
Oh fuck! It's the wrong one.
Oh, well, have you seen that the new Daily Show guy, Trevor Noah?
Oh, I
the
think I
South
found the right
African
one.
guy?
I did
He's
too.
like their ratings are bombing over there.
What are we talking about?
The Daily Show guy, Trevor
Yeah.
Noah.
Oh,
their
are
ratings
they?
over there are tanking.
I like him.
I haven't watched any of it. I was just reading. Like I watched like a sample of his comedy on Netflix. Maybe it was Netflix, and it was
watched
just
him.
very lackluster. And I don't think it was.
I
that
thought his Netflix show was okay. Not good, not bad, but I thought it was okay. There's a lot of like, I'm black and this is my black perspective. I'm South African, really, not black. I'm South African and this is my perspective
Yeah.
on America and black culture and stuff. And after a while, it was like, man, this is just 90 minutes of how I think things.
I'm different, and you guys are crazy here.
Perfect.
Now I'm going to go be the pundit of this show with really no perspective of this country or very little, and kind of like it's. I think it's the reason it's tanking is, well, the biggest reason is people got used to Jon Stewart and they don't like the change, and next is Americans are getting a little tired of people who are not American or have not always been American just shitting on our politics and making fun of it. Like, it's making fun of them, we understand, but it's also passively making fun of us, where it's like, you idiots who elected these people, like, how are you like controlling the world like this? Like, you're supposed to be this country of awesomeness, and look what you do, like, you fools. Like, it comes off like that and a little bit douchey. Like, they never have an American over in England just tearing apart their political system on late night TV and expecting them to laugh at it.
Yeah, a lot of people are acting like, ooh, are we ready for a black host of this show? Yes, I'm 100% completely ready for a black guy. That's not what it is at all. But, you know, when he talks about the absurdity of American gun violence, he doesn't do it like, you know, what are we doing? He's, what are you doing? And just like you said, like that rubs me the wrong way.
It's
When
condescending.
when that Australian guy who's the comic who says, you know, the only reasons to Jim Jeffries, is that what you said? The only reason to like guns is, hey, I like guns, fuck off, right? God, just because you say it doesn't make you right about invalidating every other pro-gun argument. I feel like, I don't know, hold a gun for a day and you'll feel differently.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not that he's black. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about that. It's that he's South African. Like,
I watched an
first of
episode
all,
and it
throwing
made
stones
me
in a glass
laugh,
house.
but I've only seen one episode. I wasn't drawn back for more. There's something about him that seems kind of douchey. I don't know, and I didn't like his pronunciation of some words, which seems like such a nitpicky thing. But I don't like the fact that he's South African. I am holding that against him, and not because he's black, because he's South African, and I don't
He's
like
half
South
white.
Africans.
No, he's just as white as he is black.
Yeah, I don't
But
give a shit
And
what he is.
then I hate him because he's white.
there you go.
Probably Irish.
Cracker.
I watch him and I kind of like the show. What I haven't had from him yet, and it took Stewart years to get there, so maybe it'll take him, is sort of the hard-nosed, hold people like to the fire interviews, right? Jon Stewart could go toe-to-toe with anybody, you know? New York Times reporters, Jim Cramer. I don't know if you remember when Jim Cramer came on and just yelled, you know, fire, the stock market is crashing. You have no idea how bad it is out there. For these of you guys watch the market, you'll remember that speech. And then he comes on the Jon Stewart show, and a lot of stuff he said was just bullshit. Stewart was as educated as he was. Stewart was toe-to-toe with this guy, and he's like, what are you doing? These are the mistakes that you made. You created a national, you know, fear, right? You acted like paychecks weren't going to get paid at healthy companies. You know, everything was, you loosen the credit, get the money flow going, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, it wasn't as bad as you said it was. And Kramer was just taken back behind the woodshed and beaten like a child by Jon Stewart. And I love Stewart for being able to do that. Reporters that went, like, you know, beat the war drum on the way into Iraq with false evidence that they knew was false evidence have been taken behind the woodshed and beaten. And Stewart had an endless depth of knowledge, you know, whereas like, I sometimes hypothetically think, you know, how would I do in an argument with this guy? I feel like he'd say something and I'd be like, well, I'm not so sure about that, but I guess you got me. Stewart wasn't that guy, right? Stewart was well educated and he could do this. What's the other guy's name? Trevor Noah, something like that.
Yeah.
He hasn't proven to be that guy yet, and that's what I really wish we had. That's, to me, it was what made a special episode of The Daily Show. So far, he's just, you know, a guy who delivers little quips about things.
So it
I
looks
never
like
liked the
Conor
Daily Show
McGregor's
very
hair.
much anyway.
Yeah, you want to see McGregor's hair?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh,
All right.
definitely.
Oh. So this is a 2.5 minute interview. I guess we'll watch it. You guys ready?
Sure.
Yep.
Set, play.
I've got to see your hands before I let you touch my belt. Okay, you can
What
touch
are you
my
worried?
belt.
I have like gravy on my
I don't know
hand?
whether you wash your hands or not. I don't know.
I am very, very clean, Connor.
You got to dig
Yeah,
that
well,
suit.
That's some belt. Now, this belt, when you win a
you?
belt like this, do you get to keep it forever, or is it something that changes hands like the Stanley Cup?
I was actually only discussing this today. I believe every time you defend it, they give you a fresh one. So the original one you win, you get to go home, put it up in your office or wherever
Nice.
you have it, and then every time you defend, you get a brand new one. I believe, I hope.
Yeah.
This is
I believe
something
that
I
much,
know.
so I do get a fresh one.
So
and then
you
I'll
would
get
have-
You get a new one every time you defend the
Right.
belt.
Don't give it.
But I think that is what happens.
Yeah, tell
GSP
the guy
gives them
that
out to
he-
people
if
that
he
he's
wants it,
grateful
he has
for.
to come take it.
That's cool.
Exactly.
So is it a fun job that you have? I mean, is it like, is it
is.
something you enjoy?
It is an extremely fun job.
It
you know.
is.
It's a crazy,
But look at the
beautiful,
hair.
out-of-body experience.
That's good
Beating
hair.
people up for lots of money.
It's pretty close on the sides.
Is it?
It
I'd like
is.
more hair on the
out-of-body
sides.
experience?
That's
Because it
very
seems like the
Hitler
ultimate
youthy.
in-body
Yeah,
experience.
on the
he looks
sides.
like he could.
Yeah, you know, you'd have to
could
experience
really
it
kill a lot
for
of
yourself,
Jews.
but to
He
go
looks
in
like
there
he
and to be
doesn't
in that
care for
pure
the cut of their
environment,
jib.
It's a beautiful thing.
No.
And
You
is doing
talk
what
to
he
people for
can
lots
to
of money.
eliminate that
I beat
permanently.
people up for lots of
I
money.
feel like
I'm sure-
he'd be the
I'm
guy
sure when
who
you're sitting
like
here talking to people,
played weird
you wish you
games
could
with the
beat
way he
them up
killed
for
the
the
Jews.
money you get. I actually
Very,
do get
very,
to
very
beat them
scary
up, so.
haircut. I don't know. I like
Do
it.
you
I
talk
guess.
to
I
them
feel like it's
while
too
you're
short on the
beating them up?
sides.
Is there,
I've mentioned before that
Are there conversations?
I
your
certainly
idea
let
of
them
what's
know
in
that
fashion
they
kind of
hit, they
freezes
hit
from the time
weak,
period you were like
they
17
fight
to
like-
24.
like a baby. So
And
I
you guys are so young
But
that
do you say that whether
that's
they
still
do or
in
not?
fashion.
I mean, I'm sure you
But
come
that
run into guys, and you're
was
like, "Oh,
what
that guy was a
like
pretty good
the cool
fighter."
kids in
You
high
know?
school. That's how close they wore it on the side.
When you were in high school in the late,
Early
early
90s.
90s.
I'll give
Yeah.
respect. I'll say, wow, you know what? You do
did
hit
you have any
hard,
of those
but
like jean
It
coat
hasn't happened
jeans?
just yet. Nobody
Not the
Huge
code,
ones.
hits
no.
me hard enough to make
Wait.
me say,
Oh, jean
don't
code
fight like
jeans.
a-
No,
Yeah.
Levi's 501 button fly. That was what was
All right,
hip
well,
at the
you're
time.
honestly evaluating now.
Button flies are back. I'm wearing
I
button
am
fly
Jimmy
jeans right
Kimmel.
now.
If you
How are
like
you?
that, subscribe
Yeah.
to our YouTube channel.
The I remember those kids with the Jinko jeans. Like those are the ones we always thought like that's the kid who would come shoot us. Like that dude right there, that blonde kid that weighs fucking 120 pounds with the jeans that could house his entire torso in either leg. Like, watch that guy. Like, because it looked like you could conceal a fucking 12 gauge in those things, no problem. That was part of why. What we all thought, like at the time, as high schoolers, I remember like talking to people about this. I was like, I don't like this fucking jeans. I don't know what they got in there.
Oh, I don't know. There was a kid like that in our high school, like a year younger than me or so, and he would wear those big baggy clothes, those scary looking clothes where it's like he could hide any kind. He could hide a katana in there or something. He'd have no idea, and he would like do like weird like fake practicing martial arts in the lunchroom like by
Tai
himself
Chi.
sometimes, and like this other asshole of a kid would always like just started calling him the Karate Kid just one day, and from then on the next 3 years of his high school career, every single person in the school, I don't even know what his name was because he was always, hey, what's up, Karate Kid? And he never lived that down, and I was always positive he was going to bring a gun to school. But I was a year old, so it was like, all right, I'll be gone by the time he goes on his Karate Kid ramp. Or he wouldn't even bring a gun. He'd bring like a katana and ninja stars and fail miserably with his no endurance as he tried to run from classroom to classroom. But, oh, that
The
poor guy.
Karate Kid.
I bet
That's so
that's
mean.
one of those memories that like he looks back on now, probably like at work, like, you know, in a regular like
Yeah, he still
tie
knows
and
it.
shirt, and just like one of those memories he has to shout out of his head, where it just
He just goes, ah!
oh, how's this sports team
Or
doing?
maybe-
You know, gotta think about that.
Or maybe he's still training martial arts and planning his revenge at the 10-year reunion. He's just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick all their asses. He's doing
Got a
his,
death note. Yeah.
doing his jujitsu. Yeah, that I'm trying to think if anybody had like a mean nickname or something that stuck with him. Like there were guys who had, obviously, I guess there's always people with nicknames that like stick with them for years and years and years, and even into adulthood. There's guys that if I were to see them, like I'm not gonna call you Daniel. Your name's not fucking Daniel. It's Boone. But like, I'm trying to think if there were
There was
anybody
a kid
that.
who got called Boner for like a solid year and a half because he got an erection in the shower
Oh,
after, God, I guess after wrestling or something. And I think it was Boner. It might have been even worse than that. But yeah, that wore off for him. I'm not sure how. I think he was just such a nice guy that he like wouldn't even mind being called that, and just like wave like, I never called him that because he was so nice, but just wave back, oh hey, how are you doing? And it's like, oh well, you're taking the fun out of it for the rest of them. Like you're supposed to be angry. Does Kyle get dropped?
He did. I feel like he's trying to rejoin. Let's give it a second and then maybe hang up and call back. What was I gonna say? Oh, we had a guy, and I guess I'll just do it, but because
Don't give his real name.
They called him by his real name. That was the problem. I'll fake it. His last name had 2 syllables. Oh, now we got to call back. Let's try this. Hang up. Call back. Hang up. All right. So pretending his real name was like John P Saviour, they're like, John P Saviour, and they just said that. And they said his name in that drawn-out way again and again and again. He walked into the cafeteria, and hundreds of people said it. John P. Saviour. And it was just his name, but oh my gosh. I guess he signed something with his middle initial, and he wasn't a popular kid. And they made such a big deal out of it.
They made fun of how it was like official.
So some of the kids from our high school lived in Ocean City, but some came from an adjacent town. And the ones that came from an adjacent town all drove over the same bridge onto the island. Someone had written his name with like spray paint on the billboard. And so it was huge in the school.
Did they put the initial in too, I suppose?
Yeah. It was huge in the school for a day or two. And then by like day 2, the billboard had it. And all the buses coming in past the billboard, reading his name, John P. Saviour, John P. Saviour. And I'd nenever joined in. I just felt like, I didn't.
Well, you painted the sign though, right?
No, well,
yeah,
of course,
there's
he was the catalyst to this whole thing.
I just felt bad for him, like everybody was picking on him. And I was just like, this is too much, like you guys he doesn't like this. This is rough. And I saw him at I think our 10-year reunion or something. He was pretty successful, and I think he had some small software business. And I'm like, good. You just fucking buy and sell all the assholes that picked on him.
Did his name tag say John P. Saviour?
I
would pull like a.
Just
It's
John.
always. If I could in any way, I'd pull like an "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" move and like make sure. Oh, you've got the P there, John. Get that on there.
That's totally Always Sunny move.
Where's Ronald McDonald at? Yeah, you too. Yeah, you put this right on.
But it was neat to see him successful in life. I don't know. They say that always happens, right? Like, all those jocks are nothing now, and all those nerds rule. That's not really how my high school went. A lot of the jocks did pretty well too, and almost everyone. I guess it's only a 10-year reunion, but they're pretty well preserved in terms of the aging process. It seemed like the whole school looked pretty fit, and it wasn't the dream.
So occasionally I'll see somebody that I went to high school with, or see a picture of them or something. A few of the girls got real fat, and I love that. I'm real happy about that. Like, there's a couple of chicks that got fat, and I'm glad they did because I didn't like them or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, good. You need to be fat. You live life like that for a while, cunt. And then like I see some of the guys, they lost their hair and stuff, and I see some of the guys like working really rough jobs and stuff. I saw a girl that I went to high school the other day at the drive-through window at a fast food place, and it's just like, yeah, I love seeing the people I don't like do poorly. It's a great feeling. I don't know why we don't focus more on that. Like how good it makes you feel to see someone you don't like get hurt or do, or not just physically, but just fail at life. Like when they're really down in the dumps, and like you feel like, I bet that person's life's miserable every day, and you're just happy about it, and it makes you feel warm, like a bowl of chicken soup when you're not feeling good or something.
There was one guy I didn't like. So I told that story about hitting the girl, right? I've told that many times, made a video about it, etc. This guy never let it go. Like 3 years later, he'd be like, don't sometimes you just feel like hitting, and then the girl's name? He's like, sometimes you just want a backhander, don't you? And that was like, it was never aggressive enough to just like drop the gloves and start a fight. But it was an annoying variety of being picked on. Like I don't know. So I didn't like him. Obviously he was pulling my chain, you know, but it wasn't like you just start throwing punches for that kind of teasing either.
I wouldn't think so.
You disagree, or you think the same thing?
No.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. It sounds like he was just being. That sounds almost friendly. Like, it sounds he was like, why don't you just want to slap Meg? I know you do. It sounded like he was being friendly, but
he wasn't my
know.
friend. No.
Hey, okay.
Yeah.
He wanted to be, but you were always so.
That's
You always shot him down every time he started to, like, open up with a joke with you. You were always just giving him the mean looks.
No.
Wishing hate upon him.
That's funny, but
I was talking about people I went to high school with that, like, I see them doing poorly in their lives now, and it warms my soul, makes me feel good. And I was talking about how that's a good thing. Like, you see people that maybe you went to school with, maybe you just knew years ago, and they're doing poorly, and how that makes you feel good. And so Woody's talking about this gentleman who was
this
an
guy,
asshole to him.
He didn't thrive in life. Like, I see he's in a band, and it's like a nothing band that's like going nowhere, and like all the people in it are ugly. It's a for fun band, but it's on
his
like
bandmates are ugly.
Yeah. You know, it's nothing, and now they're all older, right? Like you
Can't
know,
even get good looking bandmates.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Fuck him,
If
right?
Woody had a band, they'd be gorgeous.
but untalented like me. And I see the job that he works, and it's not one that you'd go for. You know, it's
Drill press operator. That was one of the guys that I didn't like, that I went to high school with. I was like, drill press operator. That suits you just fine.
I think he literally worked a jackhammer or something like that.
Sounds fun.
At first, right? I bet a jackhammer is pretty awesome to use first 10 minutes.
You have Parkinson's? No, I just got off work.
And so, dude, he's in this band that's obviously shit, and he's got this job that's not the dream job, although I might like it. And like, but on his Facebook, he always looks happy. He always looks like he's doing like he's just pretty satisfied with how things turned out. I'm like, motherfucker, don't you realize what a loser you are?
You know, I was thinking about
He's happy. More power.
I was thinking about you the other day, and I
No,
think
he's a
that
dick.
you were. I think that Woody. I think that you were born in the wrong place, into the wrong. I think if you had been born in Wisconsin to a family of dairy farmers, you'd have lived your entire life so happy. If you had 12 hours of work to do every day that needed doing, and you were like, let's do this shit. I feel like that you would have been the happiest individual ever. Never a bunch of like.
Yep. If Woody were born in like 32,
That's still a thing.
just missing World War II, didn't have to get involved in that. And then he has just a simple life of no internet, lots of work to keep you busy. He'd love it.
You don't think you'd enjoy like some sort of like a ranch hand or like on a dude ranch, like you're living out there on some sort of rustic lifestyle, working with animals, maybe, you know, every day.
I think you're totally right. I think that sounds fucking awesome. And the one thing that I think Taylor is off on is I really enjoy machinery, right? Like fixing it, making it work, watching it be productive, you know? Like if I had some big fucking auger that moved grain into a tower and it was like going and the grain's pouring in the top, I would love that. Like that's it. Like, look at what I'm doing. I moved 19 tons of corn today. Like that. I don't even
Like
know what a lot
one of
is.
your 10 children's walking up, Dad, you want to watch the all-white ball game? Why? This is Daddy's auger time.
No, the problem in the 1930s is I feel like, you know, like I know tractors from the 30s, and they're just little things that were getting started. Probably they competed with horses. No. I need to exist at least in like the 80s or something where there's some...
You could do it now. Like
Yeah,
like,
or
there's,
now.
There's generational farms going now. You know, I know people that do that. You know, it's the
And they
preppy
make-
uncles and
They make money too. Like
yeah.
a lot of people hear farmer and they think just barely scraping by, crushed by their loans, etc. And that's probably true of some farms. But there are a lot of farms that are just outrageously successful multi-million-dollar businesses that buy like $250,000 equipment every 2 years because they need to keep it fresh and they always want to be under warranty. And like there are farms that are just wildly successful. And
yeah, I know guys that you just described them perfectly. It's two brothers and one of their sons, and then they got maybe 2 or 3 guys that work for them, but they've got several thousand acres of land, and they rotate the crops. You know, sometimes it's corn beans, sometimes I said corn bean. But sometimes it's corn, sometimes it's soybeans, sometimes it's wheat, sometimes it's silage or millage, Milo or something. I don't know what they're fucking putting. Millet, yeah. But they're always rotating the crops, and they've got all these combines and loaders and gigantic grain bins that you could fit a house in, and they've got semi trucks that they haul it in, and it's a real big business that they've got between the three of them. And I guess they split the profits evenly, and they also own like multiple poultry farms that they're paying people to operate. Like, they are professional farmers.
Yeah, and
It would be a fun life.
I think, did you say it would be?
It would be.
Yeah, I think I'd like it. Just operating the tractor would be awesome. You know, just sitting there, the GPS pulling it around, and like all that work happening is a neat thing. It's one of my favorite things about woodworking. Like I bought a card catalog. I don't know how many drawers it has, like 100 or something like that. And I use it to store all my nuts and bolts, but I had to replace all the drawers. I reused the drawer front, but I built all the drawers, and then I had these dividers in it. And I must have pushed through like 5 or 7 miles worth of wood through the table saw in a day, just building like hundreds of drawers and making all these dados where the drawer dividers would slide in and stuff. And I really freaking liked it. Just miles of wood flying through, machine work, and accomplishing stuff is my drug.
I liked helping out on the farm. Like, my grandpa had a farm, like not like raising crops, like it was a cattle farm, but I liked like it's like an elegant simplicity to it, where it's like, we got to get this done. And it's not like an intangible kind of like, oh, I need to contact this guy, I need to establish this relationship, I need to go over here and do this, and it's kind of like all up in the air. It's
Have you seen Mark from Accounting yet? Go see Mark from Accounting.
Yeah, it's like, we need to build fence from here to here, and we cannot go get lunch until we do this. And it's like, all right, well, I can see the progress and how long it's going to take. You can see every step of it, and you're outside, and it's like every day, like probably a couple months in, I'd be like, Jesus Christ, I'm exhausted. Getting up at 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and doing this till sundown sucks. But the idea of it is more fun than the act, I think.
I love the way you described some of the tasks that I've had. Like, oh yeah, you need to go establish this relationship, right? You know, go meet this person from Spreadshirt, build a positive relationship with them, and then, you know, you coordinate on building something that's virtual. And at the end of the day, you go from like 6 boxes of shirts to 9 boxes of shirts on a web page, and it's like, oh, I got that done. It's not the same as
satisfying.
Yeah, as like
not like baling 50 rolls of hay and then piling it up in the barn.
Yeah, and you never get farmer strength, which is just great. Like, my grandpa farmed his whole life and was a trucker, and like, he's 70 years old now, but he's got that farmer strength of just like, I shot a deer the other week. He just like grabs a leg on a very large deer and just starts just jerked it up, like, doesn't give a shit. Like, that farmer strength is a real thing. Throw in those.
Did you get the meat processed?
It's being processed right now. We're going to have about like 50 plus pounds of it. Yeah, some of it's going to be summer sausage. Some of it's going to be butterflied, fillets. It's going to be a lot of different stuff. Bless you, Kyle.
Bless you.
How much does it cost to get it processed?
I honestly don't know what the actual cost is. Someone on that side, not like a blood relation, but someone who's related some other way on that side of my family, like, does that and like processes game. And so he's doing it for us. And so just
That's nice.
Free for us.
Yeah, I think it's I know a guy that'll do it for $60. Does a pretty good job, and you get it back in like 3 days. So
even then, it's like $60 for it for the processing. If you get a good sized deer, you're gonna get about 30 pounds of meat ish, 40 pounds of meat.
I don't know really.
And then if you get a big buck, or if you get like, I mean, my doe that I got, like an adult doe, I'm gonna get maybe 30 pounds. I think that's what he said roundabout there. $17 for the tag here in Missouri, and then if it was $60 to do it, it's like a little under $80 for that much meat. That's still a bargain.
Yeah, I want a bunch of cube steak and hamburger and that sort of thing. I like it. It's pretty good.
This is
especially the burgers.
venison we're talking
summer
about.
Sausage.
Yeah.
I like the venison summer sausage they make. That's great.
I've never had that, but we used to always eat the jerky. Like, I used to have a deal with the guy we take our deer to, where like I just leave him a deer, and he was always making so much deer jerky that he just give me like 10 pounds of deer jerky, and I just take that with me. Like, I just wanted rid of the deer. You know, I was just shooting them for fun, so I needed somewhere to take them. And
like
so I
deer
had
jerky
like
probably more than beef jerky.
Yeah, I think I do too. I had like 4 guys that we take our deer to, and one of them was this Mexican guy who like would just string them up in his backyard, and he lived right next to a major road. And so like he'd be stringing the deer up and sawing the top of its head off to like throw us the antlers. And I just remember this chunk of brain fell out, big chunk of brain like that had come off with a chunk of skull he'd cut off. and one of his cats ran up fast as hell and grabbed that chunk of brain and just split with it. And I was thinking, like, I guess his cats just eat deer pieces. And I'm like, the cats like the deer. He's like, oh yes, they love the deer. They love the
Those cats, like, those weren't even his cats. They just hang out. They're loving it.
They're just waiting on deer
There are
bits.
more and more every day. Like,
They won't steal.
I
They
am
won't
dealing
stop
with
coming.
so many fucking cats, hombre. I can't handle it.
Hombre?
Nobody business, you know? I don't know. I told you, no Mexicans live in this area of the country.
I
so
guess not. Yeah, that's true. I would like. I need to go. I really want to go shoot a deer. The reason I haven't gone is because, like, I know my dad doesn't want me to shoot any of his deer. He'd let me go shoot them, but he likes them. He doesn't want them shot. So I need to go somewhere else and shoot one. But I don't know where to go. I could go on these wildlife management areas. But last time I was in one of those, it was a barren wasteland from whence we could derive no sustenance whatsoever. None.
I have a new topic.
Yeah.
But on our way there, there's a joke.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. A young woman was taking golf lessons and had just started playing her first round when she suffered a bee sting. The pain was so intense that she went to the clubhouse for medical assistance. The golf pro saw her head and back and said, "You're back early. What's wrong?" She said, "I was stung by a bee." "Where?" "Just between the first and the second hole." He nodded and said, "Yeah, your stance is too wide." Say what
Why
you
would
will.
you answer it like that? Why, oh, between the first and the second hole. Tee. Like you'd have to know.
He said, "Where were you stung?"
I know. Wouldn't you say, like, you know what? Never mind. There's no way to this.
I don't think we'll do this again, but I feel like the jokes are better than
Kyle
than
looks
you're letting on.
distraught.
All right. There's a risky topic. I'm not sure if it'll go anywhere. Have you guys ever had to call 911?
I did when I was, I think, 7 years old. I was at a grocery store, and there was no reason to call 911, but I went up to a payphone, and I was like, they won't answer because I don't have enough money to put in the pay. And so I just dialed 911 for no reason while my mom was paying. And then they answered, and they were like, 911, what is your emergency? And I just, and then hung up and then ran away. And then they called back, and I got in a little bit of trouble. But that was it, yeah. No other time.
I never have either, no.
I've only misdialed 911, and I've done it a couple times. So the place I worked at, this is before Cisco, you dialed 9 for an outside line. Okay. And I forget what the area code is. I was going to say it was like 919.
If it begins with a 1, you know, you 1-1.
Yeah, I don't recall how it worked, but if I hit the speed dial, every once in a while it would like skip a number or something because it would just blast through without like waiting for the outside line, and I would get 911, and I'm calling. I'm thinking I'm going to get my wife, and there's 911 on the line, and they give me sass too. I was like, "What? 911?" And she's like, "Yeah, you called 911." And I'm like, I used the speed dial on my phone here. Like I somehow didn't feel like I had made a mistake. The phone system might be broken, but can we all agree that the phone broke? I didn't hit the wrong
They're
number.
not buying that at 911. They don't believe you.
Oh, maybe I didn't even consider that as an option.
I think you're another ruffian ruining parts of their day.
Yeah, they get bullshit calls all day, and people accidentally call them and trying to. They didn't believe you. That's what happened.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it had happened more than once. But they're like, "So you'll never use speed dial again?" And I'm like, "No, I'll probably keep using it. I can't imagine dialing her whole number every time I want her." And yeah, there was an argument about it. No.
You got in an argument on 911. No, I think you're out of line.
Argument's a stretch, but yeah, something like that.
Add more numbers if you don't want people making this mistake. How about 917?
We're just like, I didn't do anything wrong. I hit speed dial. So all right, topic went that far.
Yeah, I don't think I whenever someone gets hurt, we always just drove to the ER. It seemed. You gotta pay the ambulance. I didn't know you had to pay for an ambulance until I think you and I were talking about it a while back. and like I just had learned it, or maybe you informed me, but I wasn't aware how expensive those motherfuckers were. Which explains why, like growing up, anytime some bad shit happened, like you got driven to the emergency room.
Ambulances are good if you
Need it.
like pretty much if you need medical care on the way there. You know, if you broke your hand or something, your parents can drive you there just fine. You know, if there's whatever, and you can probably even get there quicker if you don't wait for the ambulance to arrive.
Yeah.
But if it's like a heart attack or something, or a situation where you're worried about moving them safely, I shouldn't be giving out medical advice, but like those are the times to me that it makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, the ambulance will have, I don't know what they give people. Is it nitroglyceride? What do they give someone in the middle of a heart attack?
Oh,
Glycerin.
Like a
Or-
glycerin? Is that it?
That's what blows up in video games. I don't know if that's the same thing. Or baby aspirin or some shit.
I've definitely heard aspirin before, but I don't know if that's what they give you in the ambulance. I want to Google it, but it's not relevant. Anyway, they'll give you medical care.
what is heparin?
Are you guessing
Ooh,
or saying it?
incorrect.
Heparin's an anticoagulant. I know that like nitroglycerin is something that isn't something that people take for medical purposes.
It's not, you
As-
say?
It is.
Oh, it is?
It is. Yeah, as well as being like, you know, the explosive liquid that, you know, they put in dynamite, or at least they used to.
According to this website, nitroglycerin is not what they give heart attack victims, so maybe that's off target. But
It's something like that. It sounds like nitroglycerin. right?
really,
It's-
nitroglycerin.
yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the immediate treatment. Aspirin to prevent further blood clotting. Nitroglycerin to reduce your heart's workload, improve
What about
blood
heparin?
flow.
Could you include heparin in the search
fuck is
parameters? It's an anticoagulant.
Oh.
I'm just wondering if maybe that would be helpful.
Sounds like something for like
Yes, actually. I went to another site using heparin in the search string, and intravenous heparin is one of the things that they'll do.
In my head, I was thinking, like, if this is Fallout times and Woody's going, you know, he's having his first heart attack on us, like, I'm immediately going to have to hook him up with some heparin. That's what I would grab. That from my Dr. House School of Medicine. Yeah.
Don't touch that. It's lupus.
It sounds like it might be helpful.
It's always lupus.
Always.
But,
I would give you nitroglycerin, so it would either fix you or just put you out of your misery quick. Like, just you blow up, flash cooked meat to the rest of the gang.
What kind of injury would you sustain? No, better yet, how injured would you have to be to prefer death?
Oh, okay. So facial deformity, that's it. Like if my face melts off, done. Like if I lose like a large portion of my face, done. Like my nose is gone, done. I lose both eyes, done. If I lose more than one of my senses, including like taste, I'm done. Like I know there's things sometimes where the person can't taste or smell anything anymore. No. Done.
Really?
Don't.
Are you shitting
Yeah.
me?
I would
No
keep going with that
Foodless
one.
person on the
No
planet.
Fuck that. I'll never enjoy food again, and I won't even know it when I start shitting myself. No.
I
don't want that.
kind of
You'll
with
want
you, and I would still know that
You would still know when you
that
shit yourself.
warm,
I'm just
extra lubricated hind end of mine would be a tip off. Like, you know what?
Oh, well, better get to the bathroom.
did it
I'm
again.
feeling a case of the 100%
I did it
Felix
again.
coming on.
So if I'm trying to think if I would want to
Dick?
live, and I hate to say all this because I don't want to offend anybody who might have any of these afflictions, but like I don't know if I'd want to live in a wheelchair. Like I really enjoy my mobility. I enjoy, you know, the being able to have sex as an able-bodied man. I want my feet. I want to be able to walk. I feel like if I were to like,
Quadriplegic. That would be really like.
sure, definitely so. But I feel if the diabetes took like both my feet, then like I really don't want to keep going. Like I'd be okay if like sepsis set in and I just didn't make it. I'm pretty vain. Like, you know, remember in Bone Tomahawk when he's like, my vanity won't allow me to be a cripple. You know, he's like bandaging up his hand when he loses it. Like that's how I feel too. Like I need my fucking hands. I need my fingers. Like I wouldn't want to die if I lost a couple fingers, but do you want to live with no fingers? I don't. I don't want to live without fingers.
Maybe
I
not
need
100
at least
years ago, but they got like goofy shit they can do now.
7.
Right?
If I lose more than 3 fingers, I'd rather die. If
What the fuck? You're so far like to the like. I did not expect this.
Like this, you want this to be you? You want this to be you?
I knew
You
it was
comment
going to
and
be
shit
more
like a fucking
extreme than
mutant?
most people. I knew that he was going to be like, if I get like a scar that goes from cheek to nose, done.
Done. If it wells up and gets gross. If I get like a really bad case of that Ray Liotta acne that stays. If I ask for a medium rare and they bring a well done steak. If if I have to drink one more of these 100% foods,
There's a lot of things that I would rather be dead.
That's how they lose weight. People just go halfway through the bottle. Like,
the intestinal blockage, you won't be able to eat anything for days afterwards. All that flaxseed. No, there's a lot of things that I just feel like, nah, I'm checking out. We saw that guy. Remember when we saw that guy at Walmart? Who you didn't see him? Chiz saw him. There was the guy at Walmart who had been in some sort of fire or something. I can only imagine. And his face looked like it had melted off, and I guess he had lost most of his fingers in the thing too. So he had like sort of a penguin situation with like some nubs that didn't even have fingernails on them. They were all pink and shiny, and it was like this, but they were like really they were about as big around as like one finger.
So what if...
And he had a vest on. Let me just get this out. He had this vest on with all these crippled hand tools on him that I'm sure he could like somehow manipulate with whatever claw he had left to like, I don't know, dial a phone or wipe his ass or something. And I was like, nah.
So for you, we know that's gone. But let's say hypothetically this. Let's say that you suffered burns, a lot of them, like 60%. But they only impacted you from like belly button to bicep, where you could wear a shirt that covered these burns.
Second or third?
Third. Oh, it's bad skin. But it's all covered by a t-shirt.
what does it look like?
Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger.
I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with it, but that would not be a reason to kick.
I'd live through it provided I could be a normal stuff. Like if there were like serious limitations on my mobility, like
there would be.
There would be, right? Like if I could still hammer and pick things up, and if something's really heavy, you kind of like rest it on your belly and chest as you like carry it to a place. If I can still function like a healthy person, then if it was just cosmetic, that'd be one thing. But if it's like painful to raise my elbow over my shoulder, then it's a lot tougher to live with.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't want to live without my dick. I don't want to live without at least one ball. I could lose all my toes and keep on rocking it. Whatever kind of footwear I need to make me be able to walk like a normal human.
I could give up a nut. As a matter of fact, I might give up a nut for less than you'd guess. Like if it was $100,000 for a nut, I'd be like,
You already have 2 kids, so it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah,
I'd give them both up if it wouldn't
especially
affect me.
If I'm allowed a cosmetic replacement, like you can have them both, as provided that we can keep me manly enough.
There you go. Yeah, they do that for dogs, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, in my head, I'm wanting to call them. I can't remember
ping
the name.
pong balls,
nudicles or something like. Yeah, is that what it is? So yeah, you get your dog neutered, and for the aesthetic of a dog with balls, they make these fake dog testicles, and they make them in all the different sizes. Where you got a little Pomeranian or a big Great Dane with some nuts on it. Like
Ender, right? So we have a dog, Ender, and we're going to have him fixed. We have all our dogs neutered and fixed. Some people think that's right. Whatever. Oh my God. Jackie calls him truck nuts. They're fucking enormous. They're like apples hanging down from his scrotum. And, you can't not see them. Like, when he walks around, they're just fucking, like, juggling, swinging. When he lays down, they squeeze out the back. And you're just like, dude, put on a diaper or something. You have these fucking truck nuts.
Bring him out here.
I'm sure he's sleeping in the bed.
My dad's dog's got some pretty big ones too. It's a little unseemly.
They're bigger than human nuts. Now I weigh more than Ender.
Oh yeah.
But his nuts, holy smokes!
I'd like to see Wings of Redemption's nuts next to your dog's nuts.
I think Ender's nuts. It would take a really exceptional human to compete with this dog's nutsack.
Your dog is old enough now and it's had nuts for long enough that it's become like a manly-ish dog. But those ones who are fixed right away, they're like Varys of dogs. Every one of them, but they can't talk, where they're just walking around. A little birdie's told me that you've yet to fill my bowl. He's just walking around effeminate, little gay, just no nuts. They didn't ever get any testosterone if that's what it's given them. That's just. It's I'm thirsty.
They say that that's supposed to like change the temperament, and I'm sure it does. I believe them because they're experts
It's
that
so
are saying
universally
this.
agreed, right?
Yeah. But in my dog's case, it didn't seem to help, and in my dad's dog's case, it didn't either. Like his little Jack Russell Terrier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it still attacks you if you come near my dad. Like
It's pissed off.
always,
Hey,
every
you took
day. Dad really regrets doing it. He talks about it whenever the subject comes up. He's like, I shouldn't have done it. Mama, it's her idea.
Parents are just always on the rocks, it seems.
It's
Oh, yeah.
It's
yeah,
entertaining on the outside, though.
Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, it's great. Mom apparently listened to some of the show not too long ago, and I got a talking to via Dad that there were certain subjects, and don't ask me what subject or what I said.
Hey, tell us all.
Yeah.
Type it out.
But there was they were like, I don't do that. I don't want to hear. And when I left the shop tonight, I was telling Dad, I was like, yeah, I gotta go do some work. He's like, you doing that show? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, be careful what you say. I might just tune on in. I was like, enjoy. It's just 4 or 5 hours a week. You want to comb through that? You can't even sit through Breaking Bad.
Listen to my son being a jackass on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird when people in our real lives listen to the show because, like, I think a lot of the fans realize that we're putting on a show here. We're being silly a lot of the time. We're just trying to try. It's a comedy show in my eyes. It kind of started out as a video game talk show, but like. Over the years, we all like to be funny and we all like to make each other. That's my favorite thing to do is to laugh. So it's kind of a comedy show now. And I think most people realize that, but some people don't. And it's just like I'm always having to face, like the person thinks that they're about to make me face the music. They're like, so, I saw you said this, this, and that. And I'm just like, that's a fucking joke. It's an inside joke that you don't know, like the preamble to. Like, see, there's this running story. I'm not part of a team of rapists who go around and do raping. I'm not a real rape squad killer. Like I'm just for pretend. You got to explain that stuff. I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was explaining that there was this Reddit post where. The girlfriend had basically broken the guy's Fallout 4 disc and posted, he wasn't spending enough time with me, blah, blah, blah. And I told you guys that if that happened, I was like, that's grounds for dismissal. I'd break up with her right there. My girlfriend's doing the laundry upstairs, and she hears me saying this, but she only hears half of it. So she thinks I'm saying that I'm going to break up with her.
To play Fallout.
Yeah, because of the Fallouts, because I'm playing too much Fallout or whatever, and I don't like that she's been giving me some friction about it. She thinks I'm breaking up with her. So like I check my phone like during the show, and I'm just like, 8 messages.
You son of a bitch.
It wasn't. She's like, are you breaking up with me? And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. So yeah, it's weird when people in your real life listen to the show, especially vicariously.
My mom watches the whole show. I have to believe she likes it because, like you, I mean, it's 4 or 5 hours of content a week. That's a lot to keep up on if you're not entertained by the show at all. But the one thing happened new this week. So my father's got a medical issue that I won't share. But I'm like, damn it, Mom, you done worn him out. And she's like, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And I think she got it was a PKA reference to their relationship.
Violent sex life.
Referencing things I've said on here to like my own mom. Like, hey, remember that time I was like making fun of cripples? Like, ha! Oh, man. Like, just the times we have. Like, that would... I don't know, like people will ask and be like, oh, what's the name of that show you do? And I'll tell them, but I'm not going to like ever be sitting there like at my place with them and be like, check this clip out. Let's sit here and listen to me talk. Like, that'd just be weird.
I like to sit down with them and like play like a best of, like a couple of the best of clips and explain like who each of us are and how and what we do and everything, and then give our backgrounds and then sort of explain that like this is sort of an entertainment show we do. Don't take this as like our unadulterated selves. Like this isn't, you're not a voyeur. You're just viewing us hanging out, having a talk. Like we're directly talking to the audience most of the time. We're putting on a show for them. And some people can't wrap their head around that or sarcasm or really
well, you
anything.
have to be extreme to like the point of ludicrousness a lot of times with points of view on things. So like people will say like, oh, I hate, fucking how Taylor hates liberals so much, and it's like, a lot of that stems from truth, but you also like, I need to be Woody's foil in a lot of ways, because Woody does go to the left more so, and if all three of us were just talking about like agreeing and beating each other off, like that's just boring, like you need the other side.
I'll say this, I feel like over the past couple weeks and months, you've done that really well. Right? Like there was a time when you just were kind of anti-liberal, but it wasn't fact-based to me. You just were like, they're stupid, but they didn't present an accurate counterpoint. Now you do. Like in particular, like, I'm thinking in my head right now of the Bernie Sanders talk. Like, I'll be like, the thing about Trump is he's really full of shit, and he knows he's full of shit, and there's this and there's that, and I want to circle back to some actual stuff about him, but you're like, yeah, and then on Bernie Sanders, just so you know, no one believes that you really get free college, free medical care, free everything. I can't think of the other major free things he wanted to give away. A base salary for everyone, and not have like
a living wage for McDonald's.
Yeah, and not have like either massive deficits or huge tax increases,
or slavery.
That's always a solution that I've been a major proponent of.
I don't think it's his platform, but
it's hard to get people. It is his platform. That's what you don't realize. He wants a bunch of the Americans to work for free. He doesn't. When there's no profit to be made, people won't do the work. I
just don't like how I can tell it's going to hurt small businesses, because I know a good number of people with small businesses, and like they work their asses off just as hard, I think, as people who have large businesses that could skirt by, even if these were implemented. And just it doesn't seem fair.
I was reading recently about how easy it is to be convinced of something when you already have that viewpoint, right? Like there's tons of data that reinforce it. I feel like I see it in religion a lot, right? It just takes the smallest amount of like verification of your idea and you will buy anything. One of the things lately has been minimum wage, right? I say, look, if we make the labor force more expensive, that will either get automated or shipped overseas. They've heard this a million times if you watch the show a lot. And people are like, I don't know. Minimum wage went high in Seattle and everyone's just loving it. Like, oh, really? So we haven't seen the impact of higher American wages? How's the textiles industry in Seattle? Because North Carolina used to make a lot of clothing, and that shit is just gone. It's wiped out and never returning. America used to make more cars. Tons of manufacturing jobs that were here have been sent overseas because our labor costs are so high. You're talking about increasing the labor cost in one city and it not having a major impact on the US economy. Yeah, right? A fucking course not. Also, it's only been a year. But if you just if suddenly everyone in the nation makes at least $15 an hour, then you're going to see entire industries shipped out of here because they're uncompetitive with the ones that did. And but back to circling back to this like verification of ideas you already hold, they'll be like, yeah, Seattle did this 13 months ago and we haven't seen any big differences other than pay raises. Right. Do it nationwide, do it for a decade, and see what happens to industries that have lower pay. They'll be gone. They're already gone, and we don't even have that.
That's a pretty big extrapolation from Seattle to the entire country. Just like comparing, like, oh, well, this Nordic country with 3 million people in it does this. And it's like, yeah.
Meanwhile, they have
really
like
similar.
Tons of oil revenues, and everyone is rich. They're practically a Middle East, but they're a cold version of.
Or they live on
state.
like a geothermal hotspot that allows them to like get 30% of their energy from that or something.
So Trump recently said, if you want to take care of ISIS, remember this is a guy who's going to be great at the military. His new plan is he's like the people in ISIS don't care if they die. So what you got to do is kill their families. And I try to look at that rationally, like, because there's a part of me that is like, look, if you really want to wipe things out, the last time we won a war, we bombed cities, like World War II. I'm talking about, like, Tokyo. They just set that whole freaking thing on fire. You think no innocent people were hurt in that? That was all a military strike? No, man. That was just.
We firebombed cities. They make an effort when they do that to like look at the weather patterns to make sure the winds are going to be right to start a fire in the city that'll burn everything up. The bombs are sort of the bombs set things off, but the firestorm that was created afterwards is the real goal of a lot of those fire bombings. So and it was Germany and Japan received the same.
So we've done it before, and it's worked. I mean, we unequivocally won that war, and then we didn't have like tons of German and Japanese like insurgency attacks afterwards. But somehow I feel like doing that in the Middle East isn't a winning strategy.
No.
The Trump's
Like,
idea of killing Go on.
Like, at what point do you stop? Like, is it, oh, we kill the immediate family, then the extended family gets a ton of people who now have a hair up their ass about, you know, maybe these ISIS people are right. Like, these are a bunch of fuckers. Like,
what are we even talking about? Assassinating their families? Like if we can't find these guys out in the desert, how are we going to find their Uncle Larry and take him out? Like,
in
or are
my
they talking
head,
about bombing their homelands that are unaffiliated with the war?
My personal leap was drone attacks. Like, yeah, you know, we'll take out with drones at like the house level. Like, you know, this guy left this house, now he's in ISIS. All right, well, we know his home address, so we'll go get that house.
Can you imagine how many new terrorists would pop up, even if it wasn't their family, where they're like, oh, the Marifs or whatever, like, were killed down there. They were just hanging out. Like, their son was a bit of a ruffian, but, you know, the rest of them were just people and, like, just doing their thing, trying to live. Like, and then that would, I guess, radicalize, if that's the word we're using now.
Yeah.
So many people.
Yeah,
like, that's an awful idea, Trump.
That's just not practical for one thing, because it's like, we don't know who a lot of these guys are, period, much less who their families are, okay? And the ones that we do know where their families are, and I'm sure they've probably already fucked with their families and questioned them and found out everything they could know.
Couldn't even stop the dude in California.
Killing isn't going to do anything. And the real thing you should know here is that we've been killing their families for years. That's why they hate us. That's why there is an ISIS, because we killed their fucking families. That's why they don't mind dying for their cause, because we killed their fucking families. Like, he's an idiot. Trump.
I apply it to me. If you kill my daughter, I mean, I would join a rebel force.
Sure. Yeah.
You know.
Some of those drone attacks you hear about, taking out a whole wedding in Pakistan here, and I've heard about it multiple occasions. Like, you would think that like there would only be one accidental U.S. drone attack that killed a whole wedding party, right? No. There's like a handful of them. Like, we're always taking out the whole wedding party.
Well, who can tell the difference between a wedding and a terrorist training camp anyway?
I know, they both have catering.
They look the same.
I don't know what what an Islamic wedding is like. You know, I've seen like a Jewish wedding.
Well, they stop by the kindergarten, pick up the bride.
Okay.
As you do.
Rough her up a little, as you do. If she resists or anything.
I think they have sex and then you take the soiled blood sheets and show them to everyone. Or is that Game of Thrones? That might be Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's just beyond horrific. But like,
I want to say culture does that.
That doesn't happen with like just normal, like the overwhelming majority of just peaceful Muslims, right? Like they marry people their own age. That's my understanding. Like, not their own age, like a couple years younger or something, but like it's only those super extreme, like those actual radicals who are marrying like children still, right? Like, I know people in the U.S. don't do that, but
I don't think I'm educated well enough on the topic to say for sure. But I would say that the child marriage game doesn't necessarily mean the person is a terrorist or anything, and vice versa. I bet there's a lot, but I feel like there's a lot of child fucking that goes on over there, and this seems like a great excuse when your religion excuses it.
That could be.
9 years old and they're old enough to marry.
That was like the same extremists who like acted on those like
I'm sure there's people from both camps in there.
There could be, yeah. It just seems like that's, I don't know, the culture's so different over there, but I can't imagine like a middle of the road Muslim being like, oh yeah, I'm 41, about to get married, she's 8. Like, there's just no way. Like, there's no fucking way that's common. Like, that's like literally unbelievable.
If you get her at 8, like what do you wait a few years? Like, what do you do? Like it's so horrible.
That is horrific.
What if you're an 8-year-old that gets married off? Like, what are you thinking? Like,
in a culture like that, do you have some more wives that you can have sex with while she's on the bench? You wait for her to turn older?
I think, yeah, you got a harem, right? Like, yeah.
That might be the way to go.
Yeah. You could have some see, that's like, what do they call it in baseball when you got...
minor leagues? The trip of farm
You
league.
got your farm team.
Yeah. You got the farm team down there. Yeah, like an
mhm.
8-year-old, 12-year-old, stuff like that. Yeah, they're up and coming. Yeah. They're
That
gonna
was
be good. They're gonna be good players in a year or two.
Oh, this is gross.
we used to do that on the lifeguard stand. I'm sure I've told this before, but like so girls would walk down the beach. That was the thing. They're always walking down. So you'd see them from like 300 feet away, and you'd be like, "Ooh, she's hot." And then she comes by, and you realize she's hot, but she's like 15 or something. So we had an imaginary farm league. Like, we'll put her there. We'll let her mature. 3 years later, she'll come back. She'll be ready for the majors.
Was
That
the farm league like some sort of alley behind the?
It was just
Was there a lot of fake drowning in the farm league?
just talk. No, it was just
Just like still,
Yeah.
you'll be fine. You're having an
couldn't-
out of water drowning.
So awful.
uh,
Oh well, I can't believe your mom listens to this. That's outrageous.
She
I knew
just
she
heard
listened
that.
occasionally, but like she's a fan. Is she a Patreon and everything? Huh?
I don't think so. She's never mentioned PKN.
Wow, she needs to jump on the. Like, come on,
That's where the real dirty stuff.
Mrs. Woodworth. Like you have to know you're missing half the show here. Like we've got PKN over there, and it's a lot more spontaneous and get our daily lives over there. It's a lot of fun. All you gotta do is go over
PKN
the-
has a
Yeah,
bit
this
of
is
a
so
different
scripted.
culture to it. Like I feel like it's just us girls, right? In PKN, right? Like it's a smaller audience. Like anything you say that's going to like if I had talked about Robin Williams on PKN, it would have never been a thing. Like it's
No,
it's
thank
ju-
God you didn't.
it's
that came out here.
it's,
Well, that
it's
fuck you, Patch Adams. You know?
it's just us, and yeah, PKN is a little more intimate version of PKA.
Yeah, so head on over to Patreon, become a member. Yeah. Do that.
Yeah, check that out.
But yeah, I can't believe your mom's not a Patreon. She's not listening to the show.
I mean, my mom's not either, so.
Oh well, you should get her.
Come on,
Does your
Mrs.
mom know
Durka,
about the
step up your
show?
game.
Yeah. I don't think she fully understands it.
Uh-huh.
She'll be like, "Oh, how's the YouTube or like the?"
Wow,
the
is your mom
podcast?"
95?
Oh, I was just getting back
from
from the
Fargo?
soda fountain, you know. Yeah, she's in Fargo. Heard you were doing your thing online, you know.
I just call it a radio show because it's basically what it is. It's just on a different format. I was like, we do kind of a comedy radio show every week. It's on the internet.
Did you have
Yeah.
to like choose a parent you stayed closer to during the divorce? Because you were
No.
like a young adult when that happened. It's a different experience, I think, than some.
That was like 6 years ago or so. 5 years ago, 5, 6. So I was like 18 or 19 in college, and so it didn't affect me that much. And like, I just kind of stayed. Like I made.
It
like
affected you though. I talked to you at the time.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
affected me, but it also was like, like I had to like set a precedent. Like I was old enough, unlike like my youngest sibling, where I could like set a precedent of like, all right, don't talk to me about anything going on with parent number 2, and then with the other one, don't talk to me about anything going on with parent number 1. I don't want to hear it. I want to stay close to both of you, and I'm not gonna be your messenger boy or do anything like that. Like when I'm with you, you're my mom. When I'm with you, you're my dad. We don't get involved. Like if you start saying like, oh well, that thing that they did that one time, which like that nope, you're breaking the rule. Like, you can't- of course, it doesn't work 100% of the time, and there's
Yeah.
always like flub ups because there's so much like bound up frustration from
Yeah.
divorces like that. But that's what I've tried to do, and it's worked well for the most part. Like
Yeah, my dad, whenever my mom and dad, they were gonna get divorced. I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago or something like that. What he called it? They didn't. They should
We
have.
put
I
a
don't know.
bet on it, which
Yeah,
is so
yeah, yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
Kyle bet they were gonna split.
Yeah. I was like, no.
I would bet that right now. It always
Yeah,
seems
right?
like a safe bet.
Because my dad called me and he was like, your mother and I are getting a divorce. You know, I just wanted to let you know and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, that's probably for the best, right? Like good deal, you know. All right, finally making some sense over there. But but like he was, you know, they were going back and forth, and I'd be with him, and he'd be doing that thing like you're saying. He'd like it's me and him against her, and I'm like, look, I'm not taking
I'm not taking
sides in
sides.
this. I was like, you can't ask me to kind of turn against my mother no more than I would allow her to try to turn me against you. I was like, I'm a neutral party in all this. I feel very bad for all the bullshit you guys have going on, but like, it
You don't
doesn't
need to
have
bring
anything
me
to do with
into
me. Yeah, I have nothing to do with this, and I won't have anything to do with it. You know, I didn't like that at all because my sister got all involved in it, and
The less you know, the better in that kind of situation where it's like,
Yeah.
You want to know what they did this time? It's no.
No,
Like,
I might end up in
remember
some
the time
sort
they
of
brought
fucking
juice boxes after my soccer game. Like that's
yeah. I don't want to be called to some sort of divorce hearing to like, and like my dad's over there. Just say what I told you to say, and I'm just like, fuck.
And
really?
your mom's like, you know who your best friend is? Like,
You know what to say. And then, I just imagine both give me a pep talk before I have to go. Like they're both trying to get me to lie. Like
fighting for custody of their 29-year-old son.
They would fight. Yeah, they would fight for the other way around. I know I would hate to have to. Another thing I'd rather do than die. I mean, another thing that I would prefer death over. Living with my mother under any circumstances whatsoever. I just would
Even
not.
without a burned face.
Even without a burned face,
Wow.
no. Wouldn't stay with her for.
What would happen that would be so awful?
Oh. She would talk.
She probably would. Yeah,
She'd
that would
be
happen.
there. Oh man, I don't know. She's hard to get along with, man. Like no sense of humor for one thing. Like I like to fuck around. I like to joke. I like to like just randomly tell you like a ridiculous lie, just to be like, just tell you something awful happened today, and then just to get a reaction, get a rise out of you, get a reaction out of you. That's what she always called it. She's like, you're always just trying to get a rise out of me. And I'm like, yeah, it's a fucking joke. Like you don't have a sense of humor. And me and my dad had the same fucked up sense of humor where like, I don't know, we crack jokes all the time. We're always picking on stuff and making fun of her and her ridiculousness and really anybody who's around us. And she's just got no sense of humor about that shit. And she's got a crazy temper, like, and you know, she gets all cross-eyed when she starts screaming at you. And like, I found that every conversation I had with her ended up with me like feeling like chest pains and like tension. And I would just be like, no, Mom, I don't want to do that. No, I don't need help with that. No, tell her not to. No, don't make an appointment for me. No, I'm not going. I won't go. No, I don't need my teeth cleaned. You know,
They're fine.
Like she just push her will upon you. Like she's just I can't deal with it.
It's exhausting.
It really frustrates me. I get so frustrated like dealing with her. I don't know, just the questions she asks. I love her, you know, that's my mom, but I don't like her.
Well, I hope she likes that little diatribe there.
Yeah, Mom. If you're listening to this, I hope that didn't offend you at all. I just, you know, you
had your best pretty well.
You're very supportive during my childhood, but I just felt like I didn't get a lot of love. I just felt like you're just always screaming at me. Just lots of yelling, and that I'd cross over and you'd scream, and you gave me a lot of apprehension to like waking up early. I felt like you'd come in there Saturday morning, and all I'd want to do is watch cartoons, and I just remember feeling dread when I'd hear you walking around the house because I knew that you were up and I'd have to do some chores or something. So, yeah, you just deal with it, Mom. It'll be all right.
Not enough love. And
yeah, not enough
she doesn't
love.
Have a sense of humor, and so
No sense
everything
of
you
humor.
said, you can construe as a joke. And if she gets offended, she's only affirming your point.
See?
Perfect.
There you go
Edge
again,
defense,
Mom. You didn't get the
everything you
joke.
said, just neatly wrapped up in a little box, bow tied. You know, just wait for it to
Interesting.
explode.
I had it a little easier, I guess. Like throughout my childhood, I never had to question my parents' relationship. Like that thing was just solid. You could hear the
Nobody in the neighborhood. they could.
the bed squeaking was enough to let you know that they're still getting along. If there was ever any kind of real bump in the road, then it was hidden from the children. You know, you conditioned from it from birth and probably before birth, really. And
Literally.
Yeah, during. Yeah.
yeah, right.
Get him out of there. I'm filling up and I need to release.
I still got an indentation right here.
Yeah.
So I never had to worry about that. My father worked so much, and he worked far from the house, an hour and a half from the house. So he wasn't around as much. And when we moved to Ocean City, my mother was just not enthusiastic about parenting. It seemed like she kind of retired when I was 12. But there was still like a family that existed there. Even though I didn't get the micromanagement that a slack off like me probably needed. And then into adulthood, you know, some like good high level counseling, but still a lot of time spent. Like I would say my first 15 years of adulthood were kind of not happy with my constant professional failure, you know, only being like top 5 or 10% economically. You know, who could put up with a loser like that? And then more recently, Now that that's kind of settled away, it has to do with my lack of faith. And, if I were to spend more than 15 minutes with my parents, it would surely go around to, Woody, I wish you had the gift of faith. So
Can you just fake it?
I'm not a liar. Like, no, like I wouldn't. You get.
Lord, I lift your name on high.
I don't do that. And one of the reasons I'm adopted of atheist, because I used to say I was agnostic a long time ago, and I was like, I feel like I'm just not being honest with whoever I'm talking to. Agnostic's a little more palatable to a lot of people, where you're like, I'm not sure what I believe. Like, all right, well, I'll take that.
I would put myself in that camp, because I feel like you should too if you really think about it. Maybe you have, but like an atheist seems to know something that the rest of us don't know, just like a person of faith does. I feel like an atheist has to have a bit of faith in their own regard to feel like they've got enough information at hand to make a decision on whether there's something else out there. But an agnostic person, they're admitting like, hey, I'm lacking a big part of the equation. There's no way I can know what the final answer is going to be. It could be any one of these things. There could be a white-haired wizard up in the sky who commands everything. Or maybe there's alien puppet masters who are just planted us down here. Or maybe we're just all in a big dream world and some turtle's back or some craziness.
That's the way it's like actually like it's more palatable just to say, oh, I'm agnostic. But like the actual words, like I don't think of douchiness when I think of like atheist, because like the agnostic and atheist are describing different things. Like to be an atheist means that you do not believe in God. To be agnostic means that you do not believe that there is sufficient knowledge to know. So like it could be if you're a Gnostic theist, that means that you have the knowledge required to establish the existence of God, and the theist means that you know that this God is X, Y, and Z. If you're an agnostic atheist, you believe that there is insufficient knowledge to know whether or not there is a God. Therefore, you do not believe in God, as the default position for belief is non-belief.
I think
it's like agnostic sounds better though, because it makes you seem a little less.
It sounds better because it makes, in my head, makes you sound a little less confrontational. Like,
Yeah,
you might be right. I don't know. It could be. But
Yeah.
what I do is I apply the same standard of proof to religion that I would apply to anything else in my life, right? If your religion believed that when I wasn't looking, goldfish came out of the bowl and flew around the room and landed, and there was never any proof of this, and no one's ever seen it, and it never, like, there's just nothing to support this notion that when you leave the room, goldfish fly around, but we believe it. We have faith in it. And, through eons, thousands of years, there's just never been any concrete proof. But we think it happens. I'm just like, no, I can't believe that you're on target with that when there's just so much lack of proof, And going back to the thing I've been talking about so many times today, this low standard for confirmation in things you already believe in. Like, my father is convinced that, I hope I don't mess this up, but I think Israel beat Iran in a war in like the 60s. And he's like, there's no reason they would have won that war. None. They were just completely outclassed in so many ways. But God was on their side, and Israel won the war.
I know. Was it the 7-day war or something like that?
Yeah.
All right. So there were some crazy shit that went on in that. There was this one tank commander who was up on an elevated position, and I don't remember how many tanks he destroyed with his one tank, but it was so many it sounded like video game stats. Now I don't believe that the God of Abraham came down and helped that tank commander kill 80 tanks or whatever he killed, but that they did do a pretty good job in that little war. I watched a little thing about that on the History Channel the other day. But I think I'm an anti-theist, right? Like, I don't believe in any of the shit that everybody else believes in. I don't think anybody knows. And I don't think that it's the Jesus Christ or the God of Abraham, or I don't think that I don't
think anybody's got it right.
I don't think anybody's got it right. I think it's much more likely that we're
a long string of cosmic accidents in my head, or cosmic coincidences or whatever.
I think more of us than that. I think we might have something like a soul, something like what we call a soul. Maybe there's something left of us after we're gone, some some scrap of energy that's undetectable or immeasurable or we're not even aware of. Maybe there's something left of us that goes on afterwards, but I don't think we're conscious. I'd like to think that human beings are more than just animals that are with big brains.
Yeah, it's nicer to believe that, but like that's the same thing as what you're saying of like, oh, you don't believe in the God of Abraham and all that. Like, there's just as much evidence for us going on in some form as there is for all their stuff.
Which is to say none,
It'd
right?
be
None.
better to,
Yeah, there's
which
none.
is to say none. Yeah, it'd be better to. I'd rather believe that, but like.
I'd like
it seems like you're building yourself up for disappointment.
I like to believe in reincarnation. I like reincarnation. I think that sounds great. You know, yeah. Oh, you're so special, Woody, that you will go on to live many, many lives, and it'll never end, and all that stuff. It doesn't really sink in with like an increasing population count. You know, what there's reincarnation and new ones. I don't know. I want some level of evidence in almost everything. I believe. You know, all the way from like automotive repair to religion. And
well, what about the moon base? Like, you believe in that and we haven't seen it.
That's not true.
We've only seen one side of the moon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've seen it? You've seen the moon base?
What moon base are we talking about? I don't know of any moon bases.
Talking about the moon base last week.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it last week either.
The moon base that all the rich people are staying up in. You think the paparazzi can't find Miley Cyrus? Well, they know exactly where she is and where she's hiding.
I read on Reddit today that the Russians were planning to build a moon base.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Power to them.
Doesn't seem like they could afford a moon base right now, since they're, you know.
I barely understand. It seems like they're better at rockets than we are. Somebody sent me this really great military analysis, and because I had talked on the show maybe 3 weeks ago about how, well, I'm not shocked that Russian military has advanced. In my thought process, it kind of didn't. I pictured what it was in like the 80s or 90s, and I see their stuff now, like, oh shit, that's all new looking bombs, and they've got cruise missiles flying along the bottom and stuff, and somehow I forgot that they were advancing, or at least I hadn't thought about how they're advancing. And he just laid out like all the places that Russia's better than the U.S. and where U.S. is better than Russia, and how different things are important. And like the U.S. has an air force that is just far and away better than what anyone else has, but Russia, super strong in anti-air. Like, they're not expecting to win air supremacy with planes. They expect to make air supremacy a serious pain in the ass with surface-to-air missiles. And they're better at that than we are. There's a reason that when we want to go to the moon, or I'm sorry, the International Space Station right now, we use Russian rockets. Apparently, their rockets are first class, and ours, we have catching up to do there. It made sense. Everything he said made sense. I could find it.
That's not why. NASA doesn't have the money. They stopped the shuttle program.
I'm not saying. Well, I guess I did kind of say we can't build great
Our rockets are better than theirs. That's how we made it to the moon. We won the space race.
I would argue,
about, right?
I think we're clinging to some 40, 50-year-old accomplishment there. I would guess that you can't say our rockets are better because of what we did in the 60s, I think. Well,
they were better. Have they? I haven't seen any evidence that the Russians have surpassed us in any way.
I don't know. They routinely go to the space station. They're the planet's taxi drivers at this point.
That's because we defunded like NASA. We're just not doing it. Like, it's not like we were, exploding left and right. We've had what, like 2 shuttle disasters ever or whatever. I think.
I'm not sure, but
there's 2 of them that blew up, and then I think that was part of the Apollo program where they burn up on the. Yeah, that was.
I was about to say there's a 3rd one that blew up, and then I realized I was talking about an episode of West Wing. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. So 3. A lot of people are going to get out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that they've shown anything that would suggest they've surpassed us in like rocket technology. I just don't think so. I mean, we're not taking our shit into space because we don't want to pay for it. From what I understand, it wasn't like we were unable to get up there or anything. The way I remember it, so during the space race, there were 2 trains of thought, I guess. One of them was with the Russians. They had lots and lots of rockets on their whatever vehicle, and the Saturn V had, maybe it's 5. It's a much smaller amount of rockets, and they could never get their shit to be nearly as reliable as ours was with fewer rockets. Their Nazi scientists weren't as good as ours.
Dude, I want to read this to you. It's about a 90-second read. I don't know if that's too long.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
All right, here we go. You were wondering about tech levels and world militaries on PKA. I'll try and lay some info out there. Most of everything that the entire world uses right now was developed during the Cold War. In many cases, things that were being developed towards the end of the Cold War are superior to things we still use today, simply because there was no need for those programs anymore. For example, the US made way less F-22s than planned and was going to give up on a myriad of fancy toys for the Army, like low-sats and NLOS guns and net-fire missiles. Joint European fighter development programs stalled for decades and eventually broke up. The Russian weapons development took a gigantic hit that are only just emerging from today. For example, half of their competing tank design bureaus arguably were better than the ones in the Ukraine. Now, how we stack up today. The US is really good at avionics technology. Radars on planes from stealth planes is really no contest. The US is the only country with stealth fighters and stealth bombers. Soon, most of the US's major allies will be buying F-35s, the premier stealth fighter bomber. Very conventional media attention here, but I definitely support this program. I'm sorry, controversial media attention, but I support it. So this guy likes F-35s. I don't know. Another standout advantage the U.S. has is naval defense weapons for their ship. This developed due to the need to protect their very expensive aircraft carriers. The reason for this advantage is because the Soviet Union never needed carriers to project their power. They have land borders already provided for this. Instead, they developed huge fleets of strategic bombers launching anti-ship cruise missiles. These missiles can fly for hundreds of kilometers, break the sound barrier several times, skim close to the water's edge. As you can manage, it's a huge feat of detection and guidance to intercept this weapon. And out of this need, the U.S., the only people who seriously needed to, developed some of the best ship-borne to air weapons in the world. For example, and then he links to the RIM-132 ESSM. Those were really the only two major American technology advantages I can think of. There might be a few that I missed, but they're not strategically significant. An army could have or not have those and still win around 50% of the time. Oh, he's saying the other technologies could have or have not them and still win half the time. Everyone's tanks are Cold War era and similar in capability. Everyone's infantry rides around in a mix of wheeled and tracked transports with similar weapons and armor. Everyone has a hefty stock of cruise missiles, precision-guided bombs, and anti-tank missiles. Everyone has attack helicopters like an Apache. Everyone has fighter aircraft as good as an F-15, the frontline American favorite. Europe has some better, but not as good as an F-22 at most things. Russia and China will have something like an F-22 soon. Interestingly enough, Russia and her allies and Cold War friends have better surface-to-air missiles than the West. This was born out of not being confident and holding air superiority with their fighters. The U.S. would probably have caught up if it wanted to, but they're many years behind. He links to the Panzer S1 that has no modern Western counterpart. It's almost done. The reason the U.S. military is so impressive is not only its standout technology, but its logistics. If you stuck a U.S. armored company against a Russian one, it would be about an even fight. You could even make arguments either way, but the differences are small. But if you made Russia and U.S. fight each other over an island in the middle of the Pacific, the U.S. could easily float several brigades worth of equipment over there with no real problem. It may have their own mini air force flying from boats. Russia might show up with a battalion or two of light infantry, no tanks, etc., and a dozen fighter jets. The only countries that can send large portions of their armies to fight anywhere in the world right now are Russia, followed by a large gap, then UK and France. Sorry for rambling, it's 2 a.m. Somewhere in there...
That was good.
Yeah, he seems to... I can hardly
I wish he'd mentioned the submarines, because I feel like that's something that we're pretty far ahead in, too.
Maybe he'll write back. Let
us know what you think of the sub, because my thing is I feel like the sub tech, not specifically like the capabilities of the sub, but the capabilities of those missiles that it shoots, those MIRVs or whatever, the ones that go up and have multiple warheads. It seems like the submarine will carry like a dozen or more of them, and then each one individually is like half a dozen nuclear weapons in its own right. I'm wondering if the Russians have a similar...
I think I took that surface-to-air missile thing and extrapolated it to mean rockets, but in reading it a second time, I don't think that was a fair thing to do, unless I read somewhere else. But now I'm
Is it a
reading
gun?
A gun? No, he was saying that in that thing I just read that the U.S. is much better at surface-to-air missiles, and that developed out of a need because they didn't think that their fighter jets could maintain air superiority. So I think I heard that, they're much better surface-to-air missiles. They got way better rockets, and that explains the moon thing and all that. But either I'm just wrong or I read that somewhere else. I don't know. I thought that was my source, and upon rereading it, it wasn't a good source.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Did that guy say what his background is, or if he's just a fan of the History Channel? Or
no, I read you almost all of it. I'm looking at his. Man, he. I don't know where his knowledge comes from, but it seemed pretty legit to me.
Yeah, he's well spoken. I'd like to know what.
Yeah, now, if you read this whole thing, there's no grammatical errors or anything. He writes on like a collegiate level.
I like to see that.
Yeah.
Every now and then I'll. I don't know. I don't like grammatical errors. I do my best when I write something to get any out, and every now and then I'll send a message or an email, and I'll see it, and I'm just like, fuck! I have to immediately send them an email and let them know I know how to spell that word. Just so you know, I know it was supposed to be Their. I know, and I've always fucking known.
Don't you doubt me.
Yeah, I don't at all struggle with the knowledge of it, but every so often I see that I made that mistake, and
when you're typing, it's shit's just flowing, and especially if you're dictating or you're like taking memory. You're like sometimes I'll read something and I'm like reprocessing what I'm reading and typing it out, like changing the format of it basically, and like there's gonna be some shit in there. There'll be typos, but I feel like I judge people based on that. Whenever I see Chiz made a little error in there, oh yeah.
You keep a mental log.
Little check
when
mark
I
Chiz
see
there.
Chiz make a little mistake like that, though, I liken it to the same ones I do. I don't think he doesn't know. I think he just
of course
didn't
not.
spell proofread it again or something like that.
No, I don't think he's a good speller.
No,
I have a
he's a
spelling
guest.
contest.
I think
Next
they're the
time
same
he's
kind of
a
mistakes
guest,
I would
let's
make.
give him a spelling bee. Kyle versus Chiz spelling bee.
Ooh,
Yes!
I like that. And what's great now is everyone has cameras, right? Because we held spelling bees in the past. I remember White Boy Beat Only Use Me Blade, which was an upset. But nobody knows. There weren't cameras at the time. Hands up for this spelling bee.
I'll take you on, Kyle. Any day of the week.
I don't want none of Merca and a spelling bee. Can I forfeit now? Like you have a huge everyday vocabulary, right? Like it's rare that you use words that I don't know, but it's not rare that you use words that I don't use. And I extrapolate that onto a
My favorite
spelling
word
level that I
is
want.
preponderance.
Yeah,
That's a Taylor word.
The P sound is funny. You put it in the right context. It's a good one.
And you managed to, of course, it's funny when you say it, and it sounds smooth, unlike with Lefty, when it just seemed condescending and
I wonder how he's doing now.
Why? Why does everybody wonder? It's like, you know what? I also wonder about that taxi driver that drove us home from PAX that night. Wonder what Raphael's doing. I don't fucking care what Raphael's doing. Like, I had a passing association with Lefty. I wish him the best, but I don't care what he's doing. Like if he joined the army, good, join the army, or if he becomes a professional talk radio. I just don't fucking care. Like
funny. I think I'm the one he hates the most, but I considered my relationship with him way more than passing association. No, we weren't buds. He never confided in whatever life troubles he may have been facing at the time, if any. Who the hell knows? We didn't have that level, but I cared about him.
I played video games with Lefty. I enjoyed playing video games with him. I really didn't know Lefty at all, really. I still don't know the guy's real name. Don't say it out loud. I still don't know it. And you've told me multiple times, and I've read it in our discussions and stuff, and I still don't know the guy's fucking name. So it's like I didn't know him that well. I just didn't. I know Chiz infinitely more better than I ever did Lefty.
I learned Lefty's name when I had to write him a check, I think. So that's the thing. And there was another thing. I don't know if I've told the story before. I probably have, but I needed his address again to send him money, and it was hard to get it from him. You know, it was like, do you have to? I was like, well, can't you just, you know, I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to send you a check. Like, I'm not going to spread your address, and never have, even through the darkest times. And never even considered it. And he was like, well, can't you just PayPal it? And I was like, well, like, I technically could, but I got paid with a check, and I just wanted it to come out of the account that it went into. Like, it seemed more like unified that way, instead of me like going off to some other financial institution and paying out of that when the money came in here. And that's, you know, he gave me his address, but it took some talking to. He valued his privacy.
Yeah, sure, and I can't blame him. I value mine as well, but yeah, I just didn't know Lefty very well. We were co-workers. I'd say it kind of ends there. I don't know anything. I don't know what state he lived or lives in. I think he drove a Crown Vic, if I remember correctly, or a Grand Marquis or something like that. Like, he enjoys cigars, and
I think he lived near Chicago, didn't he?
Near Chicago, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So
he was
I would
right
guess
there.
he's in Illinois.
Tried to get him to come and play paintball with us, and anyway, I just I didn't know. I had a much closer relationship with Wings of Redemption than I ever did with Lefty. God, I want to see what Wings is up to. I need to check his videos out. I haven't checked him out in a while. I like it when Wings is at least some part of my life. When Wings is involved, when he's kind of part of my daily discussion. I like watching his videos with my girlfriend. I know Kitty loves watching his videos. Like, we know the ones we like to watch, right? Like the real ones, the ones that are him and shit's happening. And it's like it's a real life sort of soap opera drama type situation. Relatives on drugs.
That's
family
the best.
members are ill.
And I don't wish him bad
money's
times,
tight.
but anything real in him, I love, right? If he's having highs right now, share the highs. If he's having lows right now, share the lows. It's great YouTube. My least favorite are when I might have some inside knowledge and know that the video is really painting a positive look on a negative time in his life. Like, those are the videos where I'm like, well, all right, I hope another one comes tomorrow. But anything that's genuine with Wings is gold.
I enjoyed those walking vlogs so much, as preposterous as they were. I really like those. I still go back and watch the stuff that if you're out there listening to this and you've never seen the FPS Bootcamp, just search that shit on YouTube. That is so funny to me. Maybe it's just because I was there and it's me talking. Dude, I love those videos, especially the first like 3 or 4 or something like that. I've got Jeremy. We're working out. It's about Wings losing weight at my house, and he's living with me, and I'm talking to him from behind the camera, and I've got my buddy Jeremy as like his workout partner / I guess like a trainer kind of. And Jeremy, of course, is always dressed in some sort of costume. He's Gumby one week. He's a Roman emperor the next. He's a priest. Yeah, and he's always hyping Wings up and trying to get him going. I really enjoy going back and watching those videos. Such a nightmare to make them, but really fun to go and fun. It's really fun to sit with somebody and like watch them and be like, pause it and be like, you see this right here? Let me tell you what fucking happened that day.
The director's cut.
This was day 5 without him shitting. I had to call Joe Lozon and ask, at what day do we go to the ER? And he's like, oh, it's been 5 days? It's not too bad. I was like, well, what do we do on day 7? And he hadn't shit. 7 days.
Call a mortician.
Wow. I could tell he was like calculating and getting concerned. And I was like, dude, better shit soon. Or like, we got a problem here because I've been seeing what he's been eating. And
What's
he's
he
telling
eating?
me he hasn't. Whatever I fed him, chicken and rice and vegetables and
That's what I cleared him
chicken
right
and
out.
rice. Yeah, it's just like shoving more starches down a musket, right? Plunge that shit down there, going further and further.
Next thing you know, you gotta get your granny in there to break up a turd or two. I tell that story to people and they are shocked. Like I'll meet a new person. Like when we were off at the Ox Ranch filming that last video, like I was just like, have you ever heard of Wings of Redemption? And they were like, no. I was like, well, let me tell you about him. And one of the first things I explained was like the whole thing about his grandmother fingering him and breaking up the poop in his butthole so that he could pass it.
That is just, it's to this day, it is baffling to me.
And the fact that he told us all on this show with all the people
More than
listening,
once?
like if that shit had happened to me, I wouldn't tell you guys. I really don't
Keep
think
that
I
under
would.
lock and key.
He did it
I
for his kids, right? And not, well, he didn't have kids, but he had a girlfriend with kids that lived with him, and one of the kids had that same issue, and I think he took care of it for the.
I don't think so. I don't think that's
I
accurate.
don't think so.
I don't think wings.
All right, PKA historians, I could be wrong. Someone let us know
Let's fucking hope.
if that's
I
a
do
story that he
remember-
told on the show.
I remember him saying something about one of the. I remember this. There was a kid. One of the kids was constipated or something. But sure as shit, Wings didn't finger that kid or nothing.
I don't
Like,
want to
'cause
say
that-
it like that because it sounds pedo.
I know
right?
you don't, but if it happened, like there's no reason that kid's mom shouldn't have finger banged him instead, and there's no reason like or a medical practitioner or even gangster grandma be like gangster grandma, you want to come finger bang the kid or this lady I'm hanging out with? Well, come on over then. Bring them tiny bony fingers over here. They're perfect. but like one of his meaty sausage fingers, I couldn't take that. Like. Oh,
Well, it's gonna get the job done.
Well,
He
the
actually-
PKA
he
historians
actually
will
has
let
very
us know
dainty-
which
he actually
one's
has
right.
very nice hands. They're kind of small, but they're really nice. Like they're not all. I feel like I've got all like mangled, like crazy hands. But like he's actually
I'm surprised
got
that
nice...
wasn't on your list of kill yourself. Just...
I wish my hands were normal. You know, I used to like be self conscious about it, but now I just think it's awesome. I just think it's
It is
a little
pretty
quirk about me that my
I wonder if there's a medical explanation. If someone is like, right, he has loose tendons. I bet he's
swan.
prone to ACL damage or.
It's a swan neck deformity. It's that causes this to be able to do that. So normally there'd be a tendon or whatever or ligament, I guess, that would prevent that from happening. But mine is like extra long or extra loose or something like that. It's swan neck deformity, and I guess that's what I've got there. Is kind of a swan neck. So I got
Does
going
it
on.
have any other like manifestations in the body? Like like if.
Very flexible cock.
If you were, well, no, like if you were to be a hockey player, would your hips be prone to dislocating or something like that?
So my hips are super flexible. Like I remember doing in jiu-jitsu whenever like I'd like when he would be in my guard, like it seemed like my hips were really flexible and they really
Put
go
your
out.
calf on the back of his neck and stuff like that,
Totally,
or crazy
yeah.
rubber
Oh, yeah.
guards.
Like way like I'm not gonna put on a flexibility show here on the show or anything, but yeah, like I could bend them however I wanted and get up really high, and I felt like I was good at that. And I don't know, but it's mostly just the hands. They've been bendy forever. My thumb, like it'll go all the way to my wrist. And, they bend in weird ways. Like the pinky will just kind of like go over there.
I'm trying it. There's nothing interesting about my hands at all.
No, and
No.
the toes too, of course. They're all crazy and they
Right.
bend and
Yeah.
So let's
I've
see
seen
if I
your
can,
weird toe antics in person. It's
So
when
like
you walk on your toes, it's upsetting.
I feel like your toes are not as hairy as they once were. Are you
I
manicuring?
shaved them. Yeah. I've started shaving my my feet.
Well, thank
'Cause
God.
I use like my beard trimmer. I trying to get this on camera well enough. But yeah, like this area, like in there, I trim that up because what happens is in the winter I wear long socks and you pull them on and what happens is the hair gets like bent backwards away from the way it wants to go. And after a day of that, they start to ache and hurt and be really sore. And I'll
Little
like, take
pinpricks of pain, right? Because
I hate that with tight undershirts on chest hair.
they get because like all the hairs are bending. I know what you're talking about when it kind of pulls the hair, but this is like all the hairs are bent backwards and the follicle gets sore. And at the end of the day, like that whole patch of hair is just sore, and I have to like rub it and be like, that fucking hurts. So yeah, I shave my feet now, and I shave my armpits too. That's one I picked up from my cousin the other day. He welds, and he doesn't want his armpit hair catching on fire, or if some slag were to bump in there. And also something about his deodorant was like making the hair stick together, so when he'd raise up, like bending and being flexible, they'd pull. And I was like, yeah, I got the same thing going on, so yeah, beard trimmer there too. That's a lot cleaner.
You
That's
just
nice
put it
shave.
on like a number 3 or something and shave that?
Yeah, I think about a 3. Yeah.
Huh.
There's
Maybe
there's
I'll
still
invest
hair
some
there.
time in that.
There's still hair there that you can see, but it's just not like, normally armpit hair gets pretty long, like that or something. It's not like most men, I don't think ever shave it. And I haven't shaved it. Certainly, I feel like that'd be a recipe for disaster, but trimming it seems like a good idea. And sometimes I trim my arm hair too, because it can kind of get out of hand and like get really long and like, I don't know, doing weird stuff. Man, I like it better if I
Never
if I
trim my arm.
I just run the trimmer over there. I mean, you're like, oh shit, I didn't know that's what my arm looked like.
I'm pretty happy with my arm hair, really. I wouldn't change a thing. But, I don't know. Foot hair or something, maybe.
Yeah. Would you like some foot hair? Is that what you're saying?
No, I feel like I've got the appropriate amount of foot hair, really. I just
You could like maybe take some donor hairs from back here somewhere and like place them on your feet.
Maybe. I've got too much hair on the top of my head. Not that I want to give any up, because you start to really value it. But it's like wearing a hat or something. It's hot under here. It's really...
I was happier with my hair situation like maybe 2 years ago, and I was like, all right, I've hit the capacity that I want to be everywhere, and now it's just creeping.
Oh no!
Towards the back, making a run for it.
Not like up there bad, but just over. It's just getting to where I'm looking and I'm like, I'm gonna be like that old guy at the pool, like that Sicilian-looking guy who's just like,
no.
oh my god, he's like, you could braid that.
Here's the thing. My wife made it very clear that she didn't like chest hair. And we met at like 19, and I didn't have any. Like, hardly any. Maybe just a little bit around my nipples or something. But I was pretty much bare-chested. And now here I am at 40. Not hairy. You know, there's no, like, bush on it, but there's hair on my chest. And I think to myself, I am fully aware that's not her preference.
Yep.
You know, that's...
So I'm...
Mine's all
Never
straight
changed.
on my... I feel like it all kind of goes down. Like, there's not like a bunch of curly hair on my chest. It's all just kind of going down through the middle.
Me too. Yep.
It's not curly.
Yeah.
I see guys where it's curly. Like, it's like...
Yeah,
Like
when you
the
said
hairs are
old Sicilian guy, I pictured someone who had like a
fuzzy.
little coat.
Oh.
You know?
No, not like that. Just
Yeah, I've seen that shit before, and it looks awful. It looks like a deformity. I'd die before that happened too. But yeah,
I can see.
Yeah,
See a little
whatever.
something.
But
This whole thing connects, which is hideous. If
Oh.
I
It
just
can
let go,
connect?
It just... you can't even see. On
wow,
the-
I don't even. I had no hair down there. Like, what the hell is that?
I swear, it seemed like a couple of years ago, if I started to grow a beard, it was like this thing, like, oh, look, Woody, your beard grows in nice. Now, Kyle has more beard than me right now, and Taylor, well, is in another league. You know, it's like a thick beard. I really have nothing interesting going on here. It looks a little better. I'm looking at it on camera.
Distinguished.
In person, it looks a little thicker than it does on camera, but it's so gray on the chinny chin chin.
Yep, I'm starting
Gray.
to tell.
Oh, if you were here, it wouldn't
Wouldn't even be a question.
It's a lot less subtle in person. It's aging.
I like it. I don't know. I think maybe you don't like the fact that it's gray. I think it looks distinguished. I think it's preferable. Like if I'm you, I would prefer the gray over just brown or whatever, or reddish brown or whatever it should be, or you think it should be.
Yeah.
I think the gray look is just, you're a dad, you're an established businessman. Like you could use a little distinguished beard to get your points across when you say things. People see that, they think, oh, maybe he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He's seen some shit.
If you have to have some gray, I do like that it's in the beard. I do have gray hairs here and there. I bet I've got like
some there. I want some gray hair there. I feel like that looks nice.
I have a couple on the sides and a couple on the top, but mostly it's I don't have very gray hair. So the fact that all my gray is in my beard means I get to choose it. I get to choose right now whether I have gray hair or not, because I can just shave.
Yeah, you could dye it too. You could get the Just for Men gel.
Just a touch of gray.
I don't know
Doesn't
how
look like
that
a fake
works. One time I dyed it and like tried to do like an evil Woody video, but it was so stupid I never ran with it. Like I didn't do a good job. And the dye job looked awful. Like it was so obviously dyed, it was terrible.
I did it once for fun and it went real bad.
Yeah, it was.
hair?
They've got this the applicating brush looked kind of like one of those mascara things, and I'm like applying this shit everywhere, and it's like dark. Real dark brown, and it's dyeing the skin underneath the hair.
That was the big issue. No, the one I bought was for black people because
Of course,
That's
your
your
barber
haircut.
hooked you up.
I wanted it to be a really black, like jet black
It's
beard.
different hair than us, man. You can't be putting black people hair shit on you.
It was like there was like all the other colors were like brown and red and light brown, and there was like I forget, it might have even said jet black, and I'm like, that's the one I want. And there's a black dude on it, but that's the one I wanted.
No.
Their beards seem about the same.
No.
No,
Black people
that's one of the most different
are
parts.
different. Like black people, like that's why black people can't even wash their hair every day. Like they get issues with it. Like black people hair is different than white people hair. Like they
Are
have.
you sure black men don't wash their hair daily?
I don't.
I
think
know
black
women
people-
with weaves and stuff. Like
I don't think
it would
black
quickly
people
get.
wash their hair daily. I don't think they're supposed
Well,
to. I
most
think it
black
causes
people
problems.
have, or most black guys have very, very short,
I
very,
mean,
very short hair.
even if they had Jerry curl, whatever. I think there's a
This is
thing where
something-
black people aren't supposed to wash their hair on a daily basis for some fucking reason.
Do
Because I
black
remember what
people wash their hair every day?
Need to look this up or bring in a token.
7 things white people don't understand about black hair. All right, this is gonna be good.
Oh, this sounds condescending.
We don't want you to touch our hair because we're human beings, not some kind of specimen in the zoo. I knew that. So
That goes for anyone. You just walk up to other people and
If my hair is cut in a pixie one day and down my back the next, it's probably some sort of extension. I knew that. I knew that black hair did not grow a foot in a day. I also knew the extensions were super common. Our hair, as it grows out of his head, is not unprofessional. Ooh, Papa bad. Honestly, this one I hear
This is a bunch of liberal bullshit that you've stumbled upon. These aren't 7 things that white people really don't understand. These are 7 things that this lady wants to like.
7 ways I can shoehorn my agenda into a benign article.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it seems like this is specific. Like I haven't heard much about men's hair at all. But here's one: I don't have to wash my hair every day. I remember back in elementary school, I stayed overnight at my friend's house. Before we went to bed, we got up in the morning and my girlfriend informed me that she wasn't going to wash her hair that day and that she didn't want me to think that she was dirty. I told her I washed my hair once a week, and the look on her face was priceless. Afterward, I had to have the black hair conversation with her. Black hair thrives on oils, and washing our hair and having to replenish those oils requires too much time and money. So once a week it is.
Here's the thing. So.
Yeah, this is totally black.
It seems
women's hair.
unhygienic to a group of people who have to wash their hair on a nearly daily basis to avoid oil overload. For black hair, however, it can actually be damaging for a woman to wash her hair every day and strip her hair follicles of necessary oils. This would apply to men too. It's just from a woman's standpoint. Oil is actually good for black hair. The same kind. Yeah, because I've heard of situations where like a white family adopts a black kid and they don't know how to fucking wash the kid's hair, and they.
Makes for a bunch of hijinks, and there's a eventual montage where it shows them understanding and accepting.
Something bad happens to their hair if you do wash it on a daily basis. Something about not having the oil. I don't know. Maybe it becomes really burnout and yeah. I don't know. Like stripped of its essential oils.
I googled on men in particular, and like you said, that applies to both. It turns out that black hair is drier than other hair. And the curls in their hair cause it to dry. I don't know why that is, but that's what they say. The natural oils that are in everyone's scalp travel down their hair much easier than curly hair. This alone means that black hair is more subject to breakage and loss. The natural oil just doesn't get out to most of our hair. Okay. So, and they say to wash it 1 or 2 times a week. So
Yeah.
now look at this, PKA, the educational show. Black people apparently need to wash their hair once or twice a week.
Told you.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So, anyway, somehow
That's why they smell too.
Kyle. Yeah, that. Oh, I can't believe you would say that when you're not even joking. Your mom's gonna be so offended.
PKA facts.
Yeah.
I had one more topic. I don't know. I could save it for later. Do I have?
I was looking for oil today to put in my beard to make it softer because I'm not liking the way it feels rough.
Kitty's Etsy store has a whole line of beard oils.
I have something I put in it, but it's just I like glob on a huge amount, put it on like after the shower, like it says, and then within like an hour, it's just. Back
So
to
I
not
don't.
being-
I don't know anything about this shit, but when I was out at Texas, there was a guy there who had used Kitty's beard oil. She had sent him some. He works there, and he had a big bushy beard that like came out like this, and he was singing its praises. He was like, "Yeah, because it dries out in the Texas desert out here with the wind blowing and everything." But he said that made it like soft and I don't know, nice
That's what
feeling.
I'd
I
like.
guess.
Maybe I'll hop on her store, purchase some.
I'm sure she'll probably send you some. She's got that shit laying around everywhere.
It's a
Well,
neat
then-
thing. I love that. I've talked about this before, but this whole notion of like the internet making entrepreneurs out of anybody, you know, advanced tech. There's things like Uber. There's things like Etsy. Like it feels like there's more opportunity now than there was 20 years ago. You know, if you wanted to start a business in 1985, like, I don't know. It just seemed like a big leap of faith. Like, all right, so videos are just becoming a thing. Are you going to open some video store rental thing, get a storefront, etc.? Etsy makes it so that you can dip a toe into entrepreneurship and let it grow in a way that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
Hell, you can do it with Uber. You know, all right, I'm free on weekends. People need drives on weekends. Let's find a fit.
I saw Uber's worth like 60 billion or something now. Someone was discussing Uber and like their plans to go global and their plans to dip into the food delivery and package delivery industries and looking into self-driving cars. That company didn't exist a few years ago, and now it's just massive.
I called that, and she just said I was crazy. I was like, you know, we're going to see last mile get like crowdsourced. You know, it's not going to be just UPS and FedEx anymore. And
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I feel like there'd have to be some kind of system, right? Because you can't just be allowing anybody. We've already got those people who go door to door stealing UPS packages, which I didn't know was a thing until the internet. Because, you know, my house is off the road. If you can't, it's not a possibility. But I feel like someone could use that. Because I think that, you know, you don't hear about a lot. I don't hear about a lot of Uber drivers assaulting people, robbing people, anything like that. I don't know. Something about trusting them with a stranger with my package versus that nice gentleman with the brown shorts. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's going to take a while to get there.
It'd have to be there'd have to be a system there.
I feel like it wouldn't be up to you. Like one, there'd be tracking systems around that guy so they'd know when it was missing. He wouldn't be able to lose more than a package or two without getting busted. So that would quickly become a thing. And two, like you'd buy from UPS and UPS would just have Uber take care of the last mile. And like you wouldn't be like, no, I don't like that delivery guy in the same way that you don't do that now. Like it'll just start happening to you as your packages show up.
I feel like if they didn't have a standard of service that people could expect, like I feel like if you had to start dealing with some shitty fucker who was bad at his job, or maybe like they were telling me story. I keep mentioning it, but when we were out of Texas, they were mentioning that their UPS driver would mark it on his computer or whatever as delivered, but really leave it in his truck until the next day because he knew there were more packages because he didn't want to make the drive out there. So he'd just be like, yeah, it was delivered. And then the next day he'd show up with extra packages. Like, yeah, we couldn't get yours to you yesterday. Like, he just didn't want to make the drive. I feel like if you had some kind of shitty service like that out of some individuals, and like FedEx isn't using flunkies in their Hyundai, but UPS is, I'm like, could I get the FedEx option so that professional gentleman comes in the FedEx truck and brings me my package, and then I sign for it? Because Raphael smells like weed, and he got pizza stains on my package or something. You know, whatever your beef with whoever's delivering your shit. I don't know. I feel like when I'm getting a ride somewhere, like I need some help. I'm stranded somewhere. I need a fucking ride somewhere. I need an Uber. I don't care who shows up. Like if you've got some sort of, I don't care what the car is like. I don't care what the individual is like. If we're just going like 2 miles down the road, like it doesn't matter to me. But if I got to interact with you in my front yard and like you're going to be the one delivering me my auto blow batteries, like we're going to have a close personal conversation.
You interact with your FedEx people?
Yeah, you don't?
No, usually they show up. I'm like aware they're there because dogs are barking and stuff. They ring the
See, this is a
doorbell
mistake.
and they walk away.
Yeah, I talked to my guy just yesterday. He knocked. I whispered to Melissa, "Who's that? who's here? Did you invite somebody over? And then she's like, no, it must be the delivery guy. And it was really too late, so I walked over, looked through the peephole, waited until he was halfway
What
like,
nefarious
away.
activities were you up
And
to that
so
you had to
then-
whisper?
I just didn't want to. I was hoping
Deal
that
with
it wasn't
anybody?
someone to come in and be like, "Oh, we're just stopping by." It's like, well, fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
and so, and I opened my doors. He was like, I don't know, 10 feet away, and he turned back around and he goes, package. And I go, yep. And I grabbed it and I walked back in. And so,
All right, so I have a
Kinda nice.
relationship with my guy. All the people who deliver packages here, I know them, and like I know the mail lady, I know the UPS guy, and I know the FedEx person, and like I like to have kind of a relationship with them so that they know me and they're good with me, because sometimes there's complications with my packages, and I usually need them that fucking day. Like if it's coming here, I need it. Like it might be something I really need. Like so, oftentimes, like the UPS guy will like flag me down in the road or something, and if he sees me in town, he'll be like, "Hey, got a package for you, Kyle," and then he'll hook me up. And if there's ever any issue, I can go straight up to the UPS like center, and they'll always hook me up. Like get packages off of trucks. Like they'll dig around in the truck and pull the package to get it to me faster. I like my
they'll
UPS
flag
guy.
you down and at the town. What kind of podunk dirt road
That's what I thought.
1860s town are you going to? Oh, just going out to the general store. And then you pull up in your
We
carriage
ain't-
and he goes, "Oh, Mr. Myers, I do believe I got a package for you, sir." Like,
Yeah, it's the UPS
flagship
delivery.
town.
They know me, and so I'm a little bit famous, so it's they all know who I am, and he sees me and he sees my car, like he knows it's me. He knows he's got a package for me because when I get packages, it'll usually be a bit of a discussion. Wonder what he's getting this time, because it's usually something kooky, and I'm always going up there and mailing guns around, like if I'm shipping guns off to be worked on or coated, so they know what I do and they've seen the firepower that I bring into the UPS store. It's always weird walking into the UPS store with a high capacity machine gun or something and be like, time to mail this again. I always worry about what bystanders are gonna see, so I'm always looking around. Like, so if I see somebody like looking at me like, oh, I be like, hey, and smile and be like, this is for this, because I'm always terrified somebody's gonna like call me in as some sort of active shooter or something crazy like that, and I'm gonna be that asshole standing out there drinking a Slurpee with an M16, and they're just gonna plug me. But yeah, I know
I don't
the
have
UPS
that
guy.
experience at all.
don't either.
I will never run into a UPS person while I'm out about town. First of all, I'm not even out about town. I'm just working all the time right now. Last time I started my truck, it started slow because it had been 2 weeks since the previous time, and the battery was draining. So I'll never. And then like I live in Raleigh, so it's just it's not like he'll see me at the general store, the local watering hole.
Store.
It's fucking a city that people around the world have heard. He wouldn't just see me. And I do though want them to stop ringing the doorbell after they deliver something. And if I knew them, I could probably just casually like imagine me now bluntly being like, can you stop ringing the doorbell upon delivery? It makes my dogs bark. Like, I just feel like that'd be a douchey thing to say.
Oh, you could maybe put a little note out there next time a package is coming, and just be like, please don't ring bell. It disturbs dogs.
Yeah, makes them insane.
Yeah, I bet it does. Your dogs are fucking scary, man. How much bigger is that Ender dog gonna be?
I don't know.
Like 6'4", something like that,
I
at the
think he's
shoulder.
bigger than that now.
Linebacker.
Oh, you mean if he's standing on all fours, he's not 6
I'm
feet tall.
talking about.
No,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
if
about.
he stands
A
upright,
horse.
I mean, he's the biggest dog we've had. Like Harley was bigger than Jack, I think, and now Ender has easily surpassed Harley. And
Shit.
he's like strong looking, and he's got this fucking truck nuts, and but he's a goofball. He's not scary like Jack was. Jack wanted to kill people. Ender's
I'll
just
vouch for
goofy.
That dog clearly had it out. Like it was an angry kind of very serious aggression that he had for me. It wasn't like some dogs that'll be like that. You can tell they're actually kind of scared and they'd rather just be out of the situation. No, he didn't want to be led to another room. He wanted to be released. He was good to go. I wanted to be friends so much. He wasn't up for it. I needed some snacks.
My favorite was a few days in, Kyle had, I don't know if he vocalized it, but you could tell it was like an, all right, I know, we're beyond our initial meeting now. We're friends, right? Come here, Jack. And Jack is like, this is like murder, kill. And it was like, damn.
He was like, because he'd been like sitting, you're holding him and everything, and he's been cool for like 30 seconds. And I'm like, are we good yet? It's been a few days. Come on. Me and you, we all right? And I kind of get down on one knee. I'm like, come here, little buddy. Come on. Come on. And he's like,
and he's muzzled, so he looks like Hannibal Lecter. But thank God he's muzzled, right? Because Kyle, I think in his heart was like, can we release him yet? I love him. Maybe he's got some affection toward me. No. He was a murderer. And there was a comfort to it, too. Like,
sure.
Oh, hell, we did that survival trip, right? And while I'm there, because I had like an intermittent one bar, Jackie's writing me saying there's a murderer on the loose. There's literally a murderer like a mile from the house. And not just a murderer. He had multiple murders and multiple rapes that weekend, right? Now Jackie's here all alone. And what's that?
Said he was busy.
Yeah, and like on one hand, our property and house and stuff is kind of set aside to itself. On the other, it might be exactly the place that would make some Clockwork Orange psycho pissed off. So, we were it would have been nice knowing Jack was home. Like if Jack was still alive at the point, he'd be like, "Oh, you like murder? I like murder. Let's go." But
I like rape too.
He had that soft muzzle that allowed him to like open his mouth like this much, and you can just see the front teeth, and they're just, and they're just like he wanted me so bad. He was just snarling, but he couldn't really snarl, so he just looked like he was smiling a little, but it was a snarl for sure. It's a big scary dog too. Like I've said it before, but like I knew that I didn't stand a chance in any sort of like unarmed combat with that dog. I just knew it. I could see it. I'm thinking in my head, like, where do I even put my hands? Like, I guess I try to grab his throat, but like, what if I miss at all? What if I'm not like fucking Rambo or something and can't get his neck?
His throat to his teeth is like 2 feet, right? So even if you're holding him at full, but his face is right here, just a little slippage to like his shoulders, and he's biting your face off.
Yeah.
Like you could hardly hold. He's so big.
And I feel like my hand would end up in his mouth. Is where it would end up.
Yeah.
Or defensively.
Take off 4 fingers, then you got to kill yourself.
Yeah, then you're done.
I'd cut him out of that dog. I'm putting him back on.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
All right, I'm gonna need them fingers back.
Yeah, that dog he was a murderer. He's a murderer. That lawsuit's gone now, I guess. Like
that's good.
It just kind of ended. I don't know if Merker was on the show at the time, but Jack ate some neighbor. The story changed. I don't know if I've told it fully, but it's over now. So what happened was, I think he got out because I was taking Hope to fencing, and somewhere involved the door was like open for more than just someone going. And he went outside, and neither of us had any idea. So I'm driving, like the door's all locked and everything. We're off to take her to the gym. And I get a call, I think from the police, that the dog is outside and it bit someone. We didn't realize the dog was outside. So I come back home, and initially the woman's story was that there were kids there. She saw the dog, and she kind of like leaned over and like did one of these deals to sort of herd him back towards our house. Maybe her long-term plan was to get him in the fenced area or something, but she was using her arms to like herd him, towards wherever he was coming from. And Jack saw that, and he bit her. And I didn't see her arm, but I saw the cop with his phone took a picture of it, and it was mangled. Like it was.
Do you have a picture you can text me?
I don't.
It was multiple stitches.
But it was like, I don't know what, if I were to just throw up it was like a K-shaped wound, and like capital K-shaped wound, not that matters. And it was probably like 2.5, 3 inches, wide. Like it was a thing to get put back together. I don't think there was like some question of whether or not like underlying tendons and stuff were damaged, but I don't think so. I think it was mostly the skin. And later on, her story changed. The story became, I was getting my mail from the mailbox, and the dog came zooming up, flying air grab on my arm and bit me. And that story change syncs up with what I've learned about North Carolina, like dog bite laws. You know, apparently, if you like go down to pet a dog or if you hurt a dog or anything like she was doing, like if you initiate that sort of thing, then you're at fault. Like you antagonize the dog and stuff.
Well, of course. Cliff Hutchinson could have told you that.
I think
Specializes in dog law.
that's a little friendly towards dog owners, you know,
And
like,
bird.
but that's the way North Carolina law is. And so then her story changed. So like, I was just innocently getting the mail, not even looking at the thing. And out of nowhere, he bit me. And, it kind of ends there. Like we didn't have to get a lawyer, but my insurance company had attorneys on it and her attorneys were talking to them. And then like years went by sort of, and they stopped following up on it, and it just ended. Yeah. I don't know if they moved, but I certainly did. And
Yeah, that's that dog was for real. I don't believe her story about him going after her because she'd be dead.
I don't believe it because it changed. You
Yeah.
know, the fact that like upon meeting with her attorney, a different series of events unfolded.
Yeah, and I want to know what happened after he lunged and like air attacked you. Like, what'd you do then? Fight him off? Really? Bullshit. Like a grown man with a bat would struggle. Like, there's no way. The monster.
Yeah, I don't know what happened from there.
Mouth.
The
So long.
the person from like animal control came, and we had to like quarantine him inside the house for a couple weeks. Like sometimes they take your dog, but I guess animal control had a relationship with our vet who vouched for the dog and basically vouched for the dog owners. They're like, yeah, you can keep him in the house. They'll do it. And we did. You know, we did. Even if we let him out to go to the bathroom, he was leashed for the rest of his life, really. And but whatever. That's how that happened. He was a pain in the ass to walk. You had to leash him, like even just to go outside to go to the bathroom. We had him on a leash for that.
Yeah.
Because we didn't trust him.
Yeah. That dog that we've got is fucking scary. I don't think he would attack a person. Like if he got loose and went out, I don't think that would be an issue unless they really fucked with him and hurt him or tried to like capture him or something like that. But he just don't like me. That relationship's never gonna change. I came home the other day.
Just you?
Just me. I'll give him burgers and stuff. Like I'll toss balls in there when I've tried a few different things.
What about other men? Like there are guys that
get
visit
right
it.
in there and play with them. Yeah, no issues really.
I had
initially
a hard time
like
warming up to him. Like I got to a point like he would rest on my lap or something, but I always felt like it was a very weak bond, and that like I'm tolerating you for now, almost cat-like, but
yeah, finicky.
I want to come meet him.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a dick. Yeah, fuck him. I wish something bad would happen to him. I wish a lightning bolt would hit him or a tree would fall on him or something. Fuck him. He's an asshole. I got no use for that dog. I love my girlfriend's dog. Is my favorite dog. I love that dog. It's got so much personality. It's like a little person.
You would like Ender.
I like most dogs if they've got personality and they've got like if they're intelligent. I can usually key in on that. Like Kitty's other dog, Muppet, is dumb as a rock. Like that dog's so stupid. Like it's one of those dogs you like throw a treat or like a toy at it and it hits him in the face, and the dog's like, oh, why'd you do that? Like no coordination, like none of that. But my girlfriend's dog is like a genius dog. It really is smart. I feel like the way it plays, like fetch and stuff, like it'll keep putting the ball like right in your hand and like nudge you with its nose. Like it's clearly like having it's communicating with me. Like, and it does that a lot. Like when it wants something, it'll like look me in the eyes and be like, hey, I want the thing. Let's do the thing. Come on. Like it's clearly like it knows that I am the source of like squeak. We call the ball the squeak, because it squeaks or whatever, the squeak toy. And she knows that if she wants to play squeak, she's got to come through me. And, I really love that dog. But my dog, Dak, that $3,000 pain in the ass.
Ender opens doors.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Our doors are, they're like the lever kind. So from the outside, like he's, I guess, watched us open the door. And now he jumps up, hits it with his paw, opens the door. He doesn't shut it, which sucks because like it lets the cold air in. But and like we'll be like I'll walk in and like the whole kitchen area is cold and it's like the fucking dog let himself in again and didn't shut the door. Now there's another door in the house that it's one of the like where a water bowl would be. It's the dog room. The dog has his own room and it's a water bowl in there. And to get in that, like I guess it doesn't work. But he'll use his nose and lift up on the doorknob and get in that room. And it's
that's pretty cool. That's a smart dog too.
Yeah.
I told you about my dad's dog like breaking the window out of his truck and getting out, right? Yeah. I thought that was going to be expensive. He got a new door panel, a new window, and got it installed for $90.
Really?
Did it? Yeah. Like they put a new door panel, a new side window, in the passenger door, and installed it for $90.
It seems like there's a chance that if that had been a foreign car, that parts might have been a lot more expensive.
I think he got it from a salvage yard. It looked new, but I think he went to a salvage yard and got it. He was kind of a character. He changed the windshield out too. Dad had a broken windshield in that truck, and I'd never seen him do it. Maybe but he had like a reciprocating type tool, like reciprocating saw type thing, and it had a big like a scraping blade attached to it, and he would put that between the glass and the body and the cars in the car, like the metal part of the frame, and just went all the way around the windshield. He took the windshield out and put a new one in no joke, 15 minutes.
I have seen it done, but it wasn't like that. The on Jackie's Toyota, the 4Runner, the front windshield had a big crack in it and needed to be replaced. And the whole windshield was glued to like a spongy rubber thing around the border of the windshield. So when they took it out, I think they just damaged the spongy rubber thing, put a new one in, put some sort of glue on it, and just placed it on top. And that's how they did it.
Well, it's got to be glued to. Well, in this case, there's a big seam of like almost. It comes out of a caulk gun, but it looks like tar. It's super thick. That's just between the glass and the vehicle. I just got something in my fucking eye.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how the spongy rubber thing is held in. Maybe that's glued too. I don't know, but yeah,
it's glued in there because it's got to be like weatherproofed, and it would push out otherwise.
Yeah, I might be missing something in the process, but
yeah,
they do it quick and they do it cheap. People think, and they do it on site, which is nice too. Like every time I've ever needed, like, oh yeah, where will your car be? Will it be at work? Will it be at home? They just run out there. There's very few tools they're required, and they fix it on the spot. Like I'm here thinking it's a big ordeal. It's going to take half my day. No, they just like, you go to work, and then when you go home from work, there's a new windshield in there. It was a piece of cake.
Yeah, you put it in there fast. You want to call this show there?
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. here. About time to play some Fallout.
Yeah, it's about time to finish this guy off and.
Oh yeah, when this camera turns off, I'll be drinking all this.
No dice.
What if you added more? You know what? Before we cut the show, can you add water to that and see if it'll work? I think it. Can
I'll
you?
bring it back next week.
Oh come on! Just there must be a sink real close. Come on! Don't. You can do it.
So much.
Just hold it upside down and. But it's gel now. It's gel. I think if you add more water.
No.
I wanna pour it and show the consistency.
But there's room for more water.
It's not gonna be enough.
Please. Come on. The world wants to see this. They're gonna be so disappointed in you if you don't do this.
All right. Looks like you're fixing a septic tank issue.
That consistency is the best.
I love this sponsor. This is great. If they like us after this, they're the best sponsor ever.
I'm not saying not to buy it.
Buy it. I'm saying buy it. Buy it.
I mean, where else are you gonna get a meal like this?
One place.
This looks like something they would eat in like the Matrix. Remember how they were eating that like protein goo or whatever? This looks like some Matrix food. Oh man.
Yeah. Did you add more water? Oh.
No way it's gonna
You're
It's
the
gonna
best.
matter. It's not gonna matter.
It has to. I think if he holds it upside down. Oh, look at all that water in there. Is there any air at all?
There is air, but look at. It's like, did you ever have science class where they're like, we're gonna pour a bunch of shit in this jar and let it settle, and you'll see how sediment formed in the Paleolithic era.
Hold it upside down and shake it. I've got confidence.
This gets everywhere.
That cap's gonna come off and his shit's gonna go everywhere.
I love this. This is the highlight. This is a show highlight for me. So
I
Merca
wish there was
is
some music we could put to his
he
that,
is
like
vigorously shaking. Oh, it didn't work. Yeah. Did it make a dent in it?
Not even a little.
Really? How could it not?
Because 100% food, 100% tough. Real food.
I don't understand. Man, I wish I could shake it myself. I want it to go.
No, I'll. Yeah, well, I'll finish it right after the show.
All right. That was PKA episode 259. I hope you enjoyed it as much as me.